Chapter 1, Happy to be a father? Something so heavy that it's hard to breathe.
Suddenly, Lin Xian realized something was wrong and quickly opened his eyes. I saw a beautiful woman with a graceful figure, delicate features, fair skin, and casually scattered black and beautiful hair lying on Lin Xian. Her thin lips were as tender as rose petals, making people want to kiss her fiercely.
What happened? Why did I end up sleeping with a woman? This is Li Mengyao? The pure school beauty from Jinghai University? Lin Xian thought about the party in the dormitory yesterday.
Some bastard suggested going to the bar and he paid for the whole thing. So Lin Xian, who was not good at drinking, soon got drunk and vaguely remembered that a woman threw herself into his arms.
Hiss. He lost his virginity after drinking. Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh.
At this moment, the beautiful woman in his arms raised her eyes slightly, and a pair of large eyes decorated with long eyelashes with elegance slowly opened. The four looked at each other and felt very awkward. Then the woman screamed, and Li Mengyao hurriedly sat up, glaring at Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian was still staring at her, Li Mengyao finally realized it and angrily grabbed the pillow and threw it at Lin Xian.
You're still looking. Turn away, quickly, stop looking.
Lin Xian finally came back to his senses from the indescribable scene and almost had a nosebleed.
Okay, I won't watch it. Well, I will be responsible for you. Li Mengyao quickly picked up her clothes, dressed herself hastily, and walked out of the room without looking back.
He didn't leave Lin Xian a single word.
Leaving now? Never mind, we are all adults.
Lin Xian wanted to explain, but unfortunately the other party didn't give him any chance. I simply got up and cleaned the bed, only to find a stain of blood red on the bedsheet that was particularly conspicuous.
2 months later.
June 2024, Jinghai People's Hospital. Please ask number 66, Lin Xian, to go to medical room number 6 for consultation.
The ruthless hospital repeater sounded.
I saw a man with a height of 182 centimeters, tall and slender, handsome appearance stood up and walked forward slowly. The young nurse next to her seemed to stare with her eyes wide open, and gently touched the other young nurse with her arm.
Look, there's a handsome guy. Quickly take a picture of him secretly with your phone. Wow, it's really handsome. Cover me and I'll take a sneak shot. Would you like to go and get his contact information?
A handsome, fair-skinned guy.
Let's go together.
After saying that, 2 young nurses walked up to Lin Xian.
Although the 2 young nurses were whispering very quietly, Lin Xian still heard it. However, he was used to it.
He had been confessed to in public many times in college, which made him very embarrassed.
Hello, can you please add a contact number?
Lin Xian looked at the 2 young nurses with a pair of bright and deep eyes and said with a smile.
Sorry, I like men.
After saying that, Lin Xian walked around the 2 young nurses and quickly walked into medical room number 6.
Hello, young man, are you feeling unwell?
A middle-aged man in a white coat and a Mediterranean hairstyle looked at Lin Xian.
Hello, doctor. I feel a little pain in my liver recently. Let me take your pulse. Okay.
Lin Xian obediently stretched out his arm, and the doctor began to feel his pulse, but then frowned and sighed softly.
Well.
Lin Xian's heart was shocked.
No way, is he suffering from some terminal illness?
If I had known, I wouldn't have stayed up late playing games recently.
Doctor, why are you sighing? Is there something serious?
The doctor rubbed his eyes and said.
No, I'm just tired from work.
Young man, you must have stayed up too late recently and didn't take enough rest, which caused the liver pain.
Yes, I've been going to bed lately and I always feel weak.
I'll prescribe some Chinese medicine.
You can go back and pay attention to your work and rest schedule and take the medicine on time. Young people should not stay up late all the time. It's not good for your health. Okay, thank you, doctor.
After saying goodbye to the doctor, Lin Xian took the prescription and walked towards the medicine window. I was thinking that I might have taken on too many projects recently.
I was typing code and writing programs during the day.
At night, the 3 good boys in the dormitory kept shouting.
Dad, Canyon will take me flying tonight. Dad, I want to be super god today. Dad, I want to get into the big score. If you win, you're a good dad. If you lose, you're a bastard.
There is no way, as the strongest king, Lin Xian naturally has to spoil his good son. So at night I galloped on my horse in Summoner's Rift and led the whole team.
It seems that I will have to take on fewer projects in the future.
After all, my son and dog's life are more important. Passing by the obstetrics and gynecology department, Lin Xian glanced at it unintentionally. Suddenly, a strange yet familiar figure appeared in Lin Xian's sight. Li Mengyao wore a milky white dress with white canvas shoes. She had a golden height of 168 centimeters, and her jet black and shiny hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her face was slightly flushed as she looked at the medical examination form in her hand with astonishment.
Is it her? Why is she in the obstetrics and gynecology department? Could it be?
Lin Xian recalled the night 2 months ago and suddenly felt that something was wrong, so he hurried forward. The ultrasound report clearly stated, 8 weeks pregnant. Li Mengyao covered her pink lips and murmured.
How could it be that I got pregnant in one try? Obviously, the stunned Li Mengyao did not notice Lin Xian. Excuse me, is this child mine?
Lin Xian asked in shock.
It's you.
Li Mengyao was startled at first and leaned back involuntarily.
2 months later, that face is still impressive and unforgettable.
Then a feeling of grievance surged into my heart, tears welled up in my eyes, and I cried softly. Lin Xian hates to see girls cry in front of him. At the same time, many people in the hospital looked at this place and couldn't help but sigh that there was another scumbag. Lin Xian already felt that everyone was looking at him as if he were a monkey.
Well, don't cry, or everyone will think I'm bullying you.
Lin Xian panicked instantly. Li Mengyao burst into tears, her eyes were red, and her hands were clenched tightly together.
You are bullying me.
This child is yours.
I am going to be a father? Hit the mark?
Lin Xian was shocked. Li Mengyao continued to cry softly, and suddenly a strange voice echoed in Lin Xian's mind.
Ding, the God-level nanny system is connecting. Link successful.
Congratulations to the host for activating the God-level nanny system.
There is no doubt that the children in front of us are your masterpiece. And they are twins, a boy and a girl.
Congratulations to the host for activating the God-level nanny system for the first time and receiving the newcomer gift pack. 100,000 yuan reward for childcare startup funds, please check. Bonus, a comprehensive guide to pregnancy knowledge, please check it out.
Reward, 100% enhancement of human attributes, please check. Chapter 2 Paternity Test. System? What is a system?
Lin Xian, who had never read a novel on Fanxia, naturally had no idea what a system was.
Ding dong.
Lin Xian opened his mobile phone and saw that 100,000 yuan had been deposited into his Alipay account. Immediately afterwards, the most comprehensive pregnancy knowledge in the world suddenly popped into Lin Xian's brain.
Lin Xian is already an excellent pregnancy expert. Wait, there seems to be something wrong with my body.
An invisible force surged into my body, as if my Ren and Du meridians were opened up.
Full of strength. Now he can knock down a cow with one punch. This seems to be true.
The 100,000 yuan that arrived in your Alipay account might be a trap set by someone else, but the comprehensive knowledge about pregnancy and strengthening your physical fitness cannot fool anyone.
How could such a good system fall into my hands? Am I the chosen one?
Lin Xian here was still feeling complacent. Li Mengyao saw Lin Xian frowning and not speaking, and choked up and said,
You don't believe it? If you don't believe it, you can do a paternity test.
Lin Xian finally came to his senses, looked at the tearful school beauty in front of him, and then took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed it to her.
Stop crying and wipe your tears first. I am responsible for my own actions. If it is mine, I will definitely take responsibility to the end.
Although Lin Xian was amazed at this magical system, he couldn't be 100% sure that the school beauty was pregnant with his child.
There were many people who took over these days.
Lin Xian's firm answer stunned Li Mengyao for a moment. She raised her delicate hand, took the tissue, and gently wiped away her tears.
Okay, let's go now. After 3 hours of long waiting,
the doctor announced slowly. Mr. Lin, the match between you and Ms. Li's baby is as high as 99.99%.
Confirm the parent-child relationship. They are ready to be parents at such a young age. Young people nowadays are really open-minded. The doctor couldn't help but sigh. But why do we need to do a paternity test? Could it be that?
The doctor looked at Lin Xian with a strange look. Lin Xian pretended to be calm while holding the appraisal report in his hand, but he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
It's over. I've made a big mistake. I'm really a father.
Lin Xian looked back at Li Mengyao, whose eyes were red, and felt even more guilty.
Okay, thank you, doctor.
It was almost 12 noon when Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of the hospital.
Mengyao, what are you going to do next? Goo. Li Mengyao's stomach made a noise. She had not eaten breakfast in order to go to the hospital for a checkup in the morning.
Li Mengyao clenched her hands together and her face turned red.
Mengyao, let's find a place to eat first. Yeah, Li Mengyao nodded. Lin Xian opened his phone and called an online taxi.
In less than 5 minutes, the taxi arrived at the hospital entrance.
Lin Xian very gentlemanly helped Li Mengyao open the car door.
After Li Mengyao sat firmly, he carefully closed the door, then walked around to the other side and got into the car.
Master, let's go to the Peace Hotel. Young man, did you have a fight with your girlfriend?
The master looked back at Lin Xian and Li Mengyao sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror, and guessed what happened. He started the car and couldn't help but say with a smile, "Brother, as a person who has been through this, I have to comfort my girlfriend more."
Lin Xian's face turned awkward. Brother, you are right. I am trying to coax him out to eat.
After saying that, he turned around and glanced at Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes gently, turned her pretty head to the window, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. Looking at Li Mengyao, Lin Xian smiled.
Here we are, young man, remember to give me a good review. Okay, no problem.
Lin Xian agreed readily.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got out of the car and walked quickly into the Peace Hotel.
The food at this Peace restaurant is very good, not expensive, and the hygiene is very good.
I often ate here during my 4 years at university.
Lin Xian found a seat by the window and arranged for Li Mengyao to sit down first.
Oh, thank you.
Lin Xian picked up the menu and handed it to Li Mengyao, saying with a smile,
You must be starving. Order whatever you want, but you can't eat raw food.
Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes, raised her little hand and ticked a few lines on the menu.
I've ordered it, see if you need anything else.
Lin Xian took the menu and took a look at it, and exclaimed that it was no wonder that the school beauty had such a good figure and ordered so little even though she hadn't had breakfast. Hello, we would like to order 1 portion of beef brisket with tomatoes, 1 portion of tofu with shrimp, 1 portion of beef stir-fried with bell peppers, 1 portion of steamed sea bass, and 1 portion of egg custard. The waiter took the menu and said with a smile, Okay, please wait.
Lin Xian looked at the charming Li Mengyao. Mengyao, I will be responsible. Are you willing to give birth to the child?
Li Mengyao smoothed her smooth hair.
How are you going to take responsibility? We haven't graduated yet, we don't have a job, and we don't have a stable source of income.
Lin Xian is a master in the School of Computer Science at Jinghai University.
He has won the gold medal in the ACM International College Student Programming Competition and is also very handsome.
Li Mengyao is a Chinese language and literature major and is the recognized campus beauty of Jinghai University. Both of them are seniors and are about to graduate. I have been doing some part-time jobs from my freshman to my junior year, and I have received various scholarships during college.
Now I have saved a lot of money. I will work harder in the future to make money and give you and your baby a warm family.
Lin Xian said a lot with a smile, and his tone was very firm, fearing that Li Mengyao would reject him. Seeing Lin Xian say so much in one breath, Li Mengyao burst out laughing, and her big watery eyes sparkled with a gentle light.
This is what you said. I'm going to give birth to the baby.
Li Mengyao gently stroked her belly and smiled. Of course, stupid Lin Xian didn't know that Li Mengyao had liked Lin Xian since freshman year. Not only was he handsome, but he was also very capable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been dragged out for a drink by her roommate for the first time, and then she wouldn't have fallen into Lin Xian's arms when she was drunk. What follows is something that cannot be described in words. The food is served. The waiter arrived late. At the dinner table, Lin Xian kept picking up food for Li Mengyao, and her small bowl was always full.
After lunch, the two took an online taxi back to Jinghai University. Lin Xian sent Li Mengyao downstairs to the dormitory and said gently, You've worked hard today, go back and have a rest. I'll take you to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup tomorrow. A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. Okay.
Lin Xian showed a smile on his face and hummed a song all the way back to the dormitory. When I returned to dormitory 622 and opened the door, 3 little heads came forward at the same time.
Lin Xian, where have you been? Did you go on a date with a schoolgirl? You didn't even call me.
Lin Xian gently touched his son's heads with his hands and said, "Stop asking about adults' affairs."
Hey! I gave you face, didn't I?
Brothers, let's take him down together.
A friendly interaction between dormitories started.
In the afternoon, Lin Xian continued to work on the previous project, completed the delivery ahead of schedule, and earned another 10,000 yuan in extra money. Together with the 100,000 yuan given by the system before, his small treasury already had more than 200,000 yuan.
Well, I have to find time to rent a house outside.
It is inconvenient after all that Li Mengyao cannot live in the dormitory all the time because she is pregnant. At night, Lin Xian took his sons to the Summoner's Rift to dominate the world.
5 defeats in a row.
Unwilling to give up, Lin Xian was just about to lie down and rest. Another crisp sound came from the system. Ding dong, it is detected that the host needs to take the baby for a comprehensive examination.
To facilitate the host's travel, I'm rewarding you with a top-of-the-line Xiaomi SU7. It's parked in the parking lot of Zone C of Jinghai University. Please check it. Chapter 3. This is living together?
This system is quite user-friendly, it actually knows what the host needs at the moment.
Xiaomi SU7? Is it the recently popular Mijie? I'll check out the parking lot tomorrow.
The next day, after Lin Xian got up, he found an exquisite car key on the table. Without thinking much about it, he picked up the key and went straight to the school parking lot. Soon, in an inconspicuous corner, Lin Xian found a purple Xiaomi SU7.
I have to say that the appearance is still very cool,
with smooth body lines and simple and elegant design, giving people a sense of fashion and technology. The color of the rosy purple adds a unique charm, and it is worthy of being the king of cost performance. Lin Xian excitedly opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. He took out his cell phone and pressed the dial button.
Hello, Lin Xian?
Li Mengyao voice was soft and gentle, probably because she hadn't woken up yet.
Mengyao, are you awake?
Just woke up. Then let's go to the hospital together for a pregnancy test later.
The first 3 months are the most critical period. I'll pick you up downstairs of the dormitory. Okay, then wait for me for 10 minutes, I'll get ready.
Li Mengyao felt warm in her heart and was very happy, which meant that Lin Xian still cared about her and the baby in her belly.
Lin Xian drove the Xiaomi SU7 directly to the downstairs of Li Mengyao's dormitory.
Along the way, many students took out their mobile phones and took pictures of the Xiaomi SU7. Although the top-end version of the Xiaomi SU7 only costs 300,000 yuan. But she is so good-looking that she attracted the attention of many students.
Not long after, Li Mengyao came jogging down from the dormitory. She was wearing a light blue dress and a solid-colored belt with some crystals on it. It was beautiful and elegant.
After seeing this, Lin Xian hurried forward to hold Li Mengyao and reminded her, "Slow down, don't fall."
Li Mengyao smiled slightly. "It's okay, I'm watching, sorry to have kept you waiting."
Lin Xian stared at Li Mengyao and said with a smile, "You look really good today."
Li Mengyao blushed and whispered, "What about yesterday?" "It looks better every day." "Oomph, smooth talker, let's go." "Good."
Lin Xian brought Li Mengyao to the Xiaomi SU7, opened the door, and said gently, "Wife, please get in the car."
Li Mengyao's face turned red instantly, and she muttered in a low voice, Who is your wife?"
Despite this, she still obediently sat in the passenger seat. At this moment, a layer of shy blush appeared on her delicate little face, as beautiful and charming as a blooming peach blossom.
After Lin Xian got into the driver's seat, Li Mengyao couldn't help but ask, "Lin Xian, did you just buy this car?" "Yes, Mengyao, you should have a driver's license, right?" "Yes." Li Mengyao nodded. "Then I'll give you this car from now on. It will be convenient for traveling, and good for you and the baby." "Ah? No. No need. I'm not familiar with driving. Besides, if I leave, you will have no car to drive. You should drive it yourself." Li Mengyao shook her head gently. "I have other cars. Let's just say it's settled. I'll teach you when the time comes."
After saying that, Lin Xian started the car and drove towards Jinghai People's Hospital. The other car that Lin Xian mentioned is actually the electric scooter that has been with him for more than 3 years. When they arrived at the hospital, Lin Xian accompanied Li Mengyao to start the prenatal checkup. In fact, no special examination was needed when the pregnancy was around 8 weeks old. First, an ultrasound examination was performed to see whether the size of the gestational sac in the uterine cavity was consistent with the gestational age, and whether there was fetal bud development and heart tube pulsation in the gestational sac. Then routine tests such as blood routine, urine routine, hepatitis B3 systems, blood sugar, and liver function were done.
After a while, the examination report came out and the embryo development was normal.
Just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them.
Brother Xian? Why are you here? Zhou Quan looked at the two of them with curiosity. Zhou Quan is Lin Xian's roommate. He just happened to come for a physical examination today. Unexpectedly, he met Lin Xian, and he was in the obstetrics and gynecology department. I'll be over there for a moment,
Lin Xian said to Li Mengyao with a smile.
Li Mengyao spoke softly. Quaner, why are you here?
Lin Xian slowly walked towards Zhou Quan.
Good fellow, you are secretly hooking up with the school beauty? No wonder you've been running out so often recently. You're now in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the hospital. Tell me.
Tell the truth, Zhou Quan said with a sly smile.
Find a place tonight, I'll treat you, and you have to call me sister-in-law.
You said it. Look, we're going to give you a good beating, because you kept quiet and did great things.
Go and do your thing.
I'll tell you guys when I get back in the evening. Before leaving, Zhou Quan shouted to Li Mengyao, who was not far away, "Goodbye, sister-in-law,"
and then disappeared in a flash.
Lin Xian returned to Li Mengyao and saw that her face was flushed.
He is my roommate. It's getting late. Let's go back. Okay, Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes. Ding dong, it is detected that the host is doing the first pregnancy test for the baby.
You'll be rewarded with a king-size apartment at floor 1601, Building A, Jinwan Mansion.
All the formalities have been handled by the system for you. You can move in directly.
Ding dong, it was detected that the host gave the Xiaomi Su7 to Li Mengyao and obtained the system's hidden reward.
A Maybach S680 is awarded. It has been parked in the Jinwanfu parking lot. Please check it. Host, as long as you make Li Mengyao and the babies happy, the system will continue to provide generous rewards.
The clear voice of the system rang again in Lin Xian's mind.
The system is so awesome.
Not to mention that it also rewarded a Maybach S680 luxury car worth more than 3 million yuan.
Jinwan Mansion is also a high-end residential area in Jinghai City. A unit in this building costs more than 8 million yuan.
Lin Xian's net worth is almost reaching 10 million. He is very excited to have suddenly become a wealthy man.
This is also thanks to Li Mengyao.
If she hadn't agreed to give birth to the baby, Lin Xian would not have been favored by the system.
Mengyao, let's go.
Lin Xian returned to reality and said to Li Mengyao, who was a little sleepy.
It may be because I didn't get enough sleep in the morning. During pregnancy, people usually like to sleep.
Lin Xian stretched out his hand, gently held the fair little hand, and looked at her with a smile on his face.
The first time I held Li Mengyao's little hand, it was so soft and tender.
Li Mengyao was awakened by the sudden hand holding. A blush appeared on her face, and a hint of happiness flashed across her face.
Well, let's go.
The two returned to the Xiaomi Su7, Lin Xian started the car, and Li Mengyao fell asleep in the car. If Li Mengyao hadn't fallen asleep, she would have discovered that Lin Xian had bypassed Jinghai University and was running all the way on the streets of Jinghai City without speeding.
Dear owners of Jinwan Mansion, welcome home. The crisp sound woke Li Mengyao up. Ha? Where is this? Isn't this at school?
Li Mengyao raised her jade hand and rubbed her eyes gently. When she saw the tall building in front of her, she was slightly stunned. This is not a school, it's in Jinwan Mansion, our future home, Lin Xian smiled slightly.
Future home? Have you bought a house?
Li Mengyao said in shock, her lips slightly wide open. Yes, you are pregnant, so it is definitely not possible for you to live in the dormitory all the time, and we are about to graduate. So I bought a set, so that it will be more convenient for me to take care of you on a daily basis.
Lin Xian looked at the other party tenderly. Well, it must have cost a lot of money. Where did you get so much money?
Li Mengyao pursed her lips. I forgot to mention before that I started investing since my freshman year, and all of this money is earned from investments. Lin Xian said confidently.
So let's find time to move in later. Li Mengyao's pretty face turned red. Are they living together? Chapter 4, Li's mother calls. Is this too fast? This is only the second time we met, and we are already living together.
While Li Mengyao was still daydreaming, Lin Xian had already parked the car steadily in the community parking lot. Seeing that Li Mengyao was still worried and cute, Lin Xian couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her snow-white and soft face.
Wife, what are you thinking about so intently?
Lin Xian said gently.
Who is your wife? Not yet. Li Mengyao's face turned red instantly.
She slapped the dirty hands on her face with one hand, raised the other hand and ran towards the soft flesh on Lin Xian's waist, then twisted it hard.
Hiss. It hurts, be gentle, honey. You're still screaming.
Li Mengyao pretended to increase her strength.
How could Lin Xian give her a chance? He grabbed her pink and tender hand and smiled. Stop messing around, let's go up and take a look at the house. Li Mengyao pouted slightly and then stopped.
The two got out of the car, and Li Mengyao quickly discovered a slender Maybach S680 parked not far away. It was indeed a high-end residential area, and it was obvious at first glance that it was a luxury car. Lin Xian naturally saw it as well, but did not say anything.
He reached out and held Li Mengyao's hand and walked towards the elevator.
Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at the house in Jinwan Mansion. It was a large flat with an area of 200 square meters. The decoration style was modern and simple, with a combination of gray and white colors. It had 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and the furniture was also fully matched. Li Mengyao walked to the large balcony and saw the afterglow of the river, covering the surface of the river with a layer of golden gauze. The June wind blows gently across the girl's face, making the whole picture warm and romantic. Seeing such a beautiful scene, Lin Xian finally couldn't help but step forward, stretching out his hands and gently holding Li Mengyao in his arms. Li Mengyao was startled at first, but did not struggle. Instead, her delicate face flushed again and she asked softly.
This house must have cost a lot of money. Well, more than 8 million.
Lin Xian savored the fragrance of the girl.
You bought a car and a house, but I can't give you anything. I feel so useless.
Li Mengyao murmured with her head down. Lin Xian gently turned Li Mengyao around, looked at her with deep and bright eyes, and said in a firm tone.
Who said it's useless? You and the baby in your belly are the greatest gifts. Wife, you gave me a home. I will also do my best to protect this home.
When the love reached its peak, Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao with misty and affectionate eyes, slowly lowered his head, and slowly approached that tempting cherry mouth. Li Mengyao was also panicked for a moment, her heart started beating wildly, she closed her eyes tightly, and let Lin Xian do whatever he wanted. Suddenly, a cell phone ring interrupted the two of them. Li Mengyao regained her senses instantly, gently pushed Lin Xian away, and said hurriedly, I have a call.
Li Mengyao opened her cell phone in panic.
It was a call from her mother Huang Shifang.
She pressed the answer button. Hello. Yao Yao, what have you been busy with recently? Mom, I haven't been busy lately.
Li Mengyao explained in panic.
Why are you speaking in a panic? Are you hiding something from Mom?
Her precious daughter knows herself best and she knew something was wrong with her tone just now.
Did someone bully you? No.
Because Lin Xian was very close, he could clearly hear the conversation between the two.
Seeing Li Mengyao's nervous look, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Li Mengyao glared at him, then raised her jade hand and twisted it around Lin Xian's waist again.
Hiss. Does Yao Yao have a boyfriend?
When Li's mother heard the boy's voice next to her daughter, she had already guessed the general situation.
Li Mengyao blushed and said hesitantly. Okay, it's time to have a boyfriend in college. What's he like? He is very nice.
Then if you are free next week, bring him back and I will take a good look at him for you.
Her daughter, who was studying in another city, suddenly had a boyfriend.
It would be a lie to say that she was not worried.
Mother Li had to check it herself. Then I'll ask him later. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore.
After hanging up the phone, Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian with a fierce look.
It's all your fault. My mom found out. It's just a matter of time.
I'm ready to have my legs broken, Lin Xian said shamelessly.
Then will you accompany me back next week?
Li Mengyao clenched her hands tightly.
Let's go back together.
We stole someone's precious daughter, so naturally we have to visit them in person.
Let's prepare to move in tomorrow.
Lin Xian said gently.
Okay, Li Mengyao smiled sweetly.
Afterwards, the two prepared to drive to a nearby shopping mall to eat. When they arrived at the parking lot downstairs, Li Mengyao was about to take out the car keys but was stopped by Lin Xian. Just park this Xiaomi SU7 in the community parking lot and drive my car.
Do you have other cars? Li Mengyao asked puzzledly. Yes, this is it.
Lin Xian pointed to the Maybach S680 not far away, took out the car key and unlocked it. The car started, and a pair of headlights emitted a unique beam of light, dazzling like a meteor shower.
So this Maybach is yours?
Li Mengyao opened her lips slightly and blinked her big, round almond eyes.
Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and walked to the passenger seat. After settling her down, he sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and drove towards the mall. When they arrived at the destination, Li Mengyao couldn't help asking, "What else are you hiding from me?" "No, didn't I tell you before that I have other cars to drive?"
Lin Xian said gently.
"But I think this car looks like new. I just washed the car yesterday." Lin Xian answered firmly. He couldn't say that it was given by the system. "Humph, I'll just believe you for now. I don't like people lying to me, especially people close to me." Li Mengyao lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Wife, I will definitely consult you when I have something to discuss next time, okay?"
Because Li Mengyao likes to eat fish, the two walked hand in hand into a grilled fish restaurant in the mall. After lunch, Li Mengyao was already drowsy. Lin Xian drove her back to the school dormitory, and he also returned to the doghouse where he had lived in college for more than 3 years.
"Kids, Daddy is back."
Lin Xian kicked the door open and said with a smile.
"It's him, the one who abducted the school beauty." Zhou Quan pointed at Lin Xian in pretended anger. "Good boy, you actually dare to do something big behind your father's back." Zhong Zixing also echoed.
"If you tell the truth, we might give you a lighter sentence," Chen Jinming said with a sly smile. Afterwards, Lin Xian was surrounded by 3 people again.
Chapter 55 Star Chef. Lin Xian told the whole story truthfully.
They were brothers who had lived together for almost 4 years and knew each other well, so they didn't hide anything.
Of course, the system didn't mention this, and the key is that no one would believe it. This is the situation.
Lin Xian shrugged.
Ah? Did I hear it right?
Zhong Zixing said in shock. I was wondering why I saw you and the school beauty in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the People's Hospital.
It turns out that. Zhou Quan was also stunned. Wow, you're driving a rocket, so fast. My girlfriend and I have been dating for 2 years and we haven't reached that stage yet. Chen Jingming put one hand on Lin Xian's shoulder and laughed. Keep it a secret for me first. I don't want to become the public enemy of all the boys in the school.
Mengyao and I are going to move out tomorrow.
I'll pay for everything tonight.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
Stop talking nonsense, log in first, and I'll give you a good meal tonight.
It is normal for senior students to move out, so no one asked Lin Xian where he moved to, thinking that he just found a rental house nearby.
Quaner, save your ultimate move for the new year. You don't understand. I'm just biding my time. At night, dormitory 622 went out together.
Zhou Quan just opened his phone to call a taxi but was stopped by Lin Xian.
Let's drive over there.
Where did we get the car?
Zhou Quan asked puzzledly. I just bought it. Please don't move around here. I'll be back soon.
Just when the 3 were still curious about what type of car Lin Xian bought, a slender Maybach slowly drove over, rolled down the window, and revealed a handsome face.
Get in the car. Isn't this a Maybach? A luxury car worth more than 3 million. Brother Xian, are you so rich? Why did you seem so stingy and secretive before?
The 3 of them were confused.
My family just bought it.
It will be convenient for taking care of the baby in the future. Lin Xian explained with a smile. Afterwards, Lin Xian drove to the restaurant where he often had dinner parties in the university dormitory.
Now that you are here, please take a seat. I have reserved a private room for you. Are you about to graduate from college?
The proprietress greeted warmly.
Yes, you can come here often even after graduation.
Zhou Quan said with a smile. Just don't forget it when the time comes, I'll give you a discount. The proprietress said with a smile.
This restaurant has unique flavors, and the proprietress often gives discounts to Lin Xian and his friends, so the dormitory often comes here for dinner. After the boss lady left, Lin Xian said to the 3 people, You are about to graduate from college. What are you going to do next?
I have signed up for the civil service examination and joined the army of candidates. I will become a civil servant in the future, Zhou Quan said firmly.
My girlfriend and I have both been admitted to graduate school and will continue to study at Jinghai University in the future.
Chen Jingming said with a smile. I am planning to start my own business, but unfortunately I don't have the platform and funds.
I'd better go to a company first.
Zhong Zixing said helplessly.
Brother Xian, what about you? What are you planning to do after graduation? Zhou Quan looked at Lin Xian.
I'll take care of the baby full-time first. Lin Xian said with a smile. You deserve to die, you're being Versailles again, Zhou Quan complained. In fact, Lin Xian originally wanted to start a business with Zhong Zixing. After all, the two of them were among the best in the School of Computer Science at Jinghai University. But plans can't keep up with changes. Now Lin Xian just wants to take care of Li Mengyao and the baby in her belly wholeheartedly.
He can only wait for an opportunity in the future. Serve the food. The four of them devoured the meal. The next day, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao agreed to move their luggage to Jinwan Mansion together at 10 o'clock in the morning. Lin Xian drove the Maybach slowly towards the female dormitory and soon saw a familiar figure downstairs of the dormitory. Today, Li Mengyao wore a solid color shirt with a denim skirt, which looked fresh and pleasant, like the cool breeze in the morning, refreshing. My wife looks good in everything she wears, huh? Why is there another girl next to her?
She is tall, with delicate features, showing a kind of cold beauty, and her sharp eyes reveal a hint of hostility. Lin Xian opened the car door, walked quickly to Li Mengyao, gently took her little hand, and said tenderly, I said I'd call you down after I arrived.
Have you been waiting too long?
Li Mengyao's face flushed slightly. No, we just came down too.
By the way, this is my roommate Lu Yusen. She insisted on coming along. Hello, I'm Lin Xian, Li Mengyao's husband.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
It was you who kidnapped my Yao Yao?
He said angrily when he saw Lin Xian and Li Mengyao holding hands. Lu Yusen saw that Lin Xian was indeed very handsome and drove a Maybach, so she thought that his family conditions must be good. However, many rich second generations are very fickle nowadays. As Yao Yao's best friend, she must keep a close eye on him.
Yes, Yao Yao will be left to me from now on.
Lin Xian said with a firm face. You wish. If you want to get Yao Yao, you have to get past me first.
Aren't you going to let Yao Yao move over?
I want to go and see for myself whether you can take good care of Yao Yao.
After Lu Yusen finished speaking, she pulled Yao Yao's suitcase and walked towards the car.
Lin Xian looked helpless and followed behind holding Li Mengyao's hand. This time, Li Mengyao did not sit in the passenger seat, but sat in the back seat with Lu Yusen. The car started slowly and soon arrived at the gate of Jinwan Mansion. Lu Yusen looked at the gate in front of her with a surprised look on her face.
Jinwanfu is a famous high-end residential area in Jinghai City.
It has a beautiful environment and is located in a prosperous area. You can also see the beautiful river view. Although Lin Xian's ability is indeed good, it is unclear how he will treat Yao Yao, and whether he will get tired of the old and love the new. Soon, Lin Xian parked the car and moved all the luggage into the house. Ding dong, it is detected that the host is moving for the first time for the baby. In order for the host to take better care of the baby in the future, I will reward you with a complete set of 5-star cooking skills. Please check it out. In an instant, all kinds of culinary knowledge from all over the world flooded into Lin Xian's brain.
Now Lin Xian is the most versatile 5-star chef. In fact, Lin Xian has always been reluctant to let Li Mengyao eat outside food. After all, she is pregnant. What if the food outside is not clean and affects the baby?
This 5-star cooking skill comes at the perfect time. It's almost time for lunch, so I'll show off my cooking skills at noon.
Wife, you and your bestie should rest at home for a while. I'll go to the market to buy some vegetables. Also, what do you want to eat?
Lin Xian asked with a smile.
You can also cook? Lu Yusen looked at her with doubt. There are really few men who can cook nowadays. I'm fine with it. I like everything you do. A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. Yao Yao, I'm still here.
Lu Yusen looked at Li Mengyao speechlessly, and then said, I want sweet and sour pork ribs, boiled pork slices, braised beef brisket with potatoes, and braised fish.
Okay, I'll be back soon.
Lin Xian put on his shoes and prepared to go out. Suddenly, a petite figure broke into Lin Xian's arms, accompanied by a faint fragrance.
Come back early.
Li Mengyao lowered her head and hugged Lin Xian tightly with her hands.
Okay, my wife.
Lin Xian reached out and gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair. Then Li Mengyao loosened her hands and ran back to the room with a red face.
Chapter 6 Li Mengyao's family. What's that smell so bad?
It turns out to be the sour smell of love.
Lu Yusin looked at everything that had just happened with disdain.
Yusin, stop talking.
Li Mengyao's face turned red. Yao Yao, why are you so willing to give in?
You're living with Lin Xian so soon.
You are the campus beauty of Jinghai University. You are alone with a man and a woman in the same room.
What if he treats you badly?
No.
He is very good to me and has always taken good care of me, and I have liked Lin Xian for a long time.
Li Mengyao murmured.
Oh, you love-brained person.
It can't be so fast, Yao Yao, are you hiding something from me? Lu Yusin stared at Li Mengyao. No. No.
Li Mengyao clenched her hands tightly together, blushing and hesitantly explaining, not daring to look the other person in the eye.
You are lying, tell me or I will do something bad.
Lu Yusin looked at him with a sly smile. Li Mengyao and Lu Yusin have known each other for almost 4 years. As good friends, they could tell at a glance that Li Mengyao was lying.
Ha 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 ha, stop it, it's itchy. Lu Yusin pounced on Li Mengyao, put her hands on her waist, and kept tickling her. Say it or not. I say, ha ha ha.
Li Mengyao had no choice but to surrender. She was most afraid of being tickled. Li Mengyao wiped the tears from her eyes and said shyly.
Actually, I'm pregnant. Huh? Did I hear it right?
Lu Yusin was shocked with her mouth wide open. It's been more than 2 months. Afterwards, Li Mengyao told Lu Yusin what had happened.
It seems that Lin Xian is quite responsible. But I have to remind you that you two, living together, must hold on.
Lin Xian wouldn't be like that. You are so beautiful, who knows what will happen if he gets beastly someday.
No. That can't be. Li Mengyao's face turned red instantly.
At this time, there was a sound of the door opening, and Lin Xian walked in carrying large and small bags.
You're back.
Li Mengyao walked quickly to Lin Xian and stretched out her hand to take the bag.
I'll be there. What are you two talking about? Your face is so red. Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's pretty face. I won't tell you.
Li Mengyao pouted her lips slightly, looking proud.
Then I'll go cook. It will be ready soon.
Lin Xian couldn't do anything with her, so he had to go into the kitchen and start cooking.
It is indeed a reward from the system. Looking at these ingredients, I can come up with the corresponding cooking methods in my mind. Whether it is frying, roasting, boiling, steaming, stewing, deep frying or braising, I am proficient in everything. The house given by the system is also fully furnished, and they are all big brands. After a while, a fragrance wafted from the kitchen, like an invisible hand, pulling Li Mengyao and Lu Yusin closer involuntarily. Serve the food. Lin Xian filled the dining table with delicious dishes. Wow, this is so delicious, it must be a 5-star chef. Lu Yusin took a piece of beef brisket and stuffed it into her mouth, unable to help but exclaim. Li Mengyao was also eating it in small bites. Yao Yao, your future life will be so happy, with the chef by your side every day. Li Mengyao didn't expect that Lin Xian's cooking could reach the level of a chef, and her face was filled with happiness. Lin Xian took a sip and found it mellow in taste and rich in aroma. Every bite made him intoxicated. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully preparing a delicious meal for Li Mengyao and the babies. A cash reward of 500,000 yuan, and a 6-fold critical hit probability, a cash reward of 3 million yuan, has been transferred to the host's bank card through formal and legal means, please check. Lin Xian heard the system's voice again in his mind. The system was still as awesome as ever, giving out a reward of 3 million at once. After lunch, Lin Xian sent Lu Yusin back to school. Lin Xian drove quietly and glanced at Lu Yusin sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror. I say, why are you staring at me? Lin Xian said helplessly. When are you going to get married? Yao Yao is pregnant with your child, you have to give her a name. You know everything? Lin Xian was a little surprised. Of course, Yao Yao and I are good friends who can talk about anything. Lu Yusin looked proud. We plan to go back to Mengyao's hometown together next week. When we get my mother-in-law's consent, we will get married. Lin Xian said in a firm tone. Okay, I'll leave Yao Yao to you first. Yao Yao's family is not very good. Her father died in a car accident in his early years, leaving only her and her mother, so Yao Yao lacks a sense of security. She hasn't mentioned these to me yet. Lin Xian said with a sad heart. Don't be fooled by her soft and weak appearance. She is actually very strong inside and sometimes very stubborn. Since she has decided to follow you, you should treat her well. If you dare to bully Yao Yao, I will never let you go. Lu Yusin waved her little pink fist. I know that no matter how much I say, it won't be as good as actual action. I will definitely not let Meng Yao down. You can supervise me at any time. After safely delivering Lu Yusin, Lin Xian immediately returned to Jinwan Prefecture. I'm back. There was no response. Lin Xian walked into the room and found Li Mengyao sleeping on the sofa. She must have been waiting for Lin Xian to come back, and ended up falling asleep in a daze. At this time, Li Mengyao had changed into a white nightgown, revealing her charming long legs. Lin Xian walked carefully to the sofa, squatted down, and carefully looked at the sleeping beauty. Her body was slightly curled up, her eyes were closed, her eyelashes were like butterfly wings, trembling gently, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if she was having a sweet dream. Thinking of Li Mengyao's tragic childhood experiences and the bitterness of both mother and daughter, Lin Xian's heart ached. I will be a good husband, Meng Yao. Lin Xian said gently. Li Mengyao made a slight sound as if she heard it. Lin Xian gently picked up Li Mengyao and slowly walked towards the master bedroom. Li Mengyao had a beautiful dream. In the dream, she and Lin Xian were walking in the marriage hall, hugging and kissing each other. Li Mengyao woke up around 5 in the afternoon. There was nothing she could do about it. Pregnancy really made her sleepy. She remembered that she seemed to have fallen asleep on the sofa, but when she opened her eyes she found herself in bed. Her face turned red and she hurriedly got up and opened the door. At this moment, Lin Xian was in the computer room, sitting in front of the computer, his fingers clacking on the keyboard. No one knew what he was doing. Lin Xian, what are you doing? Li Mengyao's voice was a little hoarse, as if she was still immersed in a sweet dream. Wife, are you awake? I'm doing a part-time job. Lin Xian walked quickly to Li Mengyao and said gently. Have I disturbed you? Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes slightly. You never disturb me at any time. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat tonight? Lin Xian could not hide the doting in his eyes. It's all right. I'm not picky about food. Li Mengyao stretched out her hands and said coquettishly. Lin Xian gently held Li Mengyao in his arms. She exuded a unique fragrance, not strong but lasting, like the tranquility in a valley. Are we going shopping in the mall tonight? Lin Xian asked. Why do you suddenly want to go shopping? Li Mengyao looked confused. Normally, it is girls who should take the initiative to go shopping. It is rare for boys to take the initiative to do so. Take you to buy something. I don't have anything to buy. You'll understand once you get there. It's very important. Okay. Li Mengyao's brilliant smile made people's hearts tremble. Chapter 7 Shopping. In the evening, Lin Xian put local chicken, shiitake mushrooms, ginger slices and other ingredients into a pot and stewed them. The umami flavor of the shiitake mushrooms and the unique aroma of the local chicken blended together to make a mellow mushroom and local chicken soup. Wife, come and try the local chicken soup I made. Lin Xian placed a small bowl of chicken soup in front of Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao had a poor appetite during her pregnancy and had no appetite for anything. So Lin Xian made delicious chicken soup, and with the help of a 5-star chef, it directly stimulated Li Mengyao's taste buds. Lin Xian, why are you so skilled at cooking? Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes and drank in small sips. I have to blame my mom. She always likes to come up with new ideas. For example, kiwi rice, dragon fruit fried meat. In short, the cooking skills are not very good. Later, I studied cooking on my own during the winter and summer vacations. Lin Xian recalled painfully that his mother Zhang Shulan's cooking skills were really not that good. So there was really no other way, I could only cook for myself, and over time I learned how to cook. Although I'm definitely not as good as a 5-star chef, at least I can eat. Li Mengyao burst out laughing. Don't say that about Auntie. In the evening, the two drove the Maybach to a large shopping mall nearby, Jinwan Plaza. Jinwan Plaza is the commercial center of Jinwan district in Jinghai City. It is dazzling with flashing neon lights and numerous shops. Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's arm and walked into Jinwan Plaza. You haven't told me what to buy yet. Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xian's hand. You'll know soon enough, just ahead. Afterwards, the two entered a store specializing in daily necessities for pregnant women. Welcome, what can I do for you too? The clerk greeted them warmly. Hello, do you have any moisturizing lotion to prevent stretch marks? Lin Xian asked. Yes, this one is a very popular product recently.
It is very effective in removing wrinkles and has a high cost effectiveness. The shop assistants were two young men, and they did not recommend the most expensive items right away, otherwise they would scare people away. Lin Xian glanced at the specific information of the product and frowned. Although this product has a good effect in removing wrinkles, it is not the best.
There are also these ones.
Although the wrinkle removal effect is not as good, they are much cheaper than the previous one and are also good.
The clerk saw Lin Xian frowning and thought that the two of them probably didn't have that much budget. Could you please show me the most expensive and best performing product in your store? Lin Xian asked the clerk with a smile.
Okay, please wait.
This is the one. I guarantee that there won't be any stretch marks after using it. The clerk quickly brought it over.
Lin Xian relied on the pregnancy knowledge encyclopedia rewarded by the system and took a look at the product information. It was free of fragrance, alcohol, chemical additives, etc., and it was indeed the best for removing wrinkles.
Li Mengyao took a look at the price and took a deep breath. This small bottle costs 1,000 yuan.
So he gently pulled the corner of Lin Xian's clothes and whispered, "Buy the previous one, this one is too expensive."
It's okay, your husband has money.
You don't want to have stretch marks after giving birth, so use the best.
Lin Xian gently squeezed Li Mengyao's little hand and said softly. Hello, could you please give me 5 bottles of this, thank you. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll pack it for you. The clerk was very happy and sold it for 5,000 yuan in one go.
After paying, the two walked out of the maternity daily necessities store, and Lin Xian took Li Mengyao and continued walking forward.
Do you want to buy anything else?
Li Mengyao wanted to hold Lin Xian back, not wanting him to spend any more money, so he should save some money.
I also want to buy this, Lin Xian said with a smile, pointing forward.
Li Mengyao looked in the direction where she saw a store specializing in maternity clothes.
Why buy these?
After 3 months of pregnancy, your belly will start to show, and the clothes you wore before will no longer fit.
So let's buy some maternity clothes.
Lin Xian continued to teach Li Mengyao about pregnancy.
How do you know all this? Li Mengyao's face flushed after hearing this. I have done my homework for you and the babies.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
Lower your head, I have something to tell you.
Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes happily and whispered.
Why are you being so careful?
Lin Xian bent down obediently, and she gently tiptoed and left a gentle kiss on Lin Xian's cheek. Then he quickly distanced himself from the store and walked towards the store with his calves clacking. A faint smile appeared on Lin Xian's face, as if the whole world had become beautiful. After Li Mengyao picked out a few maternity clothes, she went into the changing room to try them on. Lin Xian glanced at the jewelry store opposite, estimated the time, and quickly ran in.
Welcome. A tall, decent-looking clerk came up to greet us. Hello, do you have any diamond ring recommendations?
Lin Xian asked with a smile. This is a 1-carat, G grade engagement diamond ring. The novel design is very popular among young people, and it only costs 20,000 yuan. The clerk saw that Lin Xian still looked like a college student, so he probably didn't have much budget.
Although this one has a novel design, the quality of the diamonds is a bit low. Do you have any better ones?
Lin Xian asked with a smile. Sir, what is your budget?
About 500,000.
The clerk was shocked.
500,000 yuan. How can a student have so much money? It seems that he might be a rich second generation. My monthly salary is only a few thousand yuan.
It's really frustrating to compare myself with others. Soon, the clerk took out a new diamond ring. The design of this diamond ring was exquisite, the cutting craftsmanship was superb, and it was crystal clear, like the dewdrops in the morning, and it looked even more precious when set on the ring. This 2-carat D-grade rare pure diamond is a rare treasure that proves the eternity of true love. Grade D is completely colorless, the highest grade of color, and is extremely rare and precious.
The price is exactly 500,000.
Lin Xian was instantly blinded by the light.
It was indeed true that you get what you pay for. After all, it was worth 500,000 yuan, which was almost as much as a house in a small county town. Okay, thank you.
I want this one, Lin Xian said as he told the clerk the size he had measured yesterday while Li Mengyao fell asleep.
Okay sir, please come over here to pay and I'll help you pack it.
The clerk was very happy because he would get a lot of commission after completing this big order. After paying the bill, Lin Xian immediately returned to the maternity clothing store and pretended nothing had happened. Lin Xian, this looks good. Li Mengyao just walked out and turned around on the spot.
It looks good. My wife looks good in anything she wears.
Lin Xian said with admiration. Although Li Mengyao's belly is not noticeable yet, she still looks like a pure beauty in this outfit.
Oomph, it's the same as if I didn't say anything. Li Mengyao looked at it in the mirror in front of her, thought it was good, and bought it. After buying clothes, they drove back to Jinwan Mansion. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when Li Mengyao got home, and she was extremely sleepy. Then I'll go back to my room, take a shower and go to bed. Good night. Li Mengyao yawned. Do you want a goodnight kiss?
Lin Xian leaned forward and asked very gently.
No. No, I've already kissed you today. Li Mengyao's face turned red instantly, and she quickly turned around and walked back to the room. So it will be available tomorrow? Besides.
Li Mengyao returned to the room and closed the door gently.
Chapter 8. Can you come over here for a moment?
Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully accompanying Li Mengyao to buy products for pregnant women. A reward of 1 luxury store in Jinwan Plaza, please check. The system's voice came into Lin Xian's mind again. At the same time, staff from Jinwan Plaza also called.
Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the marketing manager of Jinwan Plaza.
The relevant procedures for your purchase of the Jinwan Plaza luxury store have been prepared.
When are you free to come and check it? Okay, I'll check in a few days.
Lin Xian hung up the phone, thinking what time it was. The staff at Jinwan Plaza were still working overtime. This society is too twisted. These days, Lin Xian took care of Li Mengyao's 3 meals a day as usual.
The weather forecast shows that there will be heavy thunderstorms in Jinwan district late at night.
At this time, Lin Xian brought out a plate of cherries after dinner. Li Mengyao was lying leisurely on the lazy chair, looking at the sparkling river surface and accepting feeding from Lin Xian.
Is it tasty? Delicious. Hey, shall we watch a movie together tonight? Okay, what movie do you want to see? I want to watch a horror movie. Li Mengyao hesitated slightly. Horror movie?
Lin Xian was slightly stunned. Li Mengyao was usually so weak, how could she like watching horror movies?
I didn't watch horror movies before, but after entering college, Uxian often played horror movies in the dormitory.
I liked the thrilling feeling I got from watching them, Li Mengyao explained in a low voice.
This girl?
No, the emotions and mental state during pregnancy will affect the baby's development. Watching horror movies can create emotional waves of tension and fear, which can be passed on to the baby.
So let's pick a heartwarming movie to watch, okay? Lin Xian explained gently. Okay. Li Mengyao pouted slightly.
In the end, the two chose the movie Hachiko, a dog's story. In fact, there is another important reason for not watching horror movies, that is, Lin Xian has been afraid of ghosts since he was a child. When he was a child, he was frightened by the older sister of the neighbor. One time, she took advantage of being a few years older than Lin Xian and forced him to watch a horror movie together, which caused indelible trauma in his young heart. The living room has a high-definition projector with a 70-inch large screen, comfortable sofas, shocking sound effects, and clear picture quality, creating the ultimate viewing experience.
After Lin Xian adjusted the projector, Li Mengyao took some fruits and snacks, leaned quietly beside Lin Xian, and fed him while watching a movie.
Hachiko, a dog's story, tells the story of the deep emotional bond between humans and dogs, and also reminds us to cherish the people and animals around us, and the love and companionship they give us.
Sure enough, after watching the movie, Li Mengyao's eyes were blurred with tears and she was completely immersed in the emotional world of the movie. Appropriate crying can help pregnant women release inner pressure, reduce psychological burden and relieve emotional tension. As for Lin Xian, he gently hugged Li Mengyao and kept handing her tissues with his other hand. Although the movie was very touching, Lin Xian did not have any emotional fluctuations. It's impossible for me to cry. It's not decent for a grown man to cry while watching a movie. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when they finished watching the movie.
Li Mengyao yawned, raised her jade hands and gently hugged Lin Xian's neck, raised her head slightly, and left a kiss on Lin Xian's face.
I'm going to bed, good night kiss. After saying that, he trotted back to the room.
Lin Xian had no way to deal with this kind of person who flirts and then runs away. After turning off the projector, Lin Xian returned to his room and prepared to go to bed.
Boom!
Late at night, the wind howled in the darkness, lightning flashed and thunder roared, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and heavy rain poured down, violently hitting the earth. Li Mengyao, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a loud thunder. The thunder was deafening. Li Mengyao was frightened and turned pale. She trembled and curled up. Li Mengyao has been afraid of thunder since she was a child, although as she grows older, she is no longer afraid of ordinary thunder.
But now the thunder seemed to be right above Jinwan Prefecture, deafening.
Coupled with the fact that I was pregnant, the feeling of fear was magnified. On the other hand, although Lin Xian was also awakened by the first thunder, he prefers thunderstorms.
I always feel that I sleep better with the sound of thunder and rain.
Lin Xian was just about to fall asleep again when his cell phone suddenly rang.
Who is it, sending me a message in the middle of the night?
Lin Xian was very reluctant, but he couldn't resist his curiosity.
I opened my phone and saw that it was Li Mengyao. Lin Xian, can you come over here for a moment?
Li Mengyao continued to curl up after sending the message. In the past, she could have just gritted her teeth and got through it, but now it's different, she thought of Lin Xian. I was afraid of disturbing Lin Xian's sleep, so after thinking it over again and again, I decided to send a message first.
Wife, I'm coming in.
Lin Xian knocked on the door gently, then pushed it open and walked in. Li Mengyao heard Lin Xian's voice and quickly jumped off the bed. Like a frightened bird, she flew into Lin Xian's arms and hugged his neck tightly. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were afraid of thunder.
Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair. Then I'll watch you sleep? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao, who was trembling slightly in his arms. Let's sleep together. A faint blush appeared on Li Mengyao's face. Is there such a good thing?
Lin Xian suddenly wanted to thank the weather tonight. Lin Xian carried Li Mengyao back to the bed and lay down himself, gently holding Li Mengyao in his arms, giving her enough sense of security. Li Mengyao was no longer so scared when being held by Lin Xian. Instead, she felt very warm. What followed was the temperature of the face continuing to rise.
Li Mengyao is shy.
Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao, whose face was flushed, and said with a smile.
You're not scared now, are you? It's not the first time I hold you in my arms while sleeping, why are you so shy? The last time, wasn't it when I was pregnant?
The bad guy Lin Xian dares to tease me at this time.
The more Li Mengyao thought about it, the angrier she became.
She raised her jade hand and pinched Lin Xian's waist.
Okay, I was wrong. I won't tease you anymore. I just want to ease your fear. You've cried enough today. Any more crying won't be good for the baby. Are you still scared now?
Lin Xian coaxed gently.
Not afraid anymore. Li Mengyao murmured.
Soon, Li Mengyao fell asleep, but Lin Xian didn't feel so good.
This girl doesn't sleep well.
Lin Xian was in great agony at this moment.
Chapter 9. You're going to be a grandmother. The next morning, a telephone rang in Li Mengyao's ears.
Li Mengyao, sleepy and dazed, picked up the phone and pressed the answer button.
Hello. Li Mengyao's voice was soft.
Lin's mother on the other end of the phone was shocked and stunned.
What's going on?
I called my son and heard a woman's voice on the other end of the line.
Who are you? Where is my son Lin Xian? Lin's mother asked anxiously. Lin Xian? Lin Xian is sleeping next to me.
After saying that, Li Mengyao put the phone close to Lin Xian, then hugged Lin Xian and continued to sleep soundly. Lin Xian is sleeping like a pig because he stayed up late last night. Only the person on the other end of the line was left. Hello?
Hello? Why is there no one here? Hello? 2 hours passed.
Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and finally came back to life. Looking at Li Mengyao holding her tightly in her arms, her charming cherry lips.
I really want to have a bite.
At this moment, an angel and a demon appeared in Lin Xian's mind.
Angel, people trust you so much, Lin Xian, you can't take advantage of them. Devil, you already have a child, so what is wrong with a kiss? Lin Xian, kiss her hard.
Lin Xian fell into deep thought. What both of them said made sense.
Then just choose the middle option. It's not too much to secretly kiss Li Mengyao's little face.
Li Mengyao has also secretly kissed Lin Xian's face several times, as a way of returning the favor.
Lin Xian lowered his head and slowly approached Li Mengyao's delicate face.
When they were still a few centimeters away, Lin Xian's breathing made Li Mengyao's eyebrows tremble slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes gradually became clear, revealing a kind of freshness and innocence as if she had just woken up.
You, what do you want to do?
Li Mengyao regained consciousness and spoke weakly.
I just want to see you up close.
Lin Xian said guiltily. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian's eyes, then lowered her head to look at her collar, and her little face instantly turned red. Rogue. Pervert. Then she quickly distanced herself from him, buried her head in the quilt, and was too shy to come out. Lin Xian looks doting. His wife scolds people in a gentle way.
Ahem, no more joking.
After being in a daze for a while, Lin Xian was about to get up.
Coincidentally, Lin's mother called again.
Lin Xian didn't think much about it and pressed the answer button.
Hello, Mom. What's the matter that makes you call so early in the morning? Where are you now, little brat? Me? I'm in the dormitory.
Lin Xian looked at the situation and felt that it was difficult to explain now, so he could only lie to the old lady.
In the dormitory? Then why did a girl answer my call just now? You're not going to break into the girls' dormitory at night, are you? You are really going to torture me. I won't care about you when the time comes.
Zhang Shulan said angrily.
Ah.
Lin Xian quickly opened his phone and saw several calls from Zhang Shulan.
The first one was connected. Could it be Li Mengyao who answered it?
At this time, Li Mengyao fell asleep again.
Pregnant women can really sleep. Mom, I'll explain it to you later.
Lin Xian lowered his voice and hung up the phone.
This brat even dared to hang up on me. I'm so pissed.
Zhang Shulan looked at Lin Zhenghua, who was playing with his mobile phone not far away.
Lao Lin, go wash the vegetables if you have nothing else to do. Lin Zhenghua looked at him innocently. What does it have to do with me if my son provokes you?
Due to my family status, I had no choice but to walk into the kitchen. On the other side, Lin Xian tiptoed out of the room, opened the first call record on his mobile phone, and clicked replay.
Hello. Lin Xian?
Lin Xian is sleeping next to me, Li Mingyao's soft voice came.
Oh no, my mom must have misunderstood. But it's time to confess to my family.
It's nothing more than mixed doubles, which was a common occurrence when I was a kid. Then Lin Xian quickly called his mother back.
You little bastard, are you too arrogant to hang up on your mom? Mom, don't be angry. I'm fighting back.
Lin Xian said with a grin.
Tell me quickly, what happened this morning?
Mom, you have to prepare yourself mentally.
Still preparing yourself mentally? You won't really. Mom, please don't let your imagination run wild. There's no way I would do something like that.
Zhang Shulan thought about it carefully and realized that she knew her son well and it was unlikely that he would do such a thing. Then tell me, kid, I heard it clearly.
Mom, it's nothing, it's just, you're going to be a grandmother. It's okay, it's really nothing, what?
Zhang Shulan jumped in shock.
The person who just answered the phone was your daughter-in-law. You bastard boy, what did your father and I teach you? You let her get pregnant before marriage, are you doing her justice? If I hadn't caught you, you would have hidden yourself away for the rest of your life, right? You really make me mad.
Zhang Shulan clenched her fists tightly, wishing she could fly over and beat Lin Xian up.
Mom, don't be angry, isn't this because you're not ready yet?
And I'm planning to marry her, and then we'll have a grand wedding. Lin Xian hurriedly explained.
So where do you live now? It can't be in the girls' dormitory. Of course not.
I now live in Jinwan Mansion, Jinghai City.
Just wait, kid. Your dad and I will be there this afternoon. Send me the address.
By the way, if you have any photos of my daughter-in-law, please send them over as well.
Zhang Shulan was so angry.
Although she really wanted to be a grandmother after retirement, she couldn't become one suddenly.
No one could bear this.
She had to go and see the scene.
Lao Lin, come out. Zhang Shulan shouted towards the kitchen. What's going on? It feels so tense. Lin Zhenghua looked innocent.
Take a leave from work these 2 days, and we'll go to Jinghai City in the afternoon.
Why do you suddenly ask for leave?
I am a middle-level leader in a state-owned enterprise, so it's difficult to approve it.
Your son got someone else's daughter pregnant. You're going to be a grandfather. Do you want to take a leave?
Zhang Shulan rolled her eyes at Lin Zhenghua.
Ha? What the hell is going on? After Zhang Shulan's explanation, Lin Zhenghua was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. You little brat, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Where are my belts? Bring me a few more.
At this time, Zhang Shulan found her good sister who was doing business in the countryside and asked her to bring a few local chickens over quickly. Then the two of them began to rummage through the boxes and pack up their things. On the other side, Lin Xian was in a state of panic, pacing back and forth in the hall.
It was over. He was going to be beaten in the afternoon.
At this time, Li Mengyao just pushed open the door and walked out, and saw Lin Xian looking anxious.
Lin Xian, what are you doing? Honey, are you awake? Are you hungry? I'll go make breakfast right now.
When Lin Xian saw Li Mengyao, his anxious mood instantly disappeared.
A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face.
After a while, the fragrant mushroom and lean meat porridge was served. Looking at Li Mengyao drinking in small sips, Lin Xian's heart was filled with happiness.
Anyway, the matter has been settled, and the worst that can happen is that I'll get a couple of beatings.
One meal at my own home, one meal at my wife's home.
Wife, did you receive a phone call this morning? Is there?
Li Mengyao tried hard to recall while drinking porridge.
It seems like someone said they were looking for Lin Xian, and then That's my mother.
Lin Xian said helplessly. At this time, Li Mengyao's eyes were wide open, and her cherry lips were slightly opened, unable to close for a long time.
Chapter 10. Don't pull your ears. Li Mengyao couldn't even drink the porridge anymore. She was shocked and didn't know what to do.
Lin Xian gently embraced Li Mengyao in his arms and said softly,
"Don't be afraid, honey. This will happen sooner or later. I was going to tell them after I visited your mother. My parents are also very easy to get along with.
They are so happy to see such a beautiful daughter-in-law."
Li Mengyao frowned. "I'm still a little nervous. Will your parents think that I am a casual person?"
Lin Xian gently played with Li Mengyao's hair, which exuded a faint fragrance.
"No, they think I've let you down. I guess he's busy packing now. Come and give me a beating this afternoon."
After hearing this, the corners of Li Mengyao's mouth slightly raised into a beautiful crescent shape, and she seemed less nervous.
"Well, how did your parents beat you?"
"My dad has an heirloom belt, and my mom has an heirloom hanger. It's a two-person mixed doubles match, and it's a round-based match. This time, my dad beat me and my mom comforted me. Next time, my mom beat me and my dad comforted me."
The two of them worked in unison.
Lin Xian recalled painfully. Li Mengyao chuckled and blinked her elegant eyes slightly.
"You must be too naughty. You just wanted to be a hooligan to me. Can it be called hooliganism when a husband kisses his own wife?"
Lin Xian said shamelessly.
Not yet, we're not married yet."
Li Mengyao's face flushed instantly, and she raised her jade hand and gently hit Lin Xian's chest.
"It's only a matter of time." Li Mengyao rolled her eyes and then hesitated. "I used to have a happy family. But when I was 8 years old, my dad left us early because of a car accident. I was still young at that time and naively thought my father was going on a long journey. The next time we met was in the black and white photo on the tombstone. After that, my mother started to work hard every day to support the family. When I was in school, I was often teased and told that I was a fatherless child."
Li Mengyao recounted many of the bitter experiences of her childhood, tears streaming down her face, her eyes red, and she hugged Lin Xian tightly with both hands. Lin Xian gently wiped away her tears with a tissue, then hugged Li Mengyao tightly.
"Don't cry, I'll always be here for you. I will give you and the babies a wonderful home in the future,"
Lin Xian said in a firm tone.
"Yeah, I believe you. Do you still want to drink the porridge?" "No more drinking. I'm still a little sleepy. Carry me back to bed."
Li Mengyao smiled sweetly.
"Little lazy bastard."
Then Lin Xian effortlessly picked her up like a princess.
Hiss. "Don't bite, I was wrong."
Lin Xian carried Li Mengyao back to the room. After coming out, he looked at the cute teeth marks on his arm and smiled happily.
Ding dong, the brat sent a message. Zhang Shulan opened it and was instantly attracted.
In the photo, Li Mengyao is wearing a white nightgown. She has delicate features and looks fresh and charming. Her cherry lips are biting a cherry, giving people a feeling of comfort and tranquility. That is right, this is a photo that Lin Xian took secretly. Even without beauty filters or makeup, she still looks like a fresh beauty.
This daughter-in-law is so pretty.
Old Lin, take a look. Zhang Shulan handed it to Lin Zhenggui impatiently.
I'm driving now. I'll see when we get there. I'm telling you, when you see your daughter-in-law later, don't put on a sour face, okay? If you want to beat up your son, go out and solve it. Don't scare your daughter-in-law, do you hear me? I know. I'll do as you say.
Lin Zhenghua was helpless. It seemed that his family status was going to decline again. Lin Xian's hometown is Yunhai City, a 3-hour drive from Jinghai City. So for the time being, Lin Xian can still survive for 3 hours.
But what is coming will come.
In the afternoon, Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua arrived at the gate of Jinwan Mansion and were also attracted by the beautiful scenery of the community.
This neighborhood is pretty nice.
Zhang Shulan was comparing her own community. Although the community she lived in was considered good in Yunhai City, the gap was huge compared to the Jinwan Mansion in front of her.
This brat, renting a house in such an expensive place, doesn't he know that it costs a lot of money to get married and have children? One more reason to beat up Lin Xian. Then he made an angry phone call. Hey, brat, we're here, hurry down and pick us up. Coming.
Lin Xian said helplessly.
So fast. It's only been 2.5 hours.
Lin Xian quickly put on his shoes and ran to the gate of the community to greet the two elders. Soon, Lin Xian saw two familiar figures, familiar faces, and angry eyes.
Mom and Dad, come here. Ouch, it hurts, stop pulling my ears. You little brat, you ignored my previous instructions, didn't you?
Zhang Shulan grabbed Lin Xian's ears, and because Lin Xian was tall, he was forced to be pulled down. Everyone around was looking at this place with a look of watching onlookers, which made Lin Xian very embarrassed.
Mom, please listen to me and let me explain slowly. Save some face for your son in public.
Lin Xian wailed in pain and looked for help at Lin Zhenghua, who was standing next to him. Lin Zhenghua's mouth opened and closed, as if he was telling Lin Xian something in sign language.
There's nothing I can do, and I'll have to beat you up later. Lin Xian looked desperate.
Zhang Shulan looked around and then let go of her hand.
Let's go up and talk.
Then the three of them walked towards Lin Xian's house, and Lin Xian told the two elders everything that had happened. The strange thing is, my mom didn't seem very angry, but my dad was smiling but not really smiling.
What about my daughter-in-law? Zhang Shulan asked impatiently.
I'm sleeping in my room.
I should be awake by now.
Then let her continue to sleep. I'll go make some chicken soup for my daughter-in-law to replenish her nutrition. After saying that, Zhang Shulan got up and prepared to go to the kitchen. The father and son were shocked. Mom, I'll do it, you guys just rest. Lin Xian hurriedly stopped her.
Can you make chicken soup? Of course, now your daughter-in-law only eats the food I cook, you might not be used to it.
Zhang Shulan had no choice but to use her daughter-in-law's trick. Then Lin Xian rushed into the kitchen and attacked the poor hen. After a while, the room was filled with the rich aroma of chicken soup. At this time, Li Mengyao had just woken up and came to the hall following the fragrance.
Lin Xian, have you made chicken soup again? It smells so good.
As soon as Li Mengyao finished speaking, she saw Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua beside her, looking at her tenderly. From a happy face to shy, and then ran back to the room in a panic.
Chapter 11 Uncle, don't hit Lin Xian.
When Zhang Shulan saw her daughter-in-law running away, she punched Lin Zhenghua next to her, but of course she didn't use much force.
Look at your playful face. Look, you scared your daughter-in-law away.
Zhang Shulan glared at him and then walked into the kitchen. Lin Zhenghua felt a little aggrieved, thinking, didn't you tell me not to put on a sullen face before, and you were also smiling frivolously? Of course Lin Zhenghua didn't dare to say it out loud, he could only endure it silently and take it out on his son when the time came.
Son, go and see my daughter-in-law.
She seemed to have been scared away by your father when she came out just now. Zhang Shulan said to Lin Xian.
Is Mengyao awake? I'll go right away.
The chicken soup is almost done, Mom, please stop processing it. Lin Xian walked away while turning back and giving instructions.
Got it, go ahead.
Zhang Shulan knew that her son disliked her cooking skills, so she glared at him.
Lin Xian walked into the room and closed the door.
Li Mengyao was wearing a light purple ruffled dress, like an elf walking out of a sea of flowers, exuding a charming and fresh temperament. The light makeup on her face also makes her look more fresh and pleasant.
Does it look good?
Seeing Lin Xian staring at her, Li Mengyao asked shyly. Very beautiful, like a fairy. Lin Xian walked to Li Mengyao and took her soft little hand. I was so sleepy just now that I forgot your parents were coming.
Will they like the way I look now?
Li Mengyao pursed her lips, still a little nervous.
There is no parent in the world who doesn't like a little fairy like you.
Lin Xian squeezed her little hand.
You are the only one who can speak.
Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes. Let's go out together, don't worry, I'm here. Then the two of them walked out of the room hand in hand, Lin Xian in front and Li Mengyao following closely behind.
Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is Li Mengyao, the child's mother. Mengyao, these are my parents. Lin Xian introduced. Hello, Uncle and Aunt Li Mengyao greeted nervously.
Zhang Shulan and Lin Guozhang were looking at their daughter-in-law in front of them.
She was even more beautiful in person than in the photo.
He admired that he was indeed his son and had good taste.
Mengyao, come and sit down. Auntie wants to have a good chat with you.
Zhang Shulan greeted them warmly, pushed Lin Xian aside, and pulled Li Mengyao to sit down.
Mengyao, where are you from? Stillwater City.
Seeing that Li Mengyao was still very reserved, he thought it might be Lin Zhenghua who was beside her, and then glared at her.
Lao Lin, don't you have something to say to your precious son? You guys go out and discuss this.
Lin Zhenghua and Lin Xian left reluctantly.
We already know about your situation.
It was my brat who wronged you.
I just gave him a good lesson.
Here, our Lin family would like to apologize to you.
Then Zhang Shulan took out a bracelet from her bosom. The gems on the bracelet were exquisitely inlaid and shining brightly.
The unique bracelet design was like a work of art.
We don't have any heirloom bracelets. This is a bracelet I bought while traveling a few years ago.
I plan to give it to my daughter-in-law in the future.
I'll give it to you as a meeting gift. Auntie, I can't accept such a valuable thing. Li Mengyao quickly refused.
Here, this is what that kid owes you. Don't worry, if this kid dares to treat you badly, just tell me and I will definitely help you teach him a lesson. Li Mengyao heard the lesson and suddenly thought, could it be that Lin Xian went out with his father?
Li Mengyao's face changed drastically and she quickly ran out the door.
Just then, Lin Zhenghua was seen holding a belt, ready to beat Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood still, ready to accept the punishment. Li Mengyao quickly rushed towards Lin Xian, hugged him tightly, and looked straight at Lin Zhenghua.
Uncle, don't hit Lin Xian. Lin Xian is not wrong.
It was caused by our carelessness. Lin Xian has been taking good care of me during this period and has also taken on responsibilities.
I like Lin Xian very much.
Lin Xian also didn't expect that Li Mengyao, who had always been weak, would be so brave, and even for the sake of protecting himself.
Oh. Lin Xian, you decide what to do.
Lin Zhenghua sighed helplessly. I will take responsibility and spend my whole life accompanying you and taking care of you. Lin Xian said in a firm tone.
I believe you.
Li Mengyao lowered her head shyly.
Okay, stop standing outside. Mengyao must be hungry. Come in and have a bowl of chicken soup to replenish your nutrition.
Zhang Shulan came out to smooth things over and pulled Li Mengyao back to the restaurant inside the house, followed by Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua. Lin Xian went back to the kitchen and cooked some home-cooked dishes.
The family finally had dinner. Brat, when did your cooking skills become so good? Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua were both shocked.
It tasted so delicious. However, Zhang Shulan did not forget to pick up food for Li Mengyao.
Li Mengyao's bowl was never empty.
After dinner, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao for a stroll around the community as usual. Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua stayed at home.
Wife, were you scared just now? Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and asked. Yeah, a little. My parents are actually pretty nice people.
I was taught from a young age to be an upright person, not to cause trouble, and not to get involved in bad habits.
This time they should be both angry and happy.
They are angry because I bullied you, and they are happy because they have such a beautiful daughter-in-law and are becoming grandparents.
So it's normal to want to beat me up.
If I had known that I wouldn't protect you, I would have let you get beaten up. Li Mengyao raised the corners of her mouth slightly and smiled happily. On the other side, Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua stayed at home.
Old Lin, you're going to be a grandfather now. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Zhang Shulan asked.
Well, let Lin Xian go and see the house when the time comes.
Lin Zhenghua said. That's all we can do.
This prodigal son, he doesn't save money and rents such a big house.
Doesn't he know that it costs a lot of money to have a baby?
As Zhang Shulan was talking, she wanted to beat Lin Xian again, but she could do nothing when she thought about her daughter-in-law not letting her. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao came back in the evening, Li Mengyao was already feeling sleepy, so she went back to her room early to rest. After Lin Xian helped his parents clean up the room, he was pulled over by Zhang Shulan. "Son, go check out the house in Jinghai City in a few days. Now that Mengyao is pregnant, we have to buy a house quickly and prepare for marriage.
Here is 1 million yuan. Your father and I saved it for you to marry a wife. Take it."
As he said that, he took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Xian.
"Mom, no need to buy it, I already have a house." Lin Xian stepped back.
"Where did you get this house?
"Isn't it rented? I bought this house,"
Lin Xian said proudly. Zhang Shulan was stunned for a moment, then slapped Lin Xian on the head.
"Smelly boy, where did you get so much money?"
"I started learning about investment when I was in college, and I've also been working as a designer part-time in the past few years, so I've saved some money."
"Let's leave this money to Cici,"
Lin Xian explained, covering his head. Zhang Shulan has never denied that her son is smart. "After thinking about it carefully, my son is quite reliable except for this incident, so I believed it."
"Okay, just tell Mom if you don't have enough money." Zhang Shulan took back the bank card. "By the way, does Cici know about this?"
Lin Xian also has a younger sister who is currently attending high school at Yunhai City No. 1 Middle School.
"I don't know yet. She went to school." "Okay, it's getting late now. Your dad and I are going back to the room to rest."
Seeing that it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xian was ready to go back to his room to rest.
I opened the door and found a beautiful figure lying on the bed. Chapter 12: Luxurious Restaurant.
Lin Xian went out and looked at the room again, and he was sure he had gone to the right place.
Could it be that this girl? Lin Xian didn't care about that. He climbed onto the bed gently and lay down next to Li Mengyao.
Lin Xian looked at the sleeping Li Mengyao and wondered what delicious food he should make for his wife tomorrow. Make a bowl of red dates and white fungus soup. Red dates and white fungus can both nourish and beautify the skin.
Make another serving of stir-fried broccoli with shrimp to supplement protein, vitamins, and folic acid. Another serving.
Suddenly, Li Mengyao turned around and gently hugged Lin Xian with her delicate hands. Her beautiful eyelashes trembled slightly and the corners of her mouth rose slightly.
Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao pretending to sleep and chuckled. "Wife, are you asleep?"
Lin Xian gently pinched the little face with his hand. "Ignore it," but Li Mengyao frowned slightly.
"Ah. It hurts. Big hooligan."
Li Mengyao turned over, leaving Lin Xian with only the back of her head showing. Lin Xian smiled, came forward and hugged Li Mengyao, saying gently,
"Wife, why did you come to my room today?"
Li Mengyao's face turned red, and she said proudly,
"This is my room, it's you, you've gone to the wrong place."
Lin Xian knew that Li Mengyao was shy, so he said lovingly,
Okay, I took the wrong path. Then I'll always go the wrong way from now on, okay? My wife is always right."
Li Mengyao couldn't listen anymore, turned around in annoyance, raised her pink fist, and gently hit Lin Xian.
"Stop talking." "Okay, I won't say any more."
Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao into his arms.
"We'll go to your house the day after tomorrow to visit your mother-in-law, okay?"
Li Mengyao hasn't seen her mother for a while.
"By the way, what does your mother like?" "I have to prepare some gifts for her," Lin Xian asked.
"No need, just buy some fruits when the time comes, and she will be very happy." Li Mengyao shook her head gently.
"That won't work. Let's go to the mall again tomorrow." "Okay." Li Mengyao yawned and was obviously very sleepy.
While Lin Xian was not paying attention, she secretly kissed him on the face.
"Good night, idiot Lin Xian."
Then he turned over and began to sleep soundly.
Flirting and running away again.
Lin Xian had no way to deal with her. "I'll deal with you later," Lin Xian said in a low voice. Then he fell asleep while holding Li Mengyao. The next day, after lunch, Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua prepared to return to Yunhai City. Before leaving, Zhang Shulan pulled Li Mengyao over and started mumbling something, laughing as she spoke. "Lin Xian is very curious, he won't tell me about his childhood scandals." Lin Xian was about to move closer to listen when the two of them stopped talking. "Son, take good care of Mengyao.
Call home if anything happens.
Hurry up and find some time to go to Mengyao's house and apologize." Zhang Shulan said that the more she looked at her daughter-in-law, the more she liked her.
"Got it, Mom. We will go tomorrow, and have a safe trip." Lin Xian said. After seeing off the two elders, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned home. Lin Xian asked curiously. What did my mom say to you? You're laughing the whole time. Li Mengyao smiled and snorted. I won't tell you.
Lin Xian deliberately put on a stern face, lifted her chin and asked her to look at him.
Tell me or not, if you don't I will take action.
Li Mengyao narrowed her beautiful eyes.
I won't tell you, let's see what you can do to me.
Lin Xian suddenly performed a princess hug, hugged Li Mengyao tightly, and slowly walked towards the room.
What are you doing? Put me down.
Li Mengyao stretched out her hands in panic and hugged Lin Xian tightly, leaving only her two legs to resist slightly. Lin Xian carried Li Mengyao back to the room and gently put her back on the bed. Looking at that delicate face, Lin Xian lowered his head and kissed Li Mengyao's forehead, saying gently,
Take a nap, and when you wake up we'll go to the mall.
Li Mengyao lowered her head shyly, acting like an ostrich because of the kiss just now. After waking up, the two drove a Maybach to Jinwan Plaza. Lin Xian first bought a lot of health products for Li Mengyao's mother, and later bought her some bags for middle-aged people and some jewelry. Seeing Lin Xian buying more and more, Li Mengyao finally couldn't help it and grabbed Lin Xian's hand.
Lin Xian, don't buy anymore, there are already enough. Lin Xian suddenly had a bad idea and pretended. No, I need to buy more. These are not enough.
Li Mengyao puffed up her cheeks like a puffer fish.
If you buy it again, I'll be angry. You don't have to buy it, but if you give me a kiss, I won't buy it.
Lin Xian said shamelessly, it was because of me that I ran away after flirting with her yesterday.
Let's go back, let's talk about it later. There are too many people here.
Li Mengyao blushed and turned her pretty head to the side. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and said happily, I'll take you to see a place. Lin Xian picked up the phone and called the marketing manager of Jinwan Plaza.
Hello, manager.
I purchased a luxury store in Jinwan Plaza before.
Can I come over to check it now? Is that Mr. Lin?
The other party replied.
Yes, I'm on the first floor of Jinwan Plaza now. Okay, wait a moment, I'll be down to pick you up right away.
After a while, a man in a suit with a decent appearance came jogging over.
Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm the marketing manager of Jinwan Plaza, my last name is Chen. Hello, Manager Chen, can you take us to see the store now? Lin Xian asked.
Of course, this way please.
Manager Chen gestured.
Li Mengyao was slightly stunned again. When did Lin Xian buy another store, and in Jinwan Plaza, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money? Then the two of them came to the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza, where there are various restaurants. Manager Chen took the two of them to the largest shop on the 5th floor. It is worthy of being a reward from the system, each one is a top-notch product. This shop is 150 square meters, and according to the price of 30,000 yuan per square meter, 4.5 million.
Mr. Lin, just sign here.
Manager Chen took out a document and handed it to Lin Xian.
Lin Xian read it carefully and signed his name. Okay, thank you Mr. Lin. If you have any follow-up questions, you can call me at any time. Okay, thank you, Manager Chen. After Manager Chen left, Lin Xian asked Li Mengyao, who was in a daze. Wife, what do you think of this store? It must be a restaurant, and it's so big.
Li Mengyao gestured with her little hands.
Well, let's open this place as a fish restaurant. Why is it a fish restaurant?
Li Mengyao looked puzzled. Lin Xian squeezed Li Mengyao's little hand and said,
Because my wife likes fish the most.
Chapter 13 Wife, you still bite me. Li Mengyao's heart was surrounded by a warm emotion and she was so moved that she was speechless. Then she gently put her arms around Lin Xian's waist, rested her head on his chest, and felt his warmth. After the two of them stayed together for a while, they drove back to Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner, and Li Mengyao also wanted to help. Lin Xian gently pushed her out, saying that pregnant women cannot smell the smell of cooking fumes. Helpless, Li Mengyao had to sit on the sofa and watch the show.
Ding dong, Lu Yusen sent a message. My dear Yao Yao, how have you been these days? Did Lin Xian bully you?
I haven't seen my Yao Yao for a long time, crying expression. Li Mengyao smiled brightly, picked up her phone, took a picture of Lin Xian busy in the kitchen, took another picture of herself watching TV series on the sofa, and sent it to Lu Yusen, little Shiba Inu expression.
No way, this is all going to be fed dog food. Yao Yao, will love really disappear? Little Shiba Inu vomiting blood expression.
I still love you very much, Deshinshin. Shinshin is fine, don't add a big word in front, 50-meter sword emoji.
Ha 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 ha, if you want to find me, you can just come directly. Really?
I hope your husband won't mind. After all, I'm interrupting your private time.
Sly smile. Not yet, my husband.
Although Li Mengyao had always heard Lin Xian calling her wife, she was still a little shy when the word husband was mentioned.
You're still shy, you've been eaten up. Okay, I'm going to eat now.
Lin Xian brought out 2 bowls of mushroom and chicken rice, a plate of steamed mandarin fish, and a plate of tomato and egg soup.
Wife, prepare dinner.
Li Mengyao walked forward, threw herself into Lin Xian's arms, and murmured,
Thank you for your hard work.
I feel warm in my heart that I will have such a considerate husband in the future.
After the two of them stayed together for a while, they started to eat dinner. Lin Xian, Uxin said she wanted to come here to find me, is that okay? Li Mengyao asked while eating in small bites. Of course, you don't need to ask me about this. You are the hostess here.
Lin Xian said gently.
Okay, Li Mengyao smiled sweetly again. Seeing Li Mengyao eating with relish, Lin Xian felt extremely happy. Until now, Lin Xian still doesn't know why Li Mengyao likes to eat fish. But since Li Mengyao didn't say anything on her own initiative, he wouldn't ask.
As long as she was happy now, that was all that mattered. As for whether the luxurious shop can be used as a fish restaurant, Lin Xian still has no idea at the moment.
First of all, it needs to be renovated. After the renovation, you need to find a reliable store manager and a chef. With the system's 5-star chef certification, he could be a chef in a restaurant, but now his wife is pregnant and he can't spare the time. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. It's given by the system for free anyway.
I'll just pass the test with my mother-in-law tomorrow. After they had their dinner, Lin Xian washed the dishes and then played online games with his roommates, while Li Mengyao watched a TV series in the living room. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xian prepared a cup of hot milk and placed it in front of the bed, then pulled up Li Mengyao, who was looking at her phone.
Honey, have a glass of milk.
After drinking a cup, the two washed up and lay on the bed.
Lin Xian played with Li Mengyao's hair. Wife, do you want to buy some bird's nest or something tomorrow? No, that's enough. My mother really doesn't care about these.
Li Mengyao snuggled into Lin Xian's arms with a smile on her lips.
Are you nervous? Of course I'm nervous. I'm really afraid of being kicked out by my aunt.
Lin Xian looked embarrassed.
Now imagine if your own daughter suddenly told you that she was pregnant, and then pointed to a college student who was still wet behind the ears and said, "He is very good." Then Lin Xian would probably break all his legs. The current situation seems to be similar. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian's nervous look and burst out laughing. Don't worry. My mother has always been very gentle. Besides, I will help you.
Honey, you said you would give me a kiss in the afternoon at Jinwan Plaza.
Li Mengyao was stunned, this change was too fast.
Suddenly, Lin Xian felt a warmth on his neck, accompanied by a faint fragrance and a slight pain.
Wife, you're still biting me.
Lin Xian touched his cheek that had just been kissed and smiled slightly.
I'm going to sleep. Good night. Li Mengyao turned her head away so that Lin Xian wouldn't see her pretty face, which was already flushed.
Lin Xian has become accustomed to Li Mengyao's personality of flirting and then running away. Then he gently hugged Li Mengyao from behind and fell asleep together.
The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao are preparing to set off for Jingshui City.
Jingshui City is a 4th-tier small city in Hai Province, a 4-hour drive from the provincial capital Jinghai City. Lin Xian's hometown, Yunhai City, is a 3rd-tier city, so it is less than 3 hours' drive from Jinghai City.
Lin Xian, why don't we drive the Xiaomi Su7?
Li Mengyao held Lin Xian's hand.
Why?
Lin Xian looked confused. He still liked that Maybach very much.
In the past, he often saw. It's not that your parents-in-law are not hospitable, it's that you don't drive a Maybach.
What Maybach has set up is not a symbol, but a waist that has not been able to straighten up for more than 10 years.
I've gone off topic. Because I feel that driving a Maybach is a bit too ostentatious.
Li Mengyao muttered with her little hand.
What's wrong with being a little ostentatious?
I went to beg your mother for permission.
Otherwise I'll seem too stingy. Besides, it takes 4 hours to drive there and 8 hours to go there and back. If you drive a Xiaomi electric car, you have to charge it, which is a bit troublesome. I have to rely on this Maybach to keep my back straight. Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's little face. Okay. Li Mengyao looked at the purple Xiaomi SU7 parked nearby. She had never driven it before.
Lin Xian saw what his wife was thinking and said gently, "When we come back, you can drive the Xiaomi SU7 to go for a ride with your bestie." Li Mengyao showed a sweet smile. The two came to the parking lot. Lin Xian opened the back seat of the Maybach and said to Li Mengyao, "Because we are going to the highway, for safety reasons, honey, you should sit in the back seat. It is best for pregnant women not to sit in the front passenger seat, especially when driving at high speed." After Li Mengyao sat quietly, Lin Xian walked around to the driver's seat and started the car. The Maybach drove towards Jingshui City like a shining pearl. Chapter 14. Actually, I'm pregnant. While the Maybach was driving, Lin Xian glanced at Li Mengyao through the rearview mirror. At this time, Li Mengyao was supporting her chin with one hand, looking out the window quietly, humming a little tune from time to time, with a happy smile on her face. "Wife, it's going to take 4 hours to drive. Don't you want to take a nap?" Lin Xian asked gently. "I just woke up this morning and I'm not sleepy anymore. And I'll be able to see my mother soon, so I can't sleep even more." Li Mengyao smiled brightly, her eyes curved with joy. "Then tell me about life in Stillwater." Lin Xian wanted to know more about the city where Li Mengyao grew up. If you like someone, you want to know more about that person's previous life. Let me tell you, Jingshui City is only a small fourth-tier city, with a slow pace of life and not very prosperous. But it is full of human touch, warmth, and harmony among neighbors. Also, the night in Jingshui City has soft lights, which makes people feel a sense of tranquility and warmth. My home is in the old city, and there is a small park downstairs. When I was a kid, I often played hide and seek in the park. One time, my mother couldn't find me and got really angry, but I was scolded afterwards. Also, there is a very, very cute tabby cat in the small park. I wonder if it recognizes me. When talking about Li Mengyao's hometown, her eyes sparkled with joy and she shared it with Lin Xian incessantly. While driving, Lin Xian listened quietly. Perhaps because she was tired, Li Mengyao leaned on the car seat and fell asleep quietly. 4 hours passed quickly, and Lin Xian drove out of the Jingshui City toll station and parked on the side of the road. "Wife, we're here." Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's soft face. Are we there yet?" Li Mengyao rubbed her sleepy eyes. She looked a little silly having just woken up. What came into view was the city that Li Mengyao was familiar with. "Have you called your aunt?" Lin Xian asked gently. "Not yet, I'll call right now." Li Mengyao immediately took out her cell phone. "Hey, Mom, we're almost there." "You're here, Mom has already prepared the food, including your favorite braised fish." A gentle voice came from the phone. "We set out at 8 a.m. and it was already 12 p.m. We just got off the highway and are going back now," Li Mengyao replied. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian started the car and soon arrived at Li Mengyao's home. Although the houses in this old town are a bit old, it is full of life with people coming and going. Li Mengyao's home is a standard 140 square meter small commercial house, not too big or too small, but living on the 8th floor, climbing the stairs is still a bit tiring. Lin Xian carried 2 large bags of gifts and climbed to the 8th floor with Li Mengyao. After seeing the familiar door of their home, Li Mengyao took out the key and opened the door. "Mom, I'm back." A middle-aged woman with a kind face, long eyebrows and beautiful appearance came up to me. Her almond eyes were as bright as stars. Although time had left marks on her skin, it did not affect her beauty. Instead, it made her exude a unique mature charm. Li Mengyao instantly threw herself into Huang Shifang's arms, and the mother and daughter hugged each other tightly. "I'm glad you're back. Yao Yao, have you gained weight recently?" Huang Shifang touched Li Mengyao's pretty head and asked happily. No. Li Mengyao blushed and said softly. At this time, Huang Shifang began to look at Lin Xian with gentle eyes. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Li Mengyao's boyfriend. My name is Lin Xian. Nice to meet you, Auntie. This is a gift for you." As he said that, Lin Xian handed over 2 large bags of gifts. "Hello, what are you bringing with you? Don't do this next time. Come in quickly," Huang Shifang said with a smile after taking it. Entering Li Mengyao's home, although it is a bit old, the whole house is tidy, clean and tidy, and the furniture is neatly arranged, giving people a feeling of comfort and tranquility. "Are you all hungry? Come, wash your hands and eat," Huang Shifang said with a smile. On the table were stir-fried pork belly with green peppers, braised prawns, boiled fish fillets, braised fish and scrambled eggs with tomatoes.
These are all Li Mengyao's favorite dishes.
Xiaoxian, don't be polite, just treat it as your own home. Try Auntie's cooking, Huang Shifang said gently. Li Mengyao sat down next to Lin Xian and started eating.
Yao, Xiaoxian hasn't even started eating yet, but you're already eating with big mouthfuls? That's so unruly.
Huang Shifang pretended to be angry, but his eyes were full of smiles.
Mom, I'm really hungry.
Li Mengyao pouted and said proudly. Seeing that the mother and daughter had a very good relationship, Lin Xian smiled happily. He peeled a few prawns for Li Mengyao before starting to eat.
Auntie, the food you cook is so delicious. Lin Xian said.
Although the home cooking of Huang Shifang is not as good as that of a 5-star chef, it is very warm and has a homely taste.
If it tastes good, eat more.
Huang Shifang said gently.
Li Mengyao also picked up a few pieces of pork belly for Lin Xian and said happily.
Lin Xian, this is delicious, try it.
Thank you, old.
Li Mengyao glared and mouthed, my mother is still here. Lin Xian had no choice but to swallow the word wife. Huang Shifang smiled gently when she saw Lin Xian and Li Mengyao being so affectionate with each other.
How did you two meet?
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were both stunned for a moment and looked at each other.
We met at a school party, Li Mengyao said a little nervously.
Yes, that's right. I fell in love with Mengyao at first sight.
Lin Xian also agreed. Huang Shifang looked at the two of them with gentle eyes and noticed that her daughter was a little flustered, but she didn't say anything.
After lunch, Huang Shifang cleaned up the dishes and washed them in the kitchen. Lin Xian wanted to help but was rejected. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao had no choice but to return to the living room and sit quietly.
Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand and asked, Lin Xian, are you nervous?
Of course I'm nervous, but we'll have to face it eventually. Lin Xian held the pink little hand back, interlocking their fingers. It's already this late, and you're still not serious. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes and gently hit him with her other little hand. My mother is gentle and generous, she won't hit anyone. After Huang Shifang finished the kitchen, she returned to the living room and sat opposite the two of them with a smile on her face.
What are you two whispering about? Xiaoxian, why did you buy so many expensive items? Auntie can't afford it.
Huang Shifang looked at these health products and jewelry, all of which were famous brands and expensive, probably costing tens of thousands of dollars.
Auntie, these are just some small gifts for our first meeting. Please accept them.
Lin Xian said in a firm tone. Huang Shifang saw her daughter looking nervous and knew something must have happened.
Yao, are you hiding something from Mom? Huang Shifang asked gently.
Li Mengyao hesitated for a moment and finally made up her mind.
Mom, I want to tell you something. Go ahead, Mom's listening. Mom, actually I'm pregnant. Chapter 15. Are you such a mom?
Huang Shifang guessed that her daughter was hiding something from her. Maybe she wanted to live with Lin Xian, or maybe she wanted to marry Lin Xian, she guessed all of this. I never expected that my daughter would get pregnant. Huang Shifang's eyes widened at this time, full of shock and confusion.
Yao, are you kidding me?
Li Mengyao lowered her head and said guiltily.
Mom, I'm sorry.
At this time, Lin Xian stood up and said in a firm tone.
Auntie, it's all my fault. I made Mengyao pregnant.
Don't worry, I will take good care of Mengyao.
If you are not satisfied, just beat me up. I will let you do whatever you want, Auntie.
Huang Shifang closed her eyes and frowned. She knew her daughter would not lie to her about being pregnant, but she still couldn't accept it for a moment. The daughter she had raised with so much effort was. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao held their hands tightly together, as if this could provide invisible strength. After a while, Huang Shifang opened his eyes, with a hint of anger, but still in a gentle tone, he said.
Yao, come into the house and talk to Mom.
Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian with panic eyes, and Lin Xian responded with a firm look to comfort her. Then the mother and daughter entered the room and closed the door.
Yao, what's going on? Why are you? Huang Shifang asked tremblingly. Lin Xian and I couldn't help it for a moment.
Li Mengyao said with red eyes. Seeing that her daughter was about to cry, Huang Shifang softened her tone and spoke gently.
Mom is not forbidding you to find a boyfriend, but you are moving too fast. Mom asks you, do you like Lin Xian? I like it.
Li Mengyao said with a firm face. Huang Shifang touched his forehead helplessly.
I trust my daughter's judgment. I think he is handsome and polite. He is a good guy.
But I'm still angry about the fact that he made you pregnant before marriage.
Li Mengyao clenched her hands tightly together and spoke in a low voice.
In fact, I also have a lot of responsibility for this matter.
I approached him first. You, Huang Shifang sat weakly on the bed.
Mom, when Lin Xian found out I was pregnant, he immediately said he would take responsibility. He has been taking good care of me during this period. I really like Lin Xian. Li Mengyao also sat next to her mother, holding her hands tightly.
Did he propose to you? Huang Shifang asked. He said that once he gets your consent, they will get married. Li Mengyao's face turned slightly red.
It seems that Lin Xian still respects the opinions of his elders. At this time, Huang Shifang's favorability towards Lin Xian has increased a little. Lin Xian, who was in the living room at this time, was nervous and sweaty, wondering why the two of them took so long to go in, whether Auntie would disagree in the end.
Just when Lin Xian was still daydreaming, the mother and daughter walked out of the room and sat opposite Lin Xian.
The difference is that just now Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were sitting next to each other, but this time the mother and daughter were sitting next to each other.
Huang Shifang looked at Lin Xian and said in a gentle tone. Lin Xian, Auntie will ask you a few questions. Don't worry, Auntie won't hit you. Besides, I am too old to hit you. Auntie, please ask.
Lin Xian sat up straight and said in a firm tone.
I already know what happened. You said you would be responsible for Yao Yao, so how are you going to take responsibility?
I am going to get your consent, Auntie, and I will get married right away, and I will give Mengyao a grand wedding.
Where are you going to live then? You can't keep renting a house while you're pregnant.
Huang Shifang thinks that if the two are still in love, there is no problem with renting a house, but now Li Mengyao is pregnant, and she can't live in a rented house after the baby is born.
Auntie, I have already bought a house. This is the one Mengyao and I live in now. Look, these are photos and property certificates.
Lin Xian opened his cell phone and handed it to Huang Shifang.
Huang Shifang took a look.
Although she had not been to big cities much, she could tell at a glance that the housing in this community was not cheap. What surprised her even more was that the property certificate was written in the names of both Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. This made Huang Shifang's favorable impression on Lin Xian increase again.
Nowadays, many men who buy houses before marriage are unwilling to add the woman's name. So what kind of job do you plan to do after graduation? Huang Shifang continued to ask. I have no plans to work yet.
I plan to take care of Mengyao during this period. I will make plans after the baby is born and Mengyao is out of confinement.
Of course, I have not been idle during this period. I will make some investments. Lin Xian said. With such a powerful system, who would still work? Wouldn't it be better to just be a good father? So what do your parents mean?
Huang Shifang asked puzzledly.
My parents came to see Mengyao and me a few days ago. They like Mengyao very much. After you gave me a beating, you told me to go and apologize to you, Auntie.
Lin Xian suddenly stood up at this moment, and said with a firm look and tone.
Auntie, please rest assured and leave your daughter to me.
I will take good care of Mengyao. Li Mengyao also stood up and ran to Lin Xian's side.
She held Lin Xian's hand tightly and looked at Huang Shifang with a firm look. Huang Shifang looked at the two of them and shook his head helplessly.
When Lin Xian saw his aunt shaking her head, he suddenly felt a pang in his heart.
Could it be that his aunt disagreed?
Li Mengyao saw her mother shaking her head and her eyes began to turn slightly red.
It's already a done deal, and you two are in love with each other, can aunt still object? I just didn't expect to be a grandmother so soon.
Huang Shifang looked at the two of them, shook his head involuntarily, and then smiled slightly.
Mom! Li Mengyao couldn't help but her eyes turned red. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Xian thanked her in surprise and wiped Mengyao's tears with a tissue. Lin Xian, remember your promise.
My daughter and I have lived together since childhood and have suffered a lot, so I don't want my daughter to continue to suffer in the future. If I find out that Yao Yao is not doing well, I will definitely settle the score with you. Huang Shifang changed his previous gentle tone and spoke in an unusually firm tone.
Okay. Auntie, you can move in with us. Our place is big enough.
This way you and Mengyao can continue to be together, Lin Xian said with a smile.
As an old man, I won't live with you young people.
Besides, I have lived in Jingshui City for most of my life, and I am not used to living in a big city.
I will be very happy if you come back often to visit me. Huang Shifang smiled. Well, it's getting late.
Lin Xian, you are tired from driving, go back to the house and rest.
Huang Shifang urged.
Li Mengyao went back to the guest room and looked around, then said,
Mom, didn't you clean up the guest room for Lin Xian? Huang Shifang looked at her silly daughter, smiled and said,
Lin Xian will sleep with you, in your room.
Li Mengyao? Are you such a mother? Chapter 16 Old Husband.
Lin Xian walked into Li Mengyao's room. The room was decorated warmly and elegantly, with pink walls and a soft bed. The bookshelf was filled with various books, full of the feminine atmosphere of a girl.
Li Mengyao smiled and said, Lin Xian, let's go to bed.
Lin Xian changed into pajamas and lay on the bed without saying anything. Li Mengyao turned her head away in shame.
Wife, now that auntie agrees, shouldn't you call me husband? We're not married yet.
I'm going to change my clothes, you turn around. Li Mengyao said with a red face.
Call me husband and I'll turn around.
Lin Xian said with a grin.
Husband.
Li Mengyao's voice was mixed with a hint of annoyance, and she glared at him at the same time.
Lin Xian then turned around happily and faced Li Mengyao with his back.
After changing her clothes, Li Mengyao climbed gently onto the bed and hugged Lin Xian. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for passing the mother-in-law's test. A reward of a king-class apartment in Times Garden, Jingshui City.
Please check it. The system appears again? Another house for free this time?
Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the lottery mechanism. You will be awarded a chance to draw a prize.
The prize pool includes 1. A 3x cash credit card 2. An exclusive fish recipe book 3. A free voucher for store decoration 4. Thank you for your patronage. Excuse me, host, would you like to draw a prize? The system also has a lottery mode? From this point of view, as long as you don't win the lottery, you will make a lot of money.
I am willing to spend the conditions of my roommate Zhou Quan's big guarantee every time he plays Yuanshan in exchange for the top 3.
Lottery.
Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning a free voucher for store decoration. It has been placed on the desk of Jinwan Mansion, please check it.
The system is really thoughtful. Now the decoration of the luxurious store in Jinwan Plaza has been settled. Ding dong, a warm reminder, the result of this host's lucky draw should be thank you for your patronage.
But the host successfully used Zhou Quan's big guarantee every time, so he changed it to a free redemption coupon for store decoration.
Can you still play like this, Quaner? I'm sorry, laughing wildly?
When Lin Xian came back to his senses, Li Mengyao was already sleeping quietly. Then they both fell into a sweet dream together.
On the other side, Zhou Quan, who was far away in the dormitory of Jinghai University, was clicking on the prayer button in disbelief. I believed your lies. Ah, why is it another big guarantee? I've won the big guarantee 4 times in a row. Mihaha, come out here. Zhou Quan roared angrily. P.S. Does anyone have the experience of continuous guarantee?
Chen Jingming glanced at it with disdain, took out his computer and fired 10 shots in a row in front of Zhou Quan.
Woohoo! Golden Legend. Double yoke. You'd better give up this game as soon as possible. It's against you. Chen Jingming patted Zhou Quan. I'm going to fight you. Zhou Quan roared angrily in the dormitory. The two of them started to make moves.
2 hours later, Li Mengyao was still sleeping soundly. Lin Xian woke up first and tiptoed out of the room. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang.
It was an unfamiliar number. Lin Xian pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? Yes. It's like this.
I'm the sales manager of Times Home.
The 1201, Building A, Times Home that you purchased is ready. When are you free to come and check it? Can I go tomorrow?
Of course, I'll wait for you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian sighed at the high efficiency of the system.
Lin Xian, are you awake? Come and talk to Auntie.
When Lin Xian walked into the living room, he saw Huang Shifang sitting on the sofa, looking at him kindly.
Yeah, I just woke up. Mengyao is still sleeping. What do you think of this girl Mengyao?
Huang Shifang suddenly asked. Mengyao is gentle, kind, and gentle, but also strong and courageous. She never backs down in the face of difficulties and always brings me the warmth of home. Lin Xian said with a smile. Meng Yao lost her father when she was young and lacked fatherly love, so she is very independent, has a strong self-esteem, and is also a little sensitive.
So Auntie would like to ask you to be more humble. Auntie is leaving her only daughter to you. Please treat her well. Huang Shifan looked at Lin Xian with gentle eyes. Don't worry, Auntie.
I will take good care of Meng Yao. Lin Xian responded firmly.
Then Auntie will be relieved. By the way, what do you want to eat in the evening? I will make it for you. Huang Shifang asked. Auntie, can I cook with you tonight? I want to ask you for advice on how to make the dishes that Meng Yao made at home.
Even though Lin Xian has the skills of a 5-star chef, he can only bring out the best in the ingredients and cannot replicate the taste of Li Mengyao's home.
Do you really want to learn? Huang Shifang was surprised and relieved at the same time. Nowadays, there are very few men who can cook for their wives.
Well, I think when Meng Yao wants to eat the taste of her childhood home, I can make it any time.
Okay, Auntie will teach you. Huang Shifang smiled and walked into the kitchen.
In the evening, after dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao decided to go out for a walk. They held hands and came to a nearby small park. Although the park was small, it was well laid out with green trees and colorful flowers. At night, the lights were soft, creating a quiet and peaceful atmosphere.
Lin Xian, this is the small park I often visited when I was a kid. What do you think? A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. This park is nice and looks very cozy, but what? Li Mengyao asked puzzledly. But you called me the wrong name just now, you should call me husband.
Lin Xian pulled Li Mengyao into his arms.
I'm not used to it.
Li Mengyao lowered her head and blushed. You'll get used to it after calling me a few times. Lin Xian lifted Li Mengyao's chin and asked her to look at him.
Husband.
Li Mengyao said softly.
Chapter 17, Isn't it a kiss on the cheek?
Looking at Li Mengyao's charming eyes and slightly open mouth, she gives people an indescribable temptation. If it weren't for the crowds around the small park.
Meow. A clear and pleasant meow came from under Li Mengyao's feet.
Ha Xiaoli, you are still here. Li Mengyao came out of Lin Xian's arms, squatted down, and gently stroked the cat's soft fur with her little hands. This tabby cat has colorful fur, clear facial features, soft and shiny fur with unique patterns, eyes as crystal clear as amber, and is fat.
It doesn't look like a stray cat at all. This is the kitten I used to feed.
It was just a little kitten at that time, super cute.
I didn't expect you still remembered me. While stroking the cat, Li Mengyao looked back at Lin Xian and said with a smile. At this time, Xiaoli squinted his eyes and enjoyed Li Mengyao's touch. It's really cute, you can't tell it's a stray cat at all. Lin Xian squatted down and stretched out his hand to touch the little cat, but the little cat dodged lightly and meowed. You don't know him well, so of course I won't let you touch him. But I have a plan.
Then Li Mengyao took out a small bag of snacks from her bag and handed it to Lin Xian.
Put the snacks in your hand and the little raccoon will come over.
Li Mengyao tucked her hair behind her ears and smiled quietly.
I'll try.
Lin Xian put the snack in the palm of his hand and handed it to Xiaoli.
Sure enough, the little fox walked up to Lin Xian with light steps and licked him gently with its little tongue. After a while, the snacks were licked clean, and the little fox did not forget to lick Lin Xian's palm with his tongue. Ah, it's quite itchy.
Lin Xian gently stroked the little fox's soft fur with his hand. After feeding the little raccoon, the two of them strolled around for a while and then went back. At night, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were lying on the bed playing with their cell phones. The two of them were now lying on the same bed naturally.
Wife, I'll take you somewhere tomorrow. Lin Xian spoke first. Where are you taking me? Li Mengyao blinked confusedly. This is her hometown, and I'll be the one to take you there.
Then Li Mengyao thought about it, turned around and hugged Lin Xian's waist with her little hands, pouted her lips cutely, raised her head and said proudly.
Are you hiding something from me again? Yes, there is something, but it's a good thing.
Lin Xian could not hide the doting in his eyes.
Go ahead. Tell me.
Li Mengyao hummed in Lin Xian's arms, rubbing her delicate little face against Lin Xian's face.
If you don't tell me, I'll ignore you.
Li Mengyao raised her head again, pouted her little mouth and said proudly.
Okay, I can say it, but wife, you have to give me a kiss.
Lin Xian took the opportunity to put forward conditions. Then just kiss me." Li Mengyao hesitated slightly and spoke in a low voice. Li Mengyao thought, it was just a kiss on the cheek, she wasn't that shy anymore. Lin Xian gently lifted Li Mengyao's chin, slowly approached her tempting cherry mouth, and then kissed her mouth.
Li Mengyao, isn't it a kiss on the cheek? After a long time, the two lips separated. You asked me to kiss you.
Lin Xian was extremely thick-skinned. Li Mengyao was so angry at this time that she raised her jade hand and pinched Lin Xian's soft flesh. It hurts, wife, I was wrong." Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly begged for mercy. Li Mengyao twisted Lin Xian's waist hard several times before she slowly calmed down. Lin Xian knew that his wife was no longer angry, so he hugged her again and said gently,
"Okay, it's getting late, we should go to bed." Li Mengyao said softly. Then they fell asleep together. The next day, the two of them slept until 9 o'clock. Huang Shifang had already left breakfast and went to work. At the dinner table, Li Mengyao was enjoying her breakfast quietly. Suddenly, she recalled what happened yesterday, and her little face turned red again. Suddenly, she realized a problem. Lin Xian still didn't say where he was going yesterday. And why is Lin Xian so skilled? Lin Xian looked at his wife, whose face turned red again, and asked, "Wife, what's wrong with you?" Li Mengyao shook her head slightly, glared at Lin Xian, and said angrily, "Nothing." Lin Xian saw that Li Mengyao was angry again, and he must be thinking about yesterday. "But we are getting ready to get married, so there is nothing wrong with that." Li Mengyao slowly raised her eyelids, which had been lowered, stared into his eyes and couldn't help asking, Why are you so skilled?" Lin Xian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He didn't expect Li Mengyao to ask this. Boys are naturally gifted in this area, and they will learn it as they go along. Li Mengyao thought of a very important thing. Her first kiss was given to Lin Xian, but was it Lin Xian's first kiss? You will learn it by kissing. Have you kissed many times before? If not, which girl did he give his first kiss to? Li Mengyao bit her lip in frustration and continued to ask. So, is this your first kiss? Tell the truth. Lin Xian suddenly felt a sense of crisis and hurriedly hugged Li Mengyao. Ah! What are you doing? Tell me if it is true. Li Mengyao punched Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian gently scratched Li Mengyao's nose and said with a smile. Of course I did. Last night was my first kiss. Li Mengyao felt shy for a moment, and subconsciously pulled up her hair to cover her slightly red cheeks, and spoke in a low voice. Oh. After breakfast, the two came to the Maybach parked downstairs. Lin Xian helped Li Mengyao sit in the passenger seat, then drove around and returned to the driver's seat. You haven't told me where you're going yet? Li Mengyao stared at Lin Xian with her eyes as bright as a deer. To the Garden of Time. Lin Xian started the car and drove slowly forward. Chapter 18. This is me, my husband. The unique body of Maybach shines brightly as it speeds through the streets of Jingshui City, attracting the attention of people around. You should know that in Jingshui, a small fourth-tier city, a Maybach S680 worth more than 3 million is rare. The two soon arrived at Times Garden. Lin Xian parked the car and walked to the gate holding Li Mengyao's hand. The gate of Times Garden is like a magnificent arch, majestic, solemn and dignified, demonstrating dignity and elegance. Although it is not as good as the Riverview houses in big cities, this is also a high-end community. Because it is fully decorated, it costs 10,000 yuan per square meter. Husband, have you been buying random things again? Li Mengyao hesitated slightly, but still said she was not used to it. No, these are the things I should buy. It's not considered random buying. Lin Xian said with a smile. Do you dislike my old house? Li Mengyao asked in a low voice with her head down. Yes, Lin Xian's family is so well off, he must not be used to living in that old house. Now that Lin Xian brought her to see Times Garden, he must have bought it. Lin Xian saw what his wife was thinking, squeezed her little hand, and said gently. No, I stayed very comfortably yesterday. But this is not a long-term solution, and it will have to be replaced in the future. I don't want my future mother-in-law to climb the 8th floor every day. Besides, this place is close to my aunt's work schedule, so I don't have to squeeze on the bus every morning. Besides, we will come back often in the future, so it's just convenient to buy them together. Huang Shifang has not yet reached retirement age and is still working in a nearby shopping mall. Li Mengyao hugged Lin Xian tightly with both hands, raised her head and looked at him, her eyes full of admiring little stars. Thank you, husband.
Lin Xian took advantage of the situation and held Li Mengyao's waist, leaned over and kissed her on the face, then smiled cheerfully.
Thank your husband with practical actions.
Li Mengyao's face began to turn red, and she whispered, still outside.
Okay, stop messing around, let's go in and take a look.
Then Lin Xian picked up his phone and called the manager of Times Garden yesterday.
Hello, manager.
I am Mr. Lin, who purchased room 1201, Building A, Times Garden yesterday.
Can I check it now? Hello, Mr. Lin.
Of course.
Where are you now? I'll be there right away. I'm at the gate now. Please wait a moment. I'll be there soon.
After a while, a young man in a neat suit and with a confident smile trotted over.
Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the manager of Times Garden, my last name is Huang. Hello, Manager Huang, can you take us over now?
Of course,
Both of you, please come this way.
Manager Huang dared not neglect it at all. Mr. Lin bought the king of the building in Times Garden, and it was a mid-rise building, one of the most expensive houses in the entire community. In the end, he paid in full.
Is this your first time in Times Garden?
Manager Huang asked with a smile.
Yes, this is our first time here.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao looked left and right, taking in the environment of the community. He bought a house worth more than 2 million the first time he came here.
How rich is that? Then let me give you a brief introduction.
The reason why Times Garden is called a garden is because its greening rate is as high as 50%. When you enter from the gate, you can see lush vegetation and colorful flowers, just like a gorgeous painting. The paths in the garden are winding, the plants on both sides are arranged in an orderly manner, various flowers are competing for beauty, and pavilions and towers are dotted among them, forming a beautiful landscape that makes people feel relaxed and happy. To put it simply, the community environment of our Times Garden is second to none in Jingshui City. No other community dares to claim to be first.
Following Manager Huang's introduction, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao both nodded with satisfaction.
We soon arrived at Building A of Times Garden.
The design of the building's king block was obviously more prominent and grander than that of other buildings. Then they took the elevator to the door of 1201.
Manager Huang took out the key and opened the door, and Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked in. The house is also 200 square meters, with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The decoration is quite good and the workmanship is quite meticulous.
You get what you pay for.
It's expensive for a reason, but there's no furniture, and it will have to be renovated later.
It seems that I will have to work for a while before I can move in.
Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and came to the large balcony. The view from the balcony overlooked the entire Times Garden and the view was quite good.
Wife, what do you think? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao gently. It's very beautiful. It has a completely different style from the Jinwan mansion we live in Jinghai City. Li Mengyao smiled, looking very happy.
Manager Huang was very happy to see that the 2 people in front of him were very satisfied. He had closed a big order and could get a lot of commission.
If there are no problems, just sign here.
Manager Huang handed Lin Xian a sales contract. After reading it carefully, Lin Xian signed his name. Then congratulations to both of you for becoming distinguished owners of Times Garden.
If you have any further questions, please feel free to contact me. I won't bother you anymore.
Manager Huang left after saying this. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao carefully inspected the new house again, they took the elevator downstairs together and prepared to go to the nearby shopping mall to pick up their aunt after get off work. Just as the 2 of them walked out of Building A of Times Garden, a crisp voice rang in their ears.
Mengyao. Mengyao, it's really you, you're home?
The person who came was a girl with a fresh and beautiful appearance. Although she was not very stunning, her smile was charming.
Ting Ting? I didn't expect to meet you here. Li Mengyao smiled happily.
Mengyao, we haven't been together for a long time, give me a hug. Then the 2 of them hugged each other happily. It was then that Chen Tingting discovered that there was a super handsome guy behind Li Mengyao.
Mengyao, why don't you introduce yourself to me? Chen Tingting squinted at Li Mengyao.
Mengyao, I haven't seen you for a few months. Not only have you become more and more beautiful, but you also have such a handsome boyfriend.
Wow.
Li Mengyao turned around and took Lin Xian's arm, blinked her elegant eyes slightly, and said with a smile. Tingting, let me introduce you, this is me, my husband, Lin Xian. Although they are not married yet, they have a child and have done everything they should and shouldn't do, so Li Mengyao simply introduced him as her husband.
Chen Tingting widened her eyes, finding it unbelievable. After just a few months of not seeing each other, Li Mengyao was already married? Honey, this is my childhood friend, Chen Tingting. Li Mengyao continued to introduce.
Chen Tingting quickly pulled Li Mengyao aside and said with tears in her eyes.
Mengyao, tell me this isn't true.
Li Mengyao was a little at a loss and blinked blankly.
It's true. Chapter 19. My mom is still here. We haven't seen each other for just a few months, and you're getting married? Chen Tingting asked. Not married yet, but it should be soon. Li Mengyao's face turned red.
She secretly glanced at Lin Shen and found that he was looking at her, so she quickly turned her head away. Chen Tingting looked at them flirting with each other and said helplessly.
Yao Yao, you really have him in your grasp. Well, he is very nice to me. Li Mengyao nodded gently. Chen Tingting smiled and said. Well, as a good sister, of course I will bless you. But if Li Jia and the others knew that you were planning to get married, they would probably howl like ghosts tonight, ha ha ha.
Li Mengyao, don't talk nonsense, they and I have always been ordinary friends. Chen Tingting waved her hand. I know, you never gave them any chances.
By the way, why are you in Times Garden?
Chen Tingting moved to Times Garden not long ago. His parents sponsored a lot of money, and he was able to barely buy a small apartment of less than 100 square meters.
Li Mengyao, we came to see the house and are ready to go back now.
Chen Tingting didn't think much about it and said, oh, okay, come to my house next time you have time.
I tell you, the view from my house is amazing.
She remembered that Li Mengyao's family situation was not very good, and it was unlikely that she could afford such an expensive community.
She was probably just looking at it. Okay, we'll have plenty of opportunities to play together in the future.
Li Mengyao smiled slightly, walked quickly back to Lin Xian's side, took his arm, and said gently, sorry for the wait. Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's little face and smiled. What did you talk about? Li Mengyao shook her head and smiled happily. Nothing, just a simple reminiscence.
Okay, let's go back then.
Lin Xian took Li Mengyao and prepared to walk towards the parking lot. Suddenly, a shout came from behind.
Mr. Lin, please wait a moment.
I saw Manager Huang running over here quickly. After finally catching up with Lin Xian, Manager Huang gasped for breath.
Manager Huang, do you have anything else to say? Lin Xian asked puzzledly. I forgot to give you the key to the community access control. I'm very sorry.
Manager Huang handed the key to Lin Xian while panting.
I almost forgot, thank you.
Lin Xian picked up the key and left with Li Mengyao. Not far away, Chen Tingting, who had not yet left, was very puzzled when she saw Manager Huang.
Isn't this the sales manager I bought the house from? Could it be that Li Mengyao and her husband have already bought it? Then Chen Tingting walked up and asked, Hello, Manager Huang, do you remember me?
Manager Huang turned to look at Chen Tingting and said embarrassedly, I don't quite remember.
May I ask what can I do for you?
I'm Miss Chen who bought 3201 in Building E a few months ago. Chen Tingting said angrily that before the deal was completed, she called every day to ask if I wanted to buy a house and if there were any discounts during this period, but now she doesn't recognize me.
Oh, I remember now. You bought the top floor, right? Sorry, I've been having a lot of clients lately, so I can't remember it right now. What do you want to talk to me about? Asked Manager Huang.
Chen Tingting, I want to ask if those two people just now also bought Times Garden. Manager Huang, yes, they are the distinguished guests of Times Garden. They bought the 12th floor of Building A, the king of buildings, and paid in full. Chen Tingting widened her eyes in shock. The best apartments in this building are all large 200 square meter apartments, mid-rise buildings, and cost more than 2 million yuan. Looking back at my own life, I had no choice but to choose the top floor because of lack of funds. Just now she was so proud to invite Li Mengyao to her house, how embarrassing. But she was also really happy for Mengyao, as it seemed she had met the right person. Then Chen Tingting took out her phone and said in a group chat. I just met your goddess, but she seems to be getting married, so you don't have a chance, laughing expression.
This isn't true. Tell me it isn't true. Whoever kidnapped my goddess, I will beat him up. Aren't we getting ready to get married?
I still have a chance, dog head expression. On the other side, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao to the supermarket to buy some vegetables, and then came to Heping Shopping Mall.
Huang Shifang worked at Heping Shopping Mall and it was time for him to get off work.
People in the mall see a black and slender Maybach parked at the door after get off work. Although some people don't know how much it costs, they can tell at a glance that it is a luxury car and must be very expensive. At this time, Huang Shifang and her colleague Chenli were getting off work and preparing to take the bus home. The two of them walked and talked, and Chenli began to set her sights on Huang Shifang's daughter.
Shifang, do you want to reconsider?
My boy works in a state-owned enterprise, and his salary and benefits are quite good. No need, Chenli, my daughter already has a boyfriend.
Huang Shifang declined tactfully. Ah. When did it happen? What job does your daughter's boyfriend do? Chenli was a little surprised. He hasn't graduated yet. Huang Shifang didn't want to reveal too much. Not graduated yet? That means you don't have a job yet. Let me tell you, it's hard to find a job nowadays.
Look, my son works in a state-owned enterprise, and every year many people rush to get a job.
Chenli boasted. Huang Shifang thought about how Chun-Li's son always acted arrogantly and looked down on others.
She also heard that he was very unfaithful and changed girlfriends frequently.
How could she possibly give her daughter to such a man?
Just when Huang Shifang came out to wait for the bus, a dark and slender Maybach stopped in front of them.
Mom, I'm here to take you home.
Li Mengyao stuck her head out and smiled brightly.
Yao Yao, is this your car?
Huang Shifang asked in shock. Although she doesn't know much about cars, she can still roughly tell the difference between ordinary cars and luxury cars. Auntie, get in the car, we have already bought the food for lunch. I'll show my skills to Auntie when I get back. Lin Xian said with a smile. At this time, Li Mengyao also discovered Chen Li next to her and asked happily.
Aunt Chen, are you going back too? Let us take you back. No. No need. My son will come to pick me up later. You guys go back first, huh? Chen Li smiled awkwardly. This is my son-in-law. I'll go back first.
Huang Shifang turned around and said something to Chen Li, then sat in the back seat of the Maybach.
Chen Li sat down on the next bus in a depressed mood. In the Maybach, Huang Shifang hesitated and couldn't help asking. Lin Xian, is this the car you bought? Yes, Auntie, I just bought it not long ago. It is convenient for taking Mengyao out.
Lin Xian drove steadily.
Buying such an expensive car to travel. Lin Xian's family must be very rich. Will the in-laws be difficult to talk to? Will they dislike our family? Mom, doesn't Aunt Chen's son never pick her up from get off work? Li Mengyao asked curiously. Yeah, she's just being stubborn.
Her son won't come to pick her up at all. She always pestered me to introduce her son to you.
I told her that I already had a son-in-law. Now that she has seen it with her own eyes, she should give up. Huang Shifang came back to her senses.
Lin Xian smiled and said, it seems that my wife is still very popular.
I have to keep a close eye on her. Li Mengyao's face instantly turned red.
She glared at Lin Xian and whispered.
My mom is still here. Huang Shifang covered her mouth and laughed in the back seat. Chapter 20, Morning Sickness.
After returning home, Lin Xian went to the kitchen and started cooking. Huang Shifang tried to help many times but was rejected, so she had to watch TV in the living room with her daughter. After a while, Lin Xian prepared a table of dishes, including steamed turbot, mushroom and scallop soup, stir-fried beef with green onions, steamed spare ribs with garlic, and stir-fried broccoli. Because Li Mengyao loves fish, there is always a fish dish at every meal. Lin Xian always cooked for Li Mengyao in different ways, and Li Mengyao's face was filled with a happy smile.
Dinner is ready.
Lin Xian shouted. Lin Xian, you cook so many dishes. Huang Shifang said with a smile.
Not much, just 4 dishes and 1 soup. Auntie, come and try my cooking.
After saying that, Lin Xian first picked up a large piece of fish for Li Mengyao, and then gave Huang Shifang a large piece of beef. Huang Shifang felt more reassured about Lin Xian when she saw how well her future son-in-law took care of Yao Yao. This is better than many famous restaurants in Jinshui City.
Lin Xian, who did you learn this cooking skill from? It's so delicious. Huang Shifang was shocked and exclaimed. I used to cook when I had nothing to do at home. If it tastes good, eat more.
Lin Xian smiled. After a while, Lin Xian saw that he had almost finished eating, so he said, Auntie, I bought a new house in Times Garden.
We'll move in together after the renovation is completed.
Huang Shifang's heart skipped a beat, and he said in disbelief.
Lin Xian, are you serious?
Lin Xian nodded seriously. Huang Shifang was silent for a moment, thinking that the house in Times Garden was not cheap, and even if Lin Xian had money, he couldn't spend it carelessly. Then he said to Lin Xian,
"How much will that cost?"
"This house is a bit old, but it's still habitable." Lin Xian listened to Auntie and returned the house. Lin Xian said in a firm tone,
"It's okay, Auntie. Just leave the old house as it is. Times Garden is very close to your workplace, so you don't have to climb up to the 8th floor anymore."
Then he looked at Li Mengyao. "Besides, Mengyao and I will come back often in the future. Then the baby will be able to play in the neighborhood of Times Garden." Huang Shifang thought about it and finally agreed to move to Times Garden together after a while.
After lunch, Lin Xian wanted to clean up the dishes, but Huang Shifang snatched them away.
With nothing to do, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to the bedroom early. Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao with one arm and played with her hair with the other.
"Honey, what kind of decoration style do you want for the new house?"
Li Mengyao raised her beautiful eyebrows and said, "The new Chinese style, the one in Jinwan Mansion, is already a new minimalist style. Let's try a different one this time." As he said this, he showed Lin Xian the pictures he found on his phone. "Okay, let's go check out the decoration companies and furniture stores in Jingshui City this afternoon."
"Okay."
Li Mengyao's eyes were full of bright light, and she was as happy as a little child.
She soon fell asleep holding Lin Xian.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Xian got up and looked at Li Mengyao, who was still sleeping in his arms. "I couldn't bear to wake up this sleeping beauty, so I tiptoed out of the room." After a simple tidying up, Huang Shifang was seen walking out of the room and preparing to go to work.
"Auntie, let me take you to work. I just happened to be visiting a decoration company."
Lin Xian said with a smile.
"This is too troublesome." "It's no trouble. I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway."
Afterwards, after Lin Xian drove his Maybach to send Huang Shifang to Heping Shopping Mall, he went to check out some famous decoration companies in Jingshui City. I don't know how long it took, but Li Mengyao's little hands kept touching around the bed, as if she was looking for something.
"Where's my husband?" The little hand turned around but couldn't find anything, which meant that Lin Xian was no longer in the room. Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes gently, got up with difficulty, and walked out of the room. "I searched the whole house but couldn't find Lin Xian." Li Mengyao thought about it and took out her cell phone. "Husband, where are you?"
Then the bear made an angry expression.
5 minutes later. "Wife, are you awake?"
After seeing this, Li Mengyao directly made a video call. She didn't do it before because she was afraid that Lin Xian was driving and it would be difficult to answer the video call.
Soon, Lin Xian's handsome face appeared on Li Mengyao's mobile phone screen. "Why didn't you wake me up? We agreed to go together."
Although her tone was calm, the expression between her eyebrows fully demonstrated that she was somewhat unhappy. "I saw you were sleeping so soundly that I didn't call you. I've looked at several companies. I'll bring you the plans and renderings when the time comes. You can rest at home." Lin Xian smiled and quickly started to make fun of him.
"Then you should come back soon."
Lin Xian was also thinking about her, so he stopped acting like a spoiled brat.
"I just checked the time and I slept until almost 5 o'clock. I sleep too much. I may not be able to get up even if Lin Xian calls me." "Okay, my dear wife, I'll be back after I pick up my aunt."
Then Li Mengyao hung up the phone, her face red. A wife is a wife, why add adults? Lin Xian has been working hard all afternoon and should be hungry when he comes back.
"Let me cook dinner today and let Lin Xian taste my cooking skills."
Then Li Mengyao found the ingredients she bought at noon from the refrigerator and started to get busy in the kitchen. I didn't feel anything unusual at first, but halfway through, I suddenly felt nauseous. Li Mengyao covered her mouth, hurried to the toilet, and began to vomit violently. After vomiting for an unknown amount of time, Li Mengyao came out of the bathroom with a pale face. She picked up a small cup of water, drank some hot water, and sat on the sofa in a daze before she gradually came to her senses.
I didn't expect my first morning sickness to be like this.
Afterwards, the door was opened and Lin Xian and Huang Shifang came back.
"I'm back."
Lin Xian smiled happily. Li Mengyao hurriedly stood up, walked quickly forward, threw herself into Lin Xian's arms, and said in a hoarse voice,
"Welcome home."
Lin Xian felt something was wrong as soon as he heard it. The voice sounded like someone who had been crying. He looked at his wife in his arms and saw that her eyes were red with faint traces of tears, and her lips were quite dry.
"Wife, what's wrong with you?" "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left you alone at home. I won't do that again next time."
Lin Xian picked up Li Mengyao and gently placed her on the sofa.
No. I was just trying to make you dinner.
But halfway through, I felt really sick and vomited. Li Mengyao rubbed gently in Lin Xian's arms and said in a soft voice.
Huang Shifan looked at the two of them, knowing that she was now redundant, and said to Lin Xian.
Lin Xian, I'm going to make dinner first, you take care of Yao Yao.
Lin Xian nodded to Huang Shifan. Okay, auntie. Lin Xian turned around and gently wiped away Li Mengyao's tears with a tissue.
He felt distressed when he thought of Li Mengyao vomiting violently in the toilet. The first 3 months are the most common period for pregnant women to experience morning sickness. Lin Xian had always given Li Mengyao small but frequent meals and refused to let her enter the kitchen, in order to avoid morning sickness as much as possible.
However, it still happened. Don't go into the kitchen anymore. Leave all the housework to your husband, okay?
Li Mengyao leaned in Lin Xian's arms, the intense discomfort she had just felt disappeared, and she revealed a happy smile.
Chapter 21 I Can't Finish Eating.
After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went for a walk by the river. Jingshui River is the mother river of Jingshui City, so the residents of Jingshui City will come to the river for a walk at night.
Because Li Mengyao's home was far from the river, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao drove there in a Maybach.
When they arrived at the river, Lin Xian parked the car, took Li Mengyao's hand, and the two walked along the river together. The banks of Jingshui River are bustling with people, and everyone coming and going has a smile on their face. The river water ripples under the light, and it complements the neon lights on the shore, full of life.
Life here is really comfortable.
Lin Xian admired the night view of Jingshui River inside.
Yes, I like this small fourth-tier city very much.
There is no hustle and bustle of first-tier cities, only a leisurely life and a peaceful atmosphere. Li Mengyao smiled sweetly at Lin Xian.
We can always come back after the house in Times Garden is renovated.
Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's little hand and said with a smile.
Well, I used to come here to play when I was a kid.
I remember there was a kind old man selling candied haws here. They used to give me a candied haws on a small bamboo stick. Li Mengyao kept recalling her childhood, and Lin Xian listened quietly beside her.
Strolling along the river, they soon passed an ice cream shop. This is an internet-famous store in Jingshui City. Because the ice cream they make tastes delicious, there are many people queuing up every night. Honey, do you want some ice cream?
Li Mengyao looked at the ice cream in the store, her stomach growled and her face turned red.
I want to.
Because Li Mengyao had morning sickness in the afternoon, she had no appetite for dinner and didn't eat much.
Now I'm out for a walk, I'll get hungry soon. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao to the ice cream shop.
Because there were still a lot of people queuing, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao to an empty seat.
Honey, please take a seat first. I'll go line up to buy. What flavor do you want? Lin Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand and shook it gently, saying with a smile. I want strawberry flavor.
Thank you for your hard work, husband. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's little hand and kissed the back of her hand.
It smelled sweet. Good.
Li Mengyao quickly pulled her hand back, her face flushed.
How could this guy be so shameless as to kiss her in public?
Lin Xian smiled and started queuing up at the back. Seeing that the line was still very long, Li Mengyao picked up her phone and started watching videos.
Lu Yusen, my big Yao Yao, where are you now? I'm here to play with you. Li Mengyao, I'm in Jingshui City, do you want to come? Lu Yusen, why did you come home suddenly? Li Mengyao, take my husband home. Lu Yusen, are you calling me hubby now? You're not married yet. Li Mengyao, almost. Lu Yusen, so auntie has agreed? Didn't break his legs?
Li Mengyao, don't talk nonsense, my mother has already agreed.
Lu Yusen, girls are useless when they grow up. You are just a freeloader. Okay, you are gone and I will play by myself. I won't eat your dog food.
Li Mengyao replied with a little bear nodding emoticon.
Just after finishing chatting with Lu Yusen, a boy sat opposite Li Mengyao.
The boy was quite handsome, dressed neatly, and had the fluffy Korean hairstyle that was very fashionable recently. He smiled and chatted with Li Mengyao.
Hello, beautiful lady, can you add me your contact information? Li Mengyao took a look and said politely. Excuse me, I have a husband.
The boy saw that Li Mengyao still looked like a student and there was no so-called husband next to her, so he guessed that it must be made up. We are very compatible, so we just added each other's contact information. Seeing that he was still not giving in, Li Mengyao said with cold eyes.
Please stop bothering me,
I told you I have.
Didn't she say she had a husband? I do.
Lin Xian rushed over at this time, staring fiercely at the man who was flirting with his wife. Li Mengyao immediately took Lin Xian's hand and hid behind him. The boy looked at the guy in front of him who was taller and more handsome than him, and knowing he couldn't compete with him, he walked away dejectedly.
Honey, next time you meet someone who's trying to flirt with you, just call me and I'll come right over.
Lin Xian smiled and handed the extra-large strawberry sundae in his hand to Li Mengyao.
Well, why did you only buy one? And there are so many. I can't finish them.
Li Mengyao nodded and smiled sweetly.
Eat slowly.
Lin Xian touched Li Mengyao's little head, then took her hand and continued walking along the river. Li Mengyao looked at the extra-large strawberry sundae in front of her, thought about it, and finally took out her cell phone to take a picture and sent it to her good friend Lu Yusin.
Lu Yusin? Li Mengyao, it's delicious. Lu Yusin, Yao Yao, please behave yourself.
When Lu Yusin had a boyfriend in college, she showed her love to Li Mengyao every day and kept encouraging Li Mengyao to find one. Now that they have broken up, it is Li Mengyao's turn to show her love to Lu Yusin. Li Mengyao adjusted her hair and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Lin Xian saw his wife grinning at her phone and asked curiously,
"What's so funny?"
Li Mengyao came back to her senses and looked at Lin Xian with an innocent face.
No. Nothing. I can't finish it.
Li Mengyao looked at the strawberry sundae that she had eaten half of and felt very embarrassed.
Then give it to your husband. I'll take care of it.
Lin Xian smiled gently.
Did you want to eat my? Li Mengyao, realizing Lin Xian's plan, was too embarrassed to continue speaking.
She could only glare at Lin Xian and handed the strawberry sundae in her hand to Lin Xian. After Lin Xian got it, he started eating it in big mouthfuls and swallowed it in no time. The two continued walking along the river, and soon Li Mengyao felt a little tired.
Honey, I'm a little sleepy, let's go back.
Li Mengyao pulled Lin Xian's little hand.
Okay, let's go back the same way.
Just as the two were about to go back, an old man was guarding his candied horse stall on the bustling street, waiting for customers with a smile on his face. That's the grandfather who often gave me candied haws when I was a child. Li Mengyao said excitedly.
Then let's go buy a bunch of candied haws.
I think he only has one string left, so let the old man close the stall early.
Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao gently.
Lin Xian walked forward holding Li Mengyao's hand.
Grandpa, how much do you sell this candied haws? Lin Xian could feel that Li Mengyao was very happy. $3 a string. I want a bunch. Grandpa, do you still remember me? Li Mengyao smiled and looked very happy.
The grandfather selling candied haws looked up at the girl in front of him. He felt that she was familiar and suddenly remembered her.
Are you the little girl who often ate my candied haws when we were little? Chapter 22. The babies will grow up quickly. It's me. I didn't expect Grandpa still remembered me. Li Mengyao's eyes were curved with joy. Haha, how could I not remember?
When I was little, many kids gathered around me to buy candied haws.
You just stood not far away and drooled at the sight.
Grandpa Tanghulu smiled kindly, with his brows narrowed into slits at the corners of his eyes. Li Mengyao said a little embarrassedly, I was just greedy.
Tanghulu Grandpa. So I always leave a candied haws for you, ha ha ha. Hey, I'll give you the last bunch of strawberry candied haws.
Because most candied haws are made from hawthorn, and pregnant women should try not to eat hawthorn-based foods as they will have adverse effects on the body. But if it is a candied haws made from fruit, such as the strawberry candied haws in front of you, pregnant women can eat it.
Li Mengyao waved her hands quickly. No, we buy it.
Lin Xian took out his mobile phone and scanned the code.
Yes, Grandpa, we will buy it, thank you for taking care of her when she was a child. Grandpa Tanghulu looked at the two people holding hands tightly and smiled with satisfaction. I just felt sorry for you back then. You looked so cute with your two braids. It reminded me of my own granddaughter, ha ha ha.
Here, your candied haws. As he said this, he handed the last string of candied haws to Li Mengyao.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Li Mengyao was as happy as a little child, smiling from ear to ear. When Lin Xian left, he secretly left 100 yuan for Tanghulu Grandpa to thank him for taking care of Li Mengyao.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao continued to return the same way.
On the way, Li Mengyao ate candied haws while holding Lin Xian's hand, swinging it up and down, as if they were back in their childhood.
Wife, is it delicious?
Lin Xian smiled.
It's delicious. It still tastes like when I was a kid.
It hasn't changed at all.
Li Mengyao nodded happily, then looked up blankly and asked Lin Xian. Do you want to eat?
Lin Xian looked at the candied haws that Li Mengyao handed to him and smiled.
I just ate, you eat. Oh.
Li Mengyao continued to taste her candied haws, which were sour and sweet and full of flavor.
There's only one left. Are you sure you don't want to eat it?
Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian and blinked her elegant eyes gently.
No.
Lin Xian said in a firm tone, and kept looking at Li Mengyao's tempting cherry lips. Li Mengyao always felt that Lin Xian had bad intentions, but she was too naive to think of anything and just decided not to eat. Then he stuffed the last candied haws into his mouth. After holding it for a while, his cheeks were about to puff up when Lin Xian suddenly spoke with a smile.
Wife, I want to eat candied haws now. There are no more. Li Mengyao looked at the gourd skewer in her hand and shook her pretty head and said. Isn't there another one? There's another one. There's another one in my mouth.
Li Mengyao suddenly realized something and quickly reached out to cover her mouth.
You can't, But someone got there first.
Lin Xian put one arm around Li Mengyao and held her in his arms. With the other hand, he lifted Li Mengyao's chin and leaned over to kiss her seductive lips. This caused Li Mengyao to push hard. She looked around and luckily there was no one around. Then she looked at Lin Xian angrily.
Why did you steal my candied haws? I like to eat sweet candied haws.
Lin Xian said shamelessly. Li Mengyao was so angry that she raised her hand to twist Lin Xian's waist.
It hurts. Stop twisting it. I already have several scars on my waist. Lin Xian, who was smiling playfully in the last second, turned into a ferocious look in the next. Snort.
Li Mengyao pouted and turned her little face slightly away from Lin Xian.
Okay, wife, I know I was wrong. Let's go back quickly. Lin Xian coaxed. Every time you say you know you're wrong, you do the same thing next time.
Li Mengyao scolded angrily and continued not to look at Lin Xian directly.
This girl wouldn't be really angry, right?
Lin Xian suddenly felt that the candied haws in his mouth were no longer sweet.
After a while, Li Mengyao turned around and looked at the bewildered idiot Lin Xian and burst out laughing. Are you scared?
Li Mengyao gently patted Lin Xian with her little hand.
I'm scared, wife.
Lin Xian also smiled.
Next time, don't suddenly. Okay, we can kiss each other again when we get home.
Li Mengyao stared at him with her bright eyes like a deer and spoke softly.
Okay.
Lin Xian agreed readily without any hesitation.
The two finally returned to the parking place.
After Lin Xian sent Li Mengyao to the passenger seat, he returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and drove towards home. In the car, Li Mengyao looked at her little belly and asked Lin Xian.
Honey, do you think this is a boy or a girl? Is it possible that there is one boy and one girl?
Lin Xian replied with a smile while driving steadily.
How can we be so lucky to have twins, a boy and a girl, all at once?
Li Mengyao raised her beautiful eyebrows and smiled happily.
It's almost 3 months. The baby needs to grow up quickly.
Li Mengyao gently stroked her soft belly.
Wife, I want to touch it too.
Lin Xian glanced and said enviously.
Let's talk about it when we get home. Drive carefully and don't look around. Li Mengyao blushed.
Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned downstairs to their home.
After Lin Xian parked the car, he took Li Mengyao's hand and prepared to go home.
Li Mengyao looked at a man standing at the door of her house, holding a bouquet of flowers. When she got closer, she saw that it was Li Jie. Li Jie was the class monitor of Li Mengyao's high school and had been pursuing Li Mengyao, but Li Mengyao didn't like him and had clearly rejected him several times. However, Li Jie felt that since Li Mengyao didn't have a boyfriend, he had a chance, so he kept pestering her. Later, Li Mengyao simply ignored him. When Li Jie saw Li Mengyao holding a man's hand and getting out of a luxury Maybach, his fists clenched, but he still tried to keep smiling. It seems that what Chen Tingting said is true, Li Mengyao really has a boyfriend.
Mengyao, I heard you were back, why didn't you tell me? These flowers are for you.
Li Jie handed the flowers to Li Mengyao with a smile, completely ignoring Lin Xian. Li Mengyao frowned when she saw that it was Li Jie.
Li Jie, why are you here at my doorstep? I've said before that we're not suitable. Please give the flowers to someone else. Thank you.
After saying that, he was about to hold Lin Xian's hand and prepare to go home. Unexpectedly, Li Jie blocked Lin Xian and Li Mengyao again and shouted anxiously.
Mengyao, can't you give me a chance? I have been hired by a well-known company in Jingshui City. My parents are both working. We will have a good life in Jingshui City in the future. Li Mengyao's eyes were cold and she interrupted angrily. I'll say it again, there's no chance for us, and I already have a husband, get out of the way. It was the first time that Lin Xian saw Li Mengyao so angry. Looking at Li Jie, who was still not giving in, he clenched his fists. But, it hurts. Li Jie wanted to explain, but Lin Xian reached out and grabbed Li Jie's arm and twisted it hard to hold him down. After receiving the first reward from the system to enhance his physical fitness, Lin Xian's strength has far exceeded that of ordinary people. I've made it very clear. If you dare to harass my wife again, I won't be so polite next time. Get lost. Then Lin Xian kicked Li Jie's butt hard, and Li Jie fell flat on his face. Chapter 23 Husband, you are the best. Li Jie got up in a panic, his face grim, and he watched Lin Xian and Li Mengyao leave with gritted teeth. He will not give up easily. He has been pursuing it for so many years and has become obsessed with it. Then he limped away. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned, as it was already late, they quickly washed up and lay down on the bed. Li Mengyao was quietly looking at her phone, while Lin Xian was staring at his wife in a daze. Li Mengyao quickly noticed something unusual, put down her phone, turned around, hugged Lin Xian, and raised her head. Honey, what are you thinking about? You keep staring at me. Although they haven't gotten married yet, it feels natural for Li Mengyao to call him husband now. It's just a matter of time anyway. Lin Xian came back to his senses, stretched out his arms and hugged Li Mengyao tightly, saying gently, I was wondering why my wife is so popular. The aunt's son this morning, the boy in the ice cream shop in the evening, and the man downstairs just now. 3 people wanted to steal my wife in just one day. It's infuriating just thinking about it. Li Mengyao was a little helpless but couldn't hide her gentle smile. Is that why you did this? This is out of my control. They insisted on coming up to me, and there was nothing I could do. Lin Xian smiled and lowered his head, touching his forehead with hers, showing his signature smile. Then I'll have to keep a closer eye on it next time. Sure enough, a barrage of kisses followed, first on her forehead, then moving to the tip of her nose, and finally stopping on her lips. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao continued to stay in Jingshui City for a few more days. After arranging the decoration and furniture placement of Times Garden, they prepared to set off back to Jinghai City today. The 3 of them went downstairs. Huang Shifan looked at Lin Xian taking such good care of his daughter, smiled with relief, and handed the household registration book in her hand to Li Mengyao. Yao Yao, take this household registration booklet and remember to come back often. Li Mengyao stared blankly at the household registration booklet in her hand. She understood what her mother meant and her eyes felt sore. Seeing this, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and said in a firm tone, Auntie, don't worry, we will come back often. Ripples appeared on Li Mengyao's face. Yeah, Mom, we will definitely come back often. Huang Shifan's eyes also turned slightly red, and she spoke gently. Mom knows, be careful on the road. After Lin Xian helped Li Mengyao sit firmly in the back seat, he walked into the driver's seat, started the Maybach, and slowly left. Huang Shifan could no longer hold back her tears. She and her daughter had depended on each other for more than 10 years, and now she was going to get married. In the Maybach, Li Mengyao was also crying with red eyes. Lin Xian was driving quietly in front. Knowing the hardship of the mother and daughter, he did not go out of his way to comfort them and gave them some time. Soon, 4 hours passed. The dark and slender Maybach drove into the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion again. After Lin Xian parked the car steadily, he walked out of the door and went to the back seat. Not long after Li Mengyao got on the car, she fell asleep while crying. Now she is sleeping quietly like a cute little girl. Lin Xian gently picked up Li Mengyao and slowly walked towards the elevator. Soon the beauty in his arms woke up, and their eyes met, looking at Lin Xian in a daze. Awake? Lin Xian said with a doting look in his eyes. Hurry, put me down. Li Mengyao's pretty face turned red. We're still outside, it would be embarrassing if someone saw us. It's okay, there's no one here. As he spoke, Lin Xian walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the 16th floor. The elevator rose slowly and suddenly stopped at the first floor. The elevator door opened and an old lady and an old man came in. The old lady looked at the 2 of them with a smile on her face.
At this time, Li Mengyao was so embarrassed that she buried her head in Lin Xian's chest and used her little hands to pull her hair up to cover her red face.
Finally made it to the 16th floor.
The elevator was particularly slow today. After getting out of the elevator, Li Mengyao struggled to get down quickly, and Lin Xian also slowly let her go. Li Mengyao angrily hit the still smiling Lin Xian with her little hand, but she didn't dare to use too much force, as she would feel bad if she hurt herself.
The two finally returned to their home in Jinwan Prefecture.
As soon as Lin Xian returned home, he started cleaning.
Li Mengyao also joined in and did what she could.
Originally Lin Xian disagreed and wanted her to rest, but Li Mengyao insisted on joining together, otherwise she would not let Lin Xian kiss her tonight.
This is simply a trump card for Lin Xian.
He has no choice but to let Li Mengyao do some of the light work. It is not tiring for men and women to work together, and the house is soon cleaned up.
In the past few days since returning, Li Mengyao has been preparing for her graduation thesis defense.
The two are still senior students and must pass the graduation defense with their university advisor before they can officially graduate. On the other hand, Lin Xian acted as if nothing had happened, playing here and there. At night, Lin Xian was staring at his 70-inch big screen in the hall, watching a movie with great interest. Li Mengyao walked out of the room, hugged Lin Xian, rested her chin on his shoulder, and asked curiously, "Hubby, you don't have to prepare for your graduation defense." Lin Xian looked at his lovely wife in his arms and couldn't help but lean over and kiss her soft face. "Your husband is not talented, but because he performed so well before, he has been exempted from the graduation defense and can graduate directly." Li Mengyao puffed up her cheeks and complained.
"Ah! Why is this happening?" Lin Xian couldn't stop smiling. "Your husband is very good, don't you know?"
Li Mengyao hooked her small hands around Lin Xian's neck and gently bit his face.
"I know, husband, you are the best."
After saying that, he quickly distanced himself from the others and ran back to the room with his legs clattering. Lin Xian touched the faintly visible tooth marks on his face, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
Chapter 24. You have been laughing and never stopped. The day of graduation defense soon arrived.
The sun was shining brightly, the air was fresh, and the birds were singing happily on the branches, as if they were celebrating for the students who were about to graduate.
Li Mengyao's graduation defense was scheduled for the afternoon.
In order to be in good condition, she took a nap after lunch. After a short nap, she got up early and began to dress herself up carefully. She was wearing a snow-white shirt with the collar slightly open, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbone. She wore a black long skirt on her lower body, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps, like a dancing butterfly. Her shiny black hair falls on her shoulders like a waterfall, exuding a faint fragrance. Li Mengyao walked up to Lin Xian, turned around lightly, and asked with a bright smile on her face,
"Honey, does this look good?"
Lin Xian couldn't help but go forward and hug Li Mengyao, sniffing the charming fragrance emanating from her body.
He whispered, "It looks good. My wife looks good in anything she wears." Li Mengyao angrily scolded, "Smooth talk. Okay, let's go." Lin Xian showed his signature smile again. "Can I come in and watch you defend your graduation thesis?"
Li Mengyao hurriedly shook her head and said firmly,
"No. I'd get nervous." "Okay, stop messing around, we're going to be late."
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of the room and came to the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian still chose to drive his Shohei, the name Lin Xian gave to the Maybach. After a while, Lin Xian drove the Maybach to the school parking lot. Because Li Mengyao was majoring in Chinese language and literature, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and came to the teaching building of the School of Arts, found the corresponding classroom, and looked inside. There were 5 tutors sitting in the first row, and the back was filled with flustered students. Lin Xian said to Li Mengyao gently, "Go ahead, don't be nervous, I'll wait for you at the door." In fact, with Li Mengyao's 4 years of hard work in college, she had basically no pressure in dealing with this graduation thesis defense, but she was more or less nervous when facing 5 tutors picking on her. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian with a red face.
"Well, kiss me, I won't be nervous anymore."
Lin Xian was also stunned.
Why was his wife so proactive today?
Then he hugged Li Mengyao and kissed her gently on the forehead.
"Go ahead." Li Mengyao smiled and walked into the classroom happily. Do you really think Lin Xian would be so honest?
He had never seen Li Mengyao giving a speech in the classroom, and Lin Xian showed his signature smile again. Lin Xian returned to the parking lot and took out a black hat from Maybach. After putting on his hat, Lin Xian returned to the room where Li Mengyao was holding her graduation defense. He sneaked into the classroom from the back door and sat in the last row. It was difficult to notice him without careful observation. I saw Li Mengyao in front of me still closing her eyes to relax. Lin Xian picked up his phone and started taking photos.
If he missed this opportunity, it would be gone.
It was his fault that he met Li Mengyao in his last year of college.
After an unknown amount of time, Li Mengyao finally walked up to the podium. Unlike her usual weakness, Li Mengyao was quite confident on the podium.
Her language was fluent and well organized, and her beautiful face was filled with a confident smile. With her profound Chinese language and cultural background and excellent expression ability, she won high praise from the instructors present. Lin Xian quickly took out his cell phone and took pictures. As expected of a school beauty, she is beautiful and outstanding in her studies.
Yeah, but I heard that the school beauty seems to have a boyfriend. Oh my god, which freshman snatched our school beauty away? It seems to be from our school.
Lin Xian heard a few boys next to him discussing and they were all smiling.
Hey, classmate, what are you laughing at? The boy next to him asked curiously. Did I laugh?
Lin Xian said with a smile.
You've been laughing all the time and never stopped, said another boy. I thought of something happy.
Lin Xian raised the corners of his mouth.
What's so funny? Tell me about it.
At this time, Li Mengyao had completed her graduation defense and returned to her seat to pack her things. Seeing that his wife was about to come out, Lin Xian quickly ran away.
Classmates, I have something to do and I'm leaving first.
Come on, guys. After saying that, he sneaked out of the classroom through the back door. This person doesn't seem to be from our college, strange.
Several people continued to discuss.
Lin Xian walked out of the classroom, looked at his phone as if nothing had happened, and stood at the door waiting for Li Mengyao. His handsome figure is as straight as a pine tree, and his handsome face with a smile attracts the attention of the girls around him.
Finally, a girl couldn't help but come forward. Hello classmate, can you add me to your contact information so we can get to know each other?
This female classmate has a sweet appearance, a petite figure, and a charming smile, which makes it easy for people to like her.
Sorry, I already have.
Lin Xian just opened his mouth to refuse. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside them. Li Mengyao held Lin Xian's hand, her eyes slightly colder.
Sorry classmate, he already has a girlfriend.
When the female classmates saw that it was the school belle, they felt overshadowed by the comparison and left in shame.
Wife, did your graduation defense go well?
Lin Xian said with a smile.
It wasn't going well.
I saw you with another girl when I came out.
Li Mengyao's face fell, and she looked unhappy.
It's unfair, my dear wife.
I just arrived at the classroom door.
Lin Xian quickly protested.
Who knows you?
Li Mengyao pouted, looking serious.
I have a way to prove my innocence.
Lin Xian said seriously.
What method?
Li Mengyao of course saw that the girl went to talk to Lin Xian first, but she still wanted to tease him. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and found the photos of Li Mengyao he had just taken in the classroom. Li Mengyao in the photo is beautiful and exudes an elegant temperament.
Ah! You were peeking again.
Li Mengyao then realized that Lin Xian had been wearing a black hat, which looked quite handsome. But she was still angry, so she stretched out her little hand and touched Lin Xian's waist. Lin Xian took the opportunity to hug Li Mengyao and let her pinch him, since he had thick skin anyway. I just want to see you in class and experience what it's like to take classes with you.
I won't have the chance again in the future. Lin Xian continued gently. After the graduation defense, there will be the graduation ceremony, and generally you will not come back to class. Okay then, send me the photos.
Li Mengyao's cheeks turned red, she spoke softly and raised her head slightly.
Good.
Lin Xian sent the picture to Li Mengyao, and also sent it to a group chat of a loving family.
Zhang Shulan, my daughter-in-law is so beautiful.
Lin Zhenggui, as expected of my son, he has the same vision as I did when I was young.
Lin Cici, this is my sister-in-law? Zhang Shulan, Cici, you're playing with your phone at school?
You're so rebellious.
Lin Cici, sorry, I sent this to the wrong person. I'm not Cici. Lin Xian, speechless expression.
At this time, several boys who had just been discussing next to Lin Xian also came out of the classroom. Seeing the school beauty being hugged by a handsome boy, they gritted their teeth.
It seems that the news that the school beauty already has a boyfriend is true. Wait, no, isn't he the boy who was laughing next to us just now? Damn it, no wonder you're always giggling. Chapter 25 That's not my boyfriend, that's my husband. You just said you wanted to experience what it's like to take classes with me, right?
Li Mengyao rolled her eyes, tilted her head and smiled sweetly.
Yes. Lin Xian said.
Then let's go to the school cafeteria for dinner.
You and I have never eaten together at school.
Li Mengyao raised her beautiful eyebrows and raised her head proudly.
No, it's not clean outside.
Lin Xian shook his head.
Oh, it's just once.
Besides, the school should be clean compared to the outside. Li Mengyao continued to act coquettishly. Lin Xian was still frowning and hesitating. Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand and started walking towards the cafeteria.
Come on, come on. I'm hungry. If you don't leave, I'll go alone.
Lin Xian had no choice but to agree.
Soon, the two arrived at the Meiyuan canteen, which had the best reputation in the school.
It was already time for dinner, and students from Jinghai University came to the cafeteria one after another to eat. Auntie, I want to order scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised fish, broccoli with shrimp, and 2 fried chicken legs.
Auntie, please stop shaking your hands. This is the last time we'll come to the cafeteria to eat at the university.
Li Mengyao was as happy as a little child, speaking with a smile.
Okay, Auntie will give you more. Auntie gave Li Mengyao a larger amount than usual.
Then Lin Xian ordered a few dishes at random, and the two of them went to a corner of the cafeteria and started eating. This is delicious. I used to come to Meiyuan to eat it often. As she spoke, Li Mengyao put half of the braised fish and a fried chicken leg into Lin Xian's bowl.
No wonder I hardly saw you in college.
Lin Xian's dormitory and classes are both on the south side of the school, and he also eats in the bamboo garden in the south. Li Mengyao's is just the opposite, on the north side, and the plum garden is the cafeteria in the north of the school. Jinghai University covers a large area, and Lin Xian is a lazy person who would never go to the north of the school unless he has nothing better to do.
But I've seen you,
Li Mengyao said in a low voice. What did you say, wife? As there were more and more people in the cafeteria, Li Mengyao spoke very quietly, so I couldn't hear clearly.
Nothing, nothing, come, have a bite.
Li Mengyao picked up a shrimp and handed it to Lin Xian's mouth, who swallowed it in one gulp. Lin Xian also picked up a piece of braised pork and gave it to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao ate it in small bites, only biting off half of it, and the rest was swallowed by Lin Xian. When the two of them were feeding each other, they had already become the objects of the other students' attention.
Look, isn't that the campus beauty of our university? Is the guy next to him his boyfriend? Damn it, how come my goddess already has a boyfriend? You know what, that guy is pretty handsome. He's so handsome, he doesn't deserve it. Hurry up and take a picture of it, post it on the campus intelligence network, and make that guy the public enemy of all the boys at Jinghai University. Snap. The photo of the two feeding each other was posted to the campus intelligence network of Jinghai University. Title, Shocking. The campus beauty of Jinghai University is eating in the cafeteria with her boyfriend. Who is that bastard next to our school beauty? The school beauty has a boyfriend, my heart is broken. It's just a boyfriend. I still have a chance, doghead. Isn't this the great Lin Xianlin from our School of Computer Science? Are we all going to the Institute of Finance together tomorrow? While Lin Xian was eating dinner, he felt countless hostile gazes on his back, which made him feel a little cold. At this time, Lin Xian's cell phone rang. 622 Fantong Group. Zhou Quan, brother Xian, you have been exposed. Zhong Zixing, remember to wear a mask in school in the future. This is a friendly reminder. Chen Jingming, ha 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 brother Xian, you're done. Lin Xian, what's going on? Zhou Quan, pictures, pictures. It was the photo of Lin Xian and Li Mengyao showing their affection just now. What a mistake. I have to be more low-key when I return to school next time. Li Mengyao saw that Lin Xian ignored her and kept looking at his phone, so she scolded him. Lin Xian, what are you looking at? You are ignoring me. I have become the public enemy of all the boys in Jinghai University, Lin Xian said with a helpless smile. Ah? Why? Li Mengyao blinked in confusion. Look, it's all because my wife is too beautiful. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and opened the campus intelligence network to show Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao covered her mouth and burst out laughing. Then I can't help you. You're on your own. Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finished their dinner and walked hand in hand around the campus. At this time, Lin Xian still looked worried, fearing that he would suddenly be hit by a hammer from behind.
He still believed in Li Mengyau's charm, but he was afraid that some people could not stand the stimulation and became obsessed.
Honey, do you want me to help you?
Seeing that Lin Xian was still nervous, Li Mengyao kept laughing.
How can you help?
Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao expectantly.
Call me sister and I will help you.
Li Mengyao tucked her hair behind her ears and smiled happily. She had seen Lin Xian's ID card. Although they were born in the same year, Li Mengyao was a few months older than Lin Xian. A few months was still older, so she should call her sister.
No.
Lin Xian's face rarely turned red. Calling his wife sister was a big deal.
It was too embarrassing. I'm older than you. What's wrong with calling me sister? Just call me One. Li Mengyao pouted and acted coquettishly and cutely. Call One and I will give you a reward.
Li Mengyao continued to increase the stakes and looked at Lin Xian with anticipation.
Real?
Yeah, well, I can help you solve the school crisis and get a reward at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Li Mengyao walked up to Lin Xian, hugged him, raised her head and smiled slightly.
If you don't call me, I will hold you and not leave.
Lin Xian looked away with his blushing cheeks and said something softly.
Elder sister. Hee, my brother is so good. Li Mengyao's eyes were curved with joy.
She stretched out her arms to hug Lin Xian's neck, kissed him on the lips, and then quickly withdrew. Usually Lin Xian makes her shy, but she didn't expect that she could win a game today.
She is so happy. Is this the reward?
Lin Xian touched his mouth.
Yes, I don't like it.
Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes slightly.
I like it, but it's too short.
Lin Xian said gently.
Still in school.
The two continued to hang out in the school, and Lin Xian continued to receive hatred from the boys across the street, which seemed to be more serious than before.
Wife, didn't you just say you wanted to help me? Lin Xian asked. I helped. You can take a look at the school information network.
Li Mengyao pursed her lips and smiled. Lin Xian took out his cell phone, opened the school information network, and immediately saw a pinned comment that was posted by Li Mengyao.
That's not my boyfriend, that's my husband. Chapter 26, I saved the galaxy in my previous life. What? He's already your husband? A newborn. A fucking newborn.
I didn't stand a chance, crying.
Brothers, it's time to unite and take down this man.
Lin Xian looked at the campus intelligence network and felt a chill in his heart.
Wife, you.
At this time, Li Mengyao took advantage of the fact that Lin Xian was looking at his mobile phone and secretly walked to the front, looking back at Lin Xian every 10 steps.
Wife, you still want to run.
Lin Xian started running to catch up with Li Mengyao.
Don't come over here. Ha ha ha.
When Li Mengyao saw that the truth was revealed, she also started to jog forward. One runs in front and the other chases behind. Two cheerful laughs were heard in the silent campus. Because Li Mengyao was still pregnant, she didn't run fast, so Lin Xian caught up with her easily, hugged her and spoke gently.
Don't run around, be careful. Li Mengyao tidied up her messy hair and showed a charming smile.
The campus under the night sky, flowers, plants and trees appear particularly quiet and mysterious under the moonlight. On campus during graduation season, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked hand in hand. Under the moonlight, every step was filled with sweetness. After the graduation defense, after 3 or 4 days of careful teaching by Lin Xian, Li Mengyao can already drive skillfully in the city. In addition, the Xiaomi SU7 has an automatic parking function, so there is no need to worry about not being able to park. Today, Li Mengyao's university dormitory held a farewell dinner, which was also the last meal after graduation from university. Since they were all girls, Lin Xian felt embarrassed to go with them, so Li Mengyao drove there by herself. When Lin Xian was training Li Mengyao to drive, he found that the girl learned to drive quite quickly and steadily. Moreover, smart cars like Xiaomi SU7 also have intelligent driving and emergency avoidance functions, so he agreed.
Honey, I'm going out. Li Mengyao wore a simple white dress, highlighting her elegant temperament.
She happily ran to Lin Xian and kissed him lightly on the lips. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Xian pulled her into his arms and kissed her cherry lips with light lipstick on them.
I don't know how long it took. Come back early.
Lin Xian said with a grin. Li Mengyao touched her hot face and slightly red mouth, and did not forget to reply before leaving.
Bad husband.
Li Mengyao came to the parking lot, walked to the front of the Xiaomi SU7, sat in the driver's seat, started the car skillfully, and did not forget to take out a small mirror to touch up her lipstick, which was all eaten by Lin Xian. Soon, Li Mengyao arrived at the dormitory building of Jinghai University and picked up 3 roommates whom she had not seen for a long time.
Chen Man, wow, Yao Yao, we haven't seen each other for just a few months and you're already driving a car. It's not cheap at all. Yang Lin, yeah, tell me, we saw you making a high-profile confession yesterday.
Only Lu Yusin, who was standing by, knew all this, but she also joined in the joke.
Yeah, our Yao Yao has a husband and has forgotten her sisters.
Li Mengyao blushed slightly when she was teased by her roommate and quickly changed the subject. Stop talking, hurry up and decide where to eat.
I'm hungry.
Well, the one we ate at last time was pretty good, but it seems like there's a new gourmet restaurant opening nearby.
It's over, I have a fear of making choices. I think that one is better. No, I think the other one is better.
In this way, the 4 people argued in the car for more than 10 minutes, and finally decided by voting. On the other hand, Lin Xian had nothing to do at home. Thinking that the luxury store given by the system had not yet opened, he decided to go to Jinwan Plaza to post a job opening, and the first thing he wanted to do was to recruit a store manager. The store manager is responsible for all matters in the store, including the operation of the restaurant, the recruitment of chefs and waiters, and the decoration design. In this way, Lin Xian can be a hands-off manager and be a boss at ease. Lin Xian immediately drove his Maybach to Jinwan Plaza, printed out a recruitment information and posted it on the door of a luxury store. Later, Lin Xian felt that this way of recruiting people was too old-fashioned, so he put a job recruitment information on the mobile recruitment app, offering a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, 5 insurances, and 1 housing fund.
This condition should attract many people.
After everything was done, Lin Xian drove home. On the other side, Li Mengyao was having dinner with her 3 good sisters. Li Mengyao told her roommates what had happened in the past few months, but of course she didn't tell them about her pregnancy.
Ah, your boyfriend is so nice. Yang Lin sighed.
Yes, she is pretty, cooks every day, and is very loyal.
Chen Man agreed.
Only Lu Yusin remained silent, because she knew what was going on, although Lin Xian was indeed a very good person.
Hey, Yao Yao, why do you call him husband when we're not even married? Did he propose to you? Lu Yusin couldn't help but ask.
Not yet. I'll get used to it after being called that many times.
Li Mengyao's cheeks turned red instantly. You are really infatuated, my big Yao Yao.
Chen Man said with a smile.
I remember you had a crush on him during your freshman year. Now your dream has finally come true. By the way, Yao Yao, this kind of good man is very popular, you have to keep a close eye on him. Yang Lin reminded. Yeah. Li Mengyao also nodded shyly.
Can I not keep a close eye on her? We already have a child, and my Yao Yao has become someone else's. Lu Yusin complained helplessly in her heart.
Okay, we've finally graduated. I wish us a bright future.
Cheers. The 4 little girls took their drinks and drank them all. After Li Mengyao and her good sisters had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Mengyao sent them back to the dormitory, then drove to Jinwan Plaza and came to a jewelry store. Lin Xian is indeed too easy to attract a lot of men.
He met one at the door of the classroom yesterday.
He has to find something to prove that he is taken.
So Li Mengyao thought of men's rings. Welcome, beautiful lady, how can I help you?
A tall and decent-looking clerk came over. That is right, this is the jewelry store where Lin Xian bought the diamond ring before, and even the clerk is the same person.
Hello, do you have any men's rings to recommend? Li Mengyao asked in a low voice. Yes, please follow me. The clerk guided Li Mengyao to a display cabinet on the side. Men's rings are displayed in the showcase, shining brightly, and each one exudes unique charm.
Soon, Li Mengyao fell in love with a men's ring. It was simple yet exquisite, with a unique design that showed low-key luxury and elegance.
Hello, please help me get this one. Li Mengyao raised her little hand and pointed. Okay, beauty.
The clerk then took out the men's ring and handed it to Li Mengyao.
Beautiful lady, you have a good taste. This is the latest design, so it fits the aesthetic taste of today's young people.
Li Mengyao looked left and right, playing with it back and forth in her hands. It was very beautiful.
How much is this one? A total of 18,888.
After hearing the price, Li Mengyao gritted her teeth, hesitated slightly, and finally paid.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to come next time.
The clerk packed the items with a smile on his face, wondering which man was so lucky to have such a beautiful girl buy him a ring.
He must have saved the galaxy in his previous life. Chapter 27. I'm afraid you left some of it on purpose. Li Mengyao drove back to Jinwan Mansion. Arriving at the door, I stretched out my hand and unlocked it with my fingerprint.
Lin Xian was watching a movie in the living room.
When he saw his wife coming back, he was about to speak. "Wife, come back."
Li Mengyao flashed by and quickly trotted back to the room. Lin Xian had a big question mark in his mind.
What was his wife hiding? She was so mysterious.
After Li Mengyao hid the ring she had just bought, she let out a long sigh, patted her face, and then walked out of the room.
"Honey, I'm back."
"You were so flustered just now, you must be hiding something." Lin Xian grabbed Li Mengyao and held her in his arms.
"No. Nothing." Li Mengyao's pupils suddenly shrank, and obvious nervousness flashed in her eyes. "Really nothing?" Lin Xian showed his signature smile. "That's a girl's secret, you are not allowed to know it."
Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes slightly.
"Oh well."
Seeing that his wife refused to speak, Lin Xian had no choice but to hug her and watch the movie together in the hall. After watching the movie, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening and the two returned to their room to sleep. The next day, a phone call woke Lin Xian up from his sleep. In order not to disturb his wife's sleep, Lin Xian walked out of the room to answer the phone.
"Brother Xian, are you awake yet, hee?" Zhou Quan asked. "Quaner, why are you calling me so early in the morning?"
Lin Xian was a little puzzled. Normally, brothers would send messages to each other and would only call each other when there was something extremely urgent.
But as soon as I heard Zhou Quan's laughter, I knew that nothing was wrong. "Brother Xian, are you planning to open a restaurant in Jinwan Plaza?" Zhou Quan continued to ask. "Yeah, how did you know?"
Lin Xian became a little more sober.
"I saw it on the recruitment software." "Brother Xian, have you found a candidate for the position of store manager?" "Why are you asking that?" "Brother Xian, I want to apply for."
Lin Xian was a little shocked.
"Didn't Zhou Quan take the civil service exam?" "Didn't you take the civil service exam? Why do you want to go into business?" "I didn't pass the exam. I found out that the civil service is really hard to pass nowadays."
"You don't know, I scored 80 points in the exam, but I didn't even get in for the interview. I heard that the first place got 89 points. Brother Xian, tell me, how perverted are these people?"
Zhou Quan complained a lot. "Quaner, can you do it?"
Lin Xian asked with some doubt.
"Of course I can. My family runs a restaurant." "Brother Xian, why don't you interview me?" Zhou Quan said confidently. "Okay then. I haven't seen you for a while.
Let's wait for you at the usual place, the coffee shop near the school." Seeing that his brother was so confident, Lin Xian decided to go and take a look.
He knew him well, so maybe he was a good match for him. "Okay, Brother Xian, I'll go order some coffee and wait for you," Zhou Quan said happily.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian washed up and returned to the room. Seeing Li Mengyao still sleeping soundly, he walked up to her and gave her a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead.
"Honey, I'm going out for a while." "Okay." Li Mengyao's eyelashes trembled slightly and she responded in a daze.
Then Lin Xian walked out of the house, came to the parking lot, and drove the Maybach towards the school. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at a coffee shop near the school. After parking the car, he saw Zhou Quan waving happily as soon as he entered the door.
"Brother Xian, here." Lin Xian came and sat down opposite Zhou Quan. "Brother Xian, please interview me," Zhou Quan suddenly said with a serious face. "Mr. Zhou Quan, I'm very glad that you are here to apply for the position of store manager. I will ask you a few questions now."
Lin Xian also began to look at Zhou Quan seriously.
After asking some simple restaurant operation knowledge. "Oh my god, you are really something."
Lin Xian was a little surprised, because he didn't understand much about these things, so he planned to find a store manager to manage the business and just be a hands-off boss himself. "Hey, Brother Xian, have you forgotten that my family has always run a restaurant, and I have been working as a handyman in my own restaurant since I was a child?
Don't think I can't cook.
I can make you a piece of 9-turn large intestine.
It's absolutely delicious,"
Zhou Quan said proudly.
No, I'm afraid you left some of it on purpose." "Okay then, it's you,"
Lin Xian said with a smile.
"Thank you, Brother Xian." Then when can I start work? Zhou Quan was very happy.
After the renovation is completed, I will give you a sum of money for the renovation after a while, and then you can decorate the restaurant first. As for your salary, if the restaurant makes a profit, we'll split it 30% to 70%, 70% for me and 30% for you. If it makes a loss, I'll still pay you 20,000 yuan a month.
Really? Brother Xian, you are so nice to me. Zhou Quan almost jumped up with joy. Don't be too happy too soon. If the restaurant is profitable, everyone will make money.
If the loss is too big, I will fire you and then sell the restaurant. Lin Xian still wants to run this restaurant well, but he is not stupid enough to do business at a loss.
He will let Zhou Quan try it first. If it doesn't work out, he can still sell it at a loss. After all, it is given by the system for free, so he will make a profit.
Brother Xian, don't worry, I will definitely run the restaurant well. The two continued to chat and started complaining.
Brother Xian, why am I so unlucky lately? I've been able to get 6 consecutive big wins with Yuanshan recently. I'm really impressed.
After hearing this, Lin Xian choked on the coffee he had just drunk and almost spit it out.
Ahem, well, Quaner, I think you should change the game. Why did you ask me to change the game?
Brother Jingming said the same thing.
No, I'll try again later. Brother Xian, I'm going to go back first and try to finish the restaurant plan tomorrow. Good. Afterwards, Zhou Quan went back to the school dormitory.
Seeing that it was still early, Lin Xian continued to look at his phone while slowly drinking the coffee in his hand.
Okay, now the lazy bum is almost up, it's time to go back.
Just as Lin Xian walked out of the coffee shop and was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared in front of Lin Xian.
It was his ex-girlfriend Yi Zixuan. Yi Zixuan and Lin Xian are in the same class.
Yi Zixuan started pursuing Lin Xian madly in their freshman year because Lin Xian was handsome. However, after dating for less than half a year, Lin Xian couldn't stand Yi Zixuan's vanity and chose to break up.
At this time, Yi Zixuan had an outstanding appearance.
She looked particularly charming in a white shirt and a black skirt. Lin Xian was a little surprised.
He didn't expect to meet Yi Zixuan here.
Yi Zixuan also saw Lin Xian, and a hint of arrogance flashed in her eyes.
Lin Xian had no attachment to Yi Zixuan.
He just took one look at her and wanted to leave.
What a coincidence, Lin Xian. Yi Zixuan spoke first. Well, it's indeed a coincidence. Lin Xian's tone was calm. How have you been lately? Yi Zixuan tried to greet him. It has nothing to do with classmate Yi, right?
Lin Xian responded coldly.
Are you so cold to your first love? You're about to graduate. Have you found a good job?
By the way, my current boyfriend is the leader of a technology company, and his salary and benefits are very good.
Since we know each other, I can help you if you want to go. Yi Zixuan began to show off her boyfriend to suppress Lin Xian. She just couldn't stand Lin Xian being so arrogant even though he had no money.
Then congratulations.
Lin Xian just replied coldly and left without looking back. Chapter 28 I Believe in You. Lin Xian didn't pay much attention to Yi Zixuan. He walked straight to the Maybach parked nearby, started the car and left. When the car passed by the coffee shop, Yi Zixuan had just finished buying coffee. As she walked out, she saw a dark and slender Maybach driving past her. The key point was that Yi Zixuan was shocked to see that it was Lin Xian who was driving. When did Lin Xian become able to drive a luxury car? Even when he was a freshman, no one could tell that he came from a wealthy family. On second thought, it was very likely that Lin Xian rented the car. He looked down on him again in his heart, wondering why he was pretending. Lin Xian bought today's ingredients on the way home.
Soon, Lin Xian returned to Jinwan Mansion. As soon as he opened the door, a figure threw himself into his arms.
Honey, welcome home. A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyau's face. I'm back. Have you eaten the breakfast I left for you? Lin Xian touched Li Mengyau's little head. Eat it, husband, I find your cooking skills are getting better and better. It tastes like my mom's.
Li Mengyao continued to stick to Lin Xian.
Of course. Well, you go to the living room and watch the show. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare lunch.
Then Lin Xian went straight into the kitchen and started to work, and Li Mengyao immediately went back to the living room to watch TV series.
After a while, Lin Xian prepared 3 dishes and a soup, which were full of aroma. My wife, let's have dinner. Here I come.
Li Mengyao came to the restaurant and enjoyed lunch together with Lin Xian. Wife, do you know that my roommate Zhou Quan is here to apply for the position of manager of our restaurant? Lin Xian said as he picked up some food for Li Mengyao.
Ah. Is it the cute boy I saw in the hospital last time?
Li Mengyao recalled. Well, his family has always run a restaurant, so he is very familiar with this area, so I plan to make it for him.
Lin Xian discussed it with his wife. It's up to you to decide. I have no opinion.
Li Mengyao felt warm in her heart. It seemed that Lin Xian cared about her very much and would consult her opinion. After a while, the two had their lunch and watched a drama together on the sofa in the hall. When they felt tired, they went back to their room to rest. Lin Xian lay next to Li Mengyao, and after thinking it over, he decided to tell her.
Wife, actually after I went out to meet Zhou Quan, I met another person.
Li Mengyao raised her head and looked at Lin Xian with her charming eyes.
Who else did you meet? My ex-girlfriend.
Lin Xian didn't want to hide it from her, so he confessed.
Then what?
Li Mengyao's heart skipped a beat and she lowered her head.
Her happy mood instantly fell.
She knew that Lin Xian had a girlfriend in his freshman year, so now what did Lin Xian say to his ex?
Will Lin Xian change his mind? Will he abandon her?
Pregnant women have very strong emotional fluctuations. While they are having all kinds of thoughts, their eyes feel sore. Lin Xian quickly discovered that something was wrong with his wife. He reached out and gently hugged Li Mengyao, then lifted her pretty head again and put their foreheads against each other. When their eyes met, one could see that Li Mengyao's eyes were slightly red.
I'm sorry, honey.
I didn't talk to her much this morning. I just treated her very coldly. I started dating her during my freshman year because I was young and ignorant, and she kept pestering me. But we only dated for less than half a year. I found out that she was really vain, so I broke up with her right away.
Nothing really happened. Lin Xian explained sincerely.
Li Mengyao turned her head away from looking at him, knowing that she was overthinking. If she thought carefully, Lin Xian was not that kind of person, but she still felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart.
Is it true that nothing happened?
Really? Lin Xian answered without hesitation. Have you ever kissed her? Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian again and asked in a low voice.
No, my first kiss is for you.
Lin Xian continued to hug her tightly and said gently. After hearing this, Li Mengyao stopped acting like a spoiled child and hugged Lin Xian back, burying her head in Lin Xian's strong chest.
Thank you for confessing this to me. Actually, I fell in love with you in my freshman year, so I knew you had an ex. Ah. When did this happen? How come I don't know about it?
Lin Xian was very surprised.
So, his wife has liked me for almost 4 years?
I was just peeking at you from a distance at that time, so of course your stupid husband didn't know. Li Mengyao continued to stay in Lin Xian's arms, her voice soft. In fact, Li Mengyao has liked Lin Xian since her freshman year. In addition to Lin Xian's handsome appearance and outstanding abilities, there is also a little-known secret: Lin Xian once saved her. Li Mengyao started working as a part-time tutor when she was a freshman. One night, because the tutoring time was extended, in order to get back to school before the curfew, Li Mengyao took a small path, but was targeted by 2 thugs. Just when Li Mengyao was in despair, Lin Xian, who happened to pass by, rescued Li Mengyao. She still clearly remembers the way Lin Xian wrestled with the 2 thugs. After dealing with the 2 thugs, Lin Xian led Li Mengyao out of the alley and left in a hurry. Li Mengyao was wearing a mask at the time, and it was dark at night, so Lin Xian did not recognize her as Li Mengyao. Wife, I swear, if I treat you and the babies badly in the future, God will punish you. Lin Xian stretched out 3 fingers and prepared to swear. Suddenly Li Mengyao raised her head and blocked Lin Xian's lips with her seductive lips. I don't know how long it took before the 2 lips parted.
No. Don't swear. I believe you. How can you not love a wife like this?
Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao silently, and the two fell into a sweet dream. In the afternoon, Li Mengyao woke up and began to study the books compiled by teachers, preparing to become a teacher in the future. Lin Xian was quietly watching his wife in a daze. Ding dong, Lin Xian opened his phone and it was a message from Zhou Quan. Brother Xian, take a look at my freshly prepared plan.
Wow, Quaner is so efficient?
Lin Xian read it carefully and felt that Zhou Quan was indeed quite capable.
Brother Xian, the renovation fee should be prepared, ha. Wait for me in the dormitory.
Okay. Lin Xian stood up, changed his clothes quickly, walked to Li Mengyao, and kissed her on the face.
Honey, I'm going out for a while.
I'm going to go look at the restaurant's decoration design with Joe Kwan.
Go ahead. Li Mengyao blushed.
She was just lying on the bed, and she changed her clothes in less than a few minutes.
Can boys really change clothes so quickly?
Soon, Lin Xian drove the Maybach and stopped downstairs of the dormitory building of Jinghai University.
Brother Xian, I'm here.
Joe Kwan trotted over, opened the car door and sat down in the passenger seat. Ah, the seats of luxury cars are so comfortable.
Joe Kwan looked very enjoyable. No, this is for you.
After saying that, Lin Xian handed an exchange voucher to Joe Kwan.
Joe Kwan took it and saw that it was a restaurant decoration voucher. What is this? Is it real or fake? Joe Kwan asked doubtfully. Of course it's true. Let's go to the catering decoration company in Jinghai City and take a look.
Will this work? Joe Kwan had never seen anyone exchanging a piece of paper for decoration.
You'll find out when you get there.
Lin Xian didn't give Joe Kwan any further doubt. He started the car and drove out. Now he has 100% confidence in the system.
Can he still be given a short exchange voucher? Ding dong, warm reminder, this kind of store decoration redemption voucher can be used in the most high-end decoration companies.
The long-lost system sounded again.
Chapter 29 You deserve to die.
Soon, Lin Xian drove the Maybach to the Jinghai City Catering Brand Design Company.
After parking the car, Lin Xian and Joe Kwan walked into the door of the design company.
As expected of the best catering design company in Jinghai City, the company's reception area is spacious and bright, with elegant and luxurious decoration, showing the luxurious atmosphere of the reception area.
Welcome, both of you. Are you here to design and renovate?
A tall, elegant young woman in a professional suit came forward to greet him.
Yes, we would like to consult about the restaurant decoration.
Lin Xian replied politely. The young woman smiled and nodded. Okay, please follow me. Let me first introduce to you some of our company's design cases and styles. As she spoke, she led Lin Xian and Joe Kwan to the exhibition area. Various exquisite design drawings and renderings were displayed in the exhibition area. Lin Xian and Joe Kwan looked at them carefully while the young female salesperson was introducing them seriously.
Do you have any requirements for the design of your restaurant? Asked the young female salesperson.
We hope that the restaurant's decoration can reflect a fashionable and comfortable atmosphere, while also having a unique personality, said Lin Xian.
So how many square meters is your restaurant? Where is it located?
The young woman continued to ask while taking notes carefully.
Our restaurant is 150 square meters and is located in Jinwan Plaza, said Lin Xian. The young saleswoman was slightly shocked and stopped taking notes. Jinwan Plaza?
That's a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and there is a large area of 150 square meters.
You two look very young.
It's really admirable that you started your own business at such a young age, the young woman quickly recovered and continued. Then, he recommended several suitable design styles based on Lin Xian's restaurant, and introduced the characteristics and advantages of each style in detail.
Joe Kwan, which one do you think is more suitable?
Lin Xian was not particularly clear about these things, so he left it to Joe Kwan.
This style looks very good.
We can learn more about the specific design details, said Joe Kwan. After discussing various details, it was time for the most tense payment step.
Please come here to pay.
The young female salesperson kept smiling.
Go and give this exchange voucher to her.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
Brother Xian, are you serious? Is this really going to work? Joe Kwan looked doubtful. Would Lin Xian cheat me because he had no money? When have I ever lied to you? Go ahead.
Lin Xian held back his smile.
Haven't you lied enough? Joe Kwan complained in his heart.
He had no choice but to bite the bullet.
Hello, can I use this?
Joe Kwan nervously handed over the store decoration voucher in his hand.
This is the latest luxury decoration redemption voucher issued by the head office this year.
The young saleswoman was stunned. There are only 5 in the country, I didn't expect to see one here. The head office once said that anyone who came to redeem the coupons would be treated at the highest level. Joe Kwan looked at the stunned salesperson in front of him and thought that he was being too weird.
His face instantly turned red. Brother Xian, I told you it's not possible. Look, I'm so embarrassed.
At this time, Lin Xian also walked over with a smile and asked.
Hello, can I exchange it? The young saleswoman finally reacted and apologized. I'm sorry, my dear guests, for not entertaining you well. Shelley, please quickly bring you a cup of coffee and some snacks. I want the best. I'm so sorry, please follow me over here.
The young female salesperson took Lin Xian and Zhou Quan to the other side of the guest house. The reception area here was luxurious, with gorgeous carpets and dazzling crystal chandeliers, as well as luxurious leather sofas and a huge LCD TV, creating a luxurious atmosphere. Soon, 2 cups of floral geisha coffee and French desserts were handed to Lin Xian and Zhou Quan.
Zhou Quan was stunned by everything he saw. The contrast was too great. Dear guests, this exchange voucher has been used successfully. We will help you with the highest standard of decoration and the fastest speed. Do you need any other service?
This time it was not the young female salesperson who came, but the general manager of this branch. He is a middle-aged man with a well-proportioned figure. His face shows the traces of time, but his eyes are sharp.
Nothing else. I'll contact you if there is anything. Thank you.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
Okay, here is my business card. Welcome to visit again.
After saying that, the middle-aged man handed Lin Xian a business card. He was also very surprised why a person who looked like a college student had this redemption voucher. He must be a child from some family. After a while, the 2 men, who had eaten and drunk their fill, walked out of the design company, returned to the Maybach car, and prepared to go back.
Brother Xian, how did you do it? Zhou Quan couldn't help but ask.
Quaner, stop asking about adults' affairs and just focus on being a store manager.
TSK, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. By the way, this is for you.
If you have any problems with the decoration, just contact him directly.
Lin Xian gave Zhou Quan the general manager's business card. Okay, Brother Xian, where are we going now? Do you want us to go out for a meal? Zhou Quan said happily. I fish.
Lin Xian said in a firm tone.
I fish and go home to cook for my wife.
You deserve to die. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Xian simply invited Zhou Quan to go home for dinner.
Would you like to come to my house for dinner? Okay, Brother Xian, you are the best.
Lin Xian turned on his phone and told Li Mengyao that Zhou Quan was coming to have dinner together. He then drove to the market and bought a longline fish and a dace. He planned to make a dace fish cake and a longline fish with garlic vermicelli tonight.
The 2 quickly returned to Jinwan Mansion.
Zhou Quan thought that what happened during the day was shocking enough, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to still live in the luxurious Jinwan Mansion.
Zhou Quan is slowly getting used to it.
Lin Xian and Zhou Quan arrived at the door, unlocked it, and saw Li Mengyao standing in front of them.
She smiled and said, "Welcome home. I'm back."
At this time, Li Mengyao had changed into a simple blue home suit, exuding an elegant temperament.
Hello, sister-in-law, my name is Zhou Quan, and I'm Lin Xian's roommate. Zhou Quan greeted with a smile. Hello, come in. Li Mengyao poured Zhou Quan a drink. Zhou Quan looked around Lin Xian's home, a luxurious community, a luxurious large flat, and luxurious decoration.
Alas, I am really envious and jealous, but I can't hate him, after all, he is my boss.
Quaner, come help in the kitchen.
Not long after Zhou Quan sat down, he was called to work. Although he cursed in his heart, he went helplessly.
Zhou Quan, can you really do whatever you want if you have money? Lin Xian, sorry, it is indeed possible. Chapter 30. My wife is so charming.
Zhou Quan helped Lin Xian in the kitchen and washed the vegetables, while Lin Xian was busy cooking.
I didn't expect Brother Xian to really know how to cook. Zhou Quan was stunned.
Soon, 4 dishes in one soup were served, including grass carp cakes, lonely fish with vermicelli and garlic sauce, sweet and sour spare ribs, and celery and tofu soup.
Honey, let's have dinner. Here I come.
Li Mengyao walked over happily and sat next to Lin Xian, while Zhou Quan was on the other side and Lin Xian was in the middle.
There are new products today. Li Mengyao smiled. Come and try it.
Lin Xian picked up a piece of fish cake and put it in Li Mengyao's bowl.
Delicious. Li Mengyao's eyes were curved with joy. Husband, you try it too.
Li Mengyao also picked up a piece and put it in Lin Xian's bowl.
Zhou Quan felt that he was redundant. If he had known, he would not have come. He was full before he even had his meal.
But the food made by Brother Xian is really delicious, try it.
Zhou Quan also picked up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth.
He was stunned for a moment, as if his soul had left his body. The fish meat is tender and juicy and melts in your mouth. Every bite is full of delicious flavor. It is extremely delicious. This is the most delicious fish he has ever eaten since he was a child. Why bother hiring a chef? Brother Xian is a great chef. Brother Xian, this is so delicious. I think we don't need to hire a chef, you can be the head chef. Zhou Quan came back to his senses and exclaimed. No, I want to stay at home with my wife and children. Otherwise, what's the point of having you as a store manager? Lin Xian continued to feed Li Mengyao. Zhou Quan was fed another wave of dog food. Then my mind turned, and hey, I got it. Sister-in-law, do you want to know about Brother Xian's scandal in the dormitory? Zhou Quan said with a sly smile. What's the scandal? Li Mengyao raised her beautiful eyes to show her curiosity. Don't be fooled by Brother Xian's appearance of not being afraid of anything. In fact, he is very afraid of spiders. Even a small spider can scare him to death. Once, a small spider, really small, smaller than a thumb, crawled onto Brother Xian's body. He was so scared that he jumped up and swung back and forth. In the end, he begged me to help him find it, ha ha ha. Also, I once cheated Brother Xian in a game, and he teamed up with his roommates to almost take off my pants. Zhou Quan's behavior is like killing 800 enemies but losing 1,000 of his own. Also, Lin Xian used to like to peek at beautiful girls on the street, Lin Xian quickly covered Zhou Quan's mouth with his hand. Don't talk nonsense, wife, that's not true. At first Li Mengyao was still smiling, but then her eyes became a little colder. Honey, is that true? Of course it's fake, Zhou Quan was just joking, right? Lin Xian let go of Zhou Quan and put one hand on his shoulder. Zhou Quan frowned and said slowly. Yes, sister-in-law, I was just joking, ha. Sister-in-law is so beautiful, of course my brother Xian won't peek at other beauties. Lin Xian picked up a piece of pork ribs and stuffed it into Zhou Quan's mouth with a sharp look in his eyes. Shut your stinky mouth and eat well. Soon, the three of them had their dinner. After Lin Xian asked Zhou Quan to wash the dishes, he drove his Maybach to take him back to the school dormitory. Lin Xian returned to Jinwan Mansion and saw that Li Mengyao had gone back to her room to rest, so he hurried to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, Lin Xian came to the door of the room and wanted to open it, but found it was locked. Wife, why is the door locked? Let me in. Lin Xian shouted from outside. I won't open the door for you, a bad guy who peeks at beautiful women. Li Mengyao's voice came from the room. Lin Xian scolded Zhou Quan at this time and promised to deduct his salary in the future. My wife is innocent. Zhou Quan and the others tricked me into watching this. Lin Xian cried out. After saying that, Lin Xian heard light footsteps and the sound of the door being unlocked. My wife opened the door. Lin Xian quickly opened the door and walked in. At this time, Li Mengyao had quickly returned to the bed and was lying with her back to him. Lin Xian also climbed onto the bed and lay next to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao suddenly turned around, and their eyes met, staring at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. How did you cheat? They suddenly said, look, there seems to be something over there. I looked over there and found out I had been tricked by them. Lin Xian explained patiently. Why do they tease you like this? Li Mengyao raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Because I was like a piece of wood at that time, I had a nickname called Lin Mutu. Lin Xian said with a smile. Really? Why don't I feel like you're a piece of wood? You always kiss me for no reason. Li Mengyao chuckled. In fact, Li Mengyao was not angry at the beginning. She just wanted to tease Lin Xian. If she was really angry, she would not open the door for him. That's because my wife is so charming, I can't help myself. Lin Xian reached out and gently held Li Mengyao in his arms, savoring the faint fragrance. You're so smooth talking. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Li Mengyao took the opportunity to hug Lin Xian tightly and hung her whole body on him. Good night, my wife. Lin Xian kissed Li Mengyao on the forehead, and then they fell asleep together. A week later, Jinghai University held its graduation ceremony. It was a sunny day, and Lin Xian and Li Mengyao stepped into the Jinghai University campus with excitement and anticipation. The campus was shaded by green trees, filled with the fragrance of flowers, and filled with a strong academic atmosphere. They walked hand in hand through the campus tree-lined avenue and came to the graduate dressing room. The room was filled with brand new bachelor's suits. Li Mengyao put on a black robe for Lin Xian, while Lin Xian put on a square hat and tied a bow tie for Li Mengyao. The two smiled at each other, their eyes full of longing for the future. Lin Xian, wearing a bachelor's gown, is elegant and has an extraordinary temperament. His handsome figure is particularly eye-catching in the sun. Li Mengyao is beautiful, elegant and graceful in her bachelor's gown, and her pretty figure becomes a beautiful landscape on campus. The two came to Century Square, located in the center of the campus. This square is spacious and magnificent, surrounded by magnificent teaching buildings and beautiful flower beds. In the center of the square stands a tall sculpture and a solemn school motto, symbolizing the inheritance of knowledge and wisdom.
Standing in the center of the square, Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao tightly.
Their eyes met and their foreheads touched. Lin Xian felt her warm body and gentle breath. At this time, Zhou Quan came in front of the two people reluctantly.
Stand still, like this, don't move.
Zhou Quan took out his camera, adjusted the angle, pressed the shutter, and recorded this beautiful moment.
Even though it wasn't good for him. Quaner, give me a few more.
Lin Xian said to Zhou Quan.
I know. If I die of overeating in the future, it will be because of you guys.
Then, Lin Xian gently kissed Li Mengyao's smooth forehead, and Li Mengyao closed her eyes happily. Worker Zhou Quan came online again, raised his camera, adjusted the angle, and captured this beautiful moment again.
Chapter 31 Will you marry me?
After taking the photos, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to the college to take a group photo. The sun sets, and the afterglow shines.
In a blink of an eye, it is evening.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao hold hands tightly and walk around the campus. Their steps are light and leisurely, as if they want to deeply imprint this familiar land in their hearts. The school buildings were stained with a layer of golden glow under the setting sun. As the sun gradually set in the west, the golden glow became stronger, symbolizing the end of the two people's college career. In the evening, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian opened the door, held Li Mengyao's hand and walked towards the living room step by step.
Why don't you turn on the light?
The light was poor at night, and Li Mengyao vaguely felt that the living room in her home was a little different from usual. Lin Xian did not respond, but continued to hold her little hand and walked to the center of the living room. Lin Xian snapped his fingers, and the lights in the room lit up instantly. Li Mengyao was surprised to find that the living room was filled with colorful balloons and flowers arranged in the shape of a heart, and romantic candlelight was swaying in the air. Li Mengyao blinked in surprise, her mouth slightly open, not knowing what to say. Lin Xian carefully took out a delicate little box from his pocket and gently opened the lid. Inside lay a 2-carat diamond ring shining brightly. This ring is worth as much as 500,000 yuan, and every angle of it reflects an intoxicating light, as if telling of endless luxury and preciousness. Then Lin Xian knelt on one knee, looked at Li Mengyao affectionately and said, Mengyao, I am very fortunate to have met you in the last stage of college.
From the moment we met, I knew you would be my lifelong partner. Honey, will you marry me? Let us spend the rest of our lives together and create our own happiness. Li Mengyao was already moved to tears.
She gently took the ring, took a deep breath, tried to calm her inner excitement, smiled and nodded, and said in a firm and soft voice, I do. These 3 words echoed in the air like the sound of nature. A happy smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. He finally married the person of his dreams. Lin Xian stood up, stretched out his arms and hugged Li Mengyao tightly. Li Mengyao also stretched out her little hands and wrapped them around Lin Xian's waist, enjoying this happy moment. Wife, I'll put it on for you. Lin Xian looked at his wife, whose face was flushed, in his arms affectionately and said gently.
The two of them let go at the same time.
Li Mengyao stretched out her fair left hand. Lin Xian picked up the diamond ring that was shining with bright light and put it on gently.
It's so beautiful.
Li Mengyao kept shaking her left hand to look at her diamond ring from different angles. Suddenly, Li Mengyao was stunned for a moment. She remembered that she also had a ring to give to Lin Xian.
Hubby, wait a minute. Li Mengyao quickly trotted back to the room and took out the men's ring from the cabinet.
Looking at the diamond ring on my hand, I suddenly felt that the ring I bought was too cheap. After a while, Li Mengyao walked out of the room shyly, came to Lin Xian with a troubled look on her face, and clasped her hands tightly behind her back.
Hubby, you stretch out your hand.
Lin Xian looked at his wife, who was a little nervous in front of him, smiled and stretched out his left hand.
Li Mengyao gently put the men's ring on Lin Xian's hand.
I've also prepared a ring for you, but mine is relatively cheap, so don't despise it.
I'll work hard to earn money and buy you a better one in the future.
After saying that, Li Mengyao lowered her head slightly and clenched her little hands together again. Lin Xian looked at the exquisite and unique ring in his hand and smiled brightly.
Honey, I like it very much.
Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao tightly in his arms again, face to face. He gently kissed Li Mengyao's soft cheek, then to the tip of her nose, and finally on her seductive lips.
Okay, I'll clean up. You can take a rest first, honey.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
No, I haven't seen enough. I'll clean it up tomorrow.
Li Mengyao said to Lin Xian coquettishly.
Okay.
Lin Xian said with eyes full of doting. Then the two of them snuggled up on the sofa and watched the show together on the big screen. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao also posted on their moments. There are the graduation photos and proposal photos of the two at the school's Century Square, and the last one, a big hand holding a small hand, both with dazzling, eye-catching rings. Lin Xian's comments.
Zhang Shulan, good job, son.
Lin Zhangwei just gave a thumbs up.
Lin Cece, brother, is this it? Zhang Shulan, Cece, aren't you preparing for the final exam?
Lin Cece withdraws a comment.
Zhou Quan, congratulations, and I wish you 99. Zhang Zixing, congratulations. Brother Xian is so fast. Chen Jingming, I'll book a best man.
Li Mengyao has relatively fewer friends. She only has a few truly good friends in college.
Lu Yusin, Yao Yao, my Yao Yao.
Chen Manman, congratulations, Yusin, wake up, Yao Yao is no longer yours.
Yang Lin, oh my god, congratulations, this is too fast, is it a rocket?
Lin Xian was reading the comments with great interest when the crisp voice of the system rang in his ears again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for his successful proposal. A reward of 100% of the shares of Jinghai Jinwan Technology Company, Limited will take effect tomorrow, please check it carefully. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the lottery mechanism. You will be awarded a chance to draw a prize.
The current prize pool includes 1. A 3x cash credit card 2. An exclusive fish recipe book 3. Thank you for reviewing. Excuse me, host, would you like to draw a prize? Last time I drew a free voucher for store decoration, but this time it was cancelled. In other words, as long as you draw enough, you will definitely win something in the prize pool. Let us not trick Zhou Quan this time, let us just start drawing. Lottery.
Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the exclusive fish recipe book. It has been placed on the desk at Jinwan Mansion. Please check it. Our lottery pool is one less prize for every prize drawn.
If only thank you for your review is left, the system will refresh the prize pool. This system is so powerful. Chapter 32 New Chairman.
Before going to bed at night, Li Mengyao lay in Lin Xian's arms, playing with the diamond ring in her hand, and she never got tired of looking at it.
Honey, how much did you pay for this diamond ring?
Li Mengyao knew that the diamond ring was very valuable, but she still couldn't help asking.
500,000, Lin Xian answered truthfully.
After hearing this, Li Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes with disbelief.
She didn't expect it to be so expensive. Why buy something so expensive? It makes the things I give you seem cheap. Li Mengyao's little forehead was pressed against Lin Xian's chest. It's okay. I like everything my wife gives me. If it's really unbalanced, just kiss me a few more times.
Lin Xian said with a grin and in a nonsensical manner. Lin Xian knew that the ring his wife bought was definitely not as good as his, but he could tell at a glance that the ring in his hand was not a cheap item, at least worth tens of thousands. For a family like Li Mengyao's, they must have lived frugally in college to save this amount of money. Lin Xian was very touched.
Hiss. Why did you do it again?
Feeling a sharp pain in his waist, Lin Xian quickly reached out and grabbed the restless little hand.
You just kiss me every day, won't you get tired of it?
Li Mengyao raised her head and pretended to be angry. No, I'll never get tired of kissing my wife. After saying that, Lin Xian rubbed his face against Li Mengyao.
I want to sleep.
Li Mengyao struggled a little. His wife said she was sleepy, so Lin Xian had no choice but to let her go. The moment he let go, Li Mengyao suddenly attacked, came up to him and kissed him on the lips, then quickly distanced herself from him, turned around and went to sleep.
Classic flirt and run. What can I do? I can only spoil him. Lin Xian also fell asleep.
In the early morning of July, the sun had just risen, and the first ray of golden sunlight sprinkled on the earth like a veil. Lin Xian got up early and made breakfast in the kitchen while looking through the exclusive fish recipes given by the system yesterday.
This recipe collection actually contains various methods of cooking fish and secret seasonings.
According to the book, it can enhance the freshness and tenderness of fish. Lin Xian decided to try it at noon. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Lin Xian turned on the phone and answered the call.
Son, well done.
Zhang Shulan's delighted voice came from the phone. Mom, you weren't so happy when I got first place in the exam. Lin Xian said speechlessly.
How can this be compared?
Hey, I will soon have a beautiful daughter-in-law and a chubby grandson. By the way, Mom, please pick a good day for us to get the marriage certificate.
Lin Xian suddenly thought of it. Yes. I was so happy that I almost forgot about it. Son, just wait.
Then Zhang Shulan hung up the phone and went straight to look at the 2024 calendar.
You hung up the phone on me? Are you still my biological son?
Lin Xian went back to make breakfast.
Not long after, Zhang Shulan called again.
Son, the 7th of this month is a good date.
July 7th is so auspicious. It's especially suitable for getting married. Her tone was full of anticipation and excitement.
Then, Zhang Shulan continued to explain, the 7th day of the 7th lunar month is the day when the cowherd and the weaver girl meet at the Magpie Bridge, which means lovers will finally get married.
In addition, the word 7 also means reunion and happiness. Choosing this day to get married will definitely bring you happiness and good luck. Okay, Mom, I'll discuss it with Meng Yao later. Lin Xian said. Where's my daughter-in-law? She's still sleeping.
Well, take good care of her.
If anything happens, call Mom. Okay.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian also felt that July 7th was a very good day. Soon, the loving breakfast was ready, and just as Lin Xian was about to wake up the lazy bug, the phone rang again. I thought my mother forgot to tell me something, but it turned out to be an unfamiliar number.
Hello, who are you? Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Yi Tiancheng, the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Hello, Mr. Yi.
Lin Xian was a little surprised.
He didn't expect the system to be so efficient.
Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry to bother you so early.
Are you free to come to the company today? I would like to talk to you about the specific matters of the company's handover. Yi Tiancheng said in a very polite tone.
The person who can acquire all the shares of Jinwan Technology Company at a high price must be a big shot.
Okay, I'll be there in a minute.
Lin Xian hung up the phone, had a simple breakfast, and put Li Mengyao's portion in the warming cabinet.
Then Lin Xian walked into the room and gently woke Li Mengyao up.
Honey, I'm going to be out for a while, remember to eat breakfast. After saying that, Lin Xian kissed her fair cheek.
Hubby, be careful on the road. Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes dazedly and reminded.
Soon, Lin Xian drove a Maybach to Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Although this company looks small, its architectural design is ingenious, its appearance is simple and elegant, its courtyard is green and lush, and its logo is eye-catching and unique, highlighting the company's brand image. After parking the car, Lin Xian saw a tall and straight man downstairs of the company.
He was wearing a well-cut and exquisitely textured suit, and he looked extraordinary. Compared to Lin Xian, he is much simpler, wearing casual clothes. This person is Yi Tiancheng, the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited.
Unexpectedly, Chairman Yi was waiting for him downstairs in the company early.
Sorry, Mr. Yi, I've kept you waiting for so long.
Lin Xian walked forward with a smile on his face.
Who are you? I'm Lin Xian. We just talked on the phone.
Yi Tiancheng couldn't believe that this young man, who was dressed casually and looked like he had just graduated, could actually acquire Jinwan Technology Company, Limited at a high price.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin. You are so young and promising.
I didn't expect the new chairman to be so young. Yi Tiancheng took the initiative to extend his hand and shake hands with Lin Xian. This young man must have a strong family background, so Yi Tiancheng dare not neglect him in the slightest.
Mr. Lin, please follow me. I will show you around the company.
Yi Tiancheng personally led Lin Xian to visit various departments of the company. First we came to the R&D department, where a group of top scientific and technological talents gathered. They were immersed in studying various cutting-edge technologies, and I hardly looked up at them.
My technical R&D team is the most outstanding people in the entire team.
Suddenly, Lin Xian spotted a familiar figure.
Wasn't this his roommate Zhong Zisheng? He was so absorbed in his studies that he didn't notice him at all.
It turns out that the company he was talking about working for was Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Lin Xian smiled. Then he went to the marketing department and watched the employees working busy and orderly. Yi Tiancheng continued to introduce, "Our marketing team is very professional and efficient. They can quickly capture market trends and make accurate decisions." Afterwards, they also visited other important functional departments such as the finance department and the administration department. At each place, Yi Tiancheng introduced the main responsibilities and operations of the department in detail, allowing Lin Xian to have a clearer understanding of the company's overall structure. Finally, the two came to the chairman's office, and Yi Tiancheng handed a document to Lin Xian.
"Mr. Lin, I'm very glad that you can acquire this company. Sign your name and you will be the new chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited."
In the end, Lin Xian successfully completed the company's handover procedures.
Chapter 33. Should I sell the company?
Lin Xian looked at the chairman's office in front of him. The spacious and bright office space and a series of luxurious furnishings showed the company's high-end image.
Unexpectedly, he became the new chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited overnight.
Lin Xian sat in the large black leather chair, turned the chair, and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a slight knock on the door interrupted his thoughts.
"Director Lin, is it convenient for you to come in now?" "Come in."
There was a slight sound of footsteps, and a young woman who looked like a secretary walked towards him with a smile. She was dressed in a professional suit, with a graceful figure, light steps, and a faint smile on her face.
"Hello, Director Lin, I am your secretary, Zhou Siyue." Zhou Siyue was very surprised when she walked in.
She didn't expect the new chairman to be so young and handsome. Zhou Siyue also graduated from Jinghai University 1 year earlier than Lin Xian, so she should be Lin Xian's senior. "Hello, Secretary Zhou, I'm new here and I'll still need your advice if I have anything in the future," Lin Xian said with a smile. No, Mr. Lin, just tell me if you have anything to say." Zhou Siyue didn't expect Lin Xian to be so humble. "Well, please show me the list of all the people in the company so I can take a brief look at it."
"Okay, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment."
After saying that, Zhou Siyue first made tea for Lin Xian, and then went back to her desk to organize the documents. Lin Xian was sipping tea while thinking about how to manage this company.
His wife couldn't leave either, which was really a headache. After a while, Zhou Siyue put the company's personnel list in front of Lin Xian. "Director Lin, this is the current list of all the personnel in the company. Please take a look." "Okay, thank you. Go ahead and do your work.
I can take care of it myself," Lin Xian said to Zhou Siyue while looking at the list of people in his hand.
"Okay." Zhou Siyue left the room and closed the door gently.
Lin Xian first looked at Zhou Siyue's personnel file. It turned out that she also graduated from Jinghai University, just 1 year earlier than him. This means that he will have to call her senior sister after get off work. Lin Xian then continued to check and found that Jinwan Technology Company, Limited has a general manager who is responsible for the company's daily operations and management and coordinates the work of various departments. There are also several department managers who are responsible for the daily management of the department and completing the tasks assigned by their superiors. As the chairman of the company, Lin Xian plays an important leadership and decision-making role.
This is really stressful. How can Lin Xian accompany his wife and children every day and be a happy dad? Should I sell the company?
Just as Lin Xian frowned, there was another slight knock on the door accompanied by some panting sounds.
"Come in."
A middle-aged man who looked mature and steady came up hurriedly. He was Lu Wendy, the general manager of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I just went to meet an important client, so I didn't have time to catch up with you when you took office." Lu Wendy was also very shocked. The chairman in front of him didn't look like a chairman at all. He was just a fresh college graduate. If Yi Tiancheng hadn't sent a message confirming the change of chairman, he would have thought someone was playing a prank. "It's okay, Secretary Zhou, please make a cup of tea for Manager Lu." After saying that, Zhou Siyue brought a cup of tea and placed it in front of Lu Wendy. "Boss Lu, I just took over the company, and I have many things to ask you." Lin Xian picked up the tea and took a sip. Lu Wendy also quickly picked it up and took a sip, saying, No, I will follow Director Lin's arrangements." Lin Xian then asked about various things about the company, including the company's main business direction, personnel structure, salary and benefits, and future plans. Lu Wendy was able to answer all the questions fluently and also put forward his own opinions, which shows that he is very knowledgeable about various matters in the company. Lin Xian is very satisfied with the current general manager of the company, Lu Wendy, and decides to use him for a while to see how it goes.
Okay, I'll visit the various departments of the company later. Mr. Lu, you go and get busy first.
Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction.
Mr. Lin, let me take you there and give you a detailed introduction. Lu Wendy said.
No, I just want to see what the company really looks like. Lin Xian stood up and took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Lu Wendy. Boss Lu, let's work together to make the company bigger and stronger.
Okay, Mr. Lin, I will do my best.
Lu Wendy said in a firm tone. Afterwards, Lu Wendy returned to his general manager's office to start working, while Lin Xian continued to look at the company's personnel list and found that there were too many of them, so he simply only looked at the information of those above the middle-level leaders and ignored the rest.
Lin Xian walked out of the chairman's office. The company's leadership offices were on the 6th floor, so Lin Xian took the elevator to the finance department office on the 2nd floor downstairs.
After walking around the finance department, I saw that everyone in the finance department office was working diligently. Of course, there were a few who were slacking off and looking at their phones.
Lin Xian didn't think it was a big deal.
It was okay to play with the phone to relax when tired from work, as long as he didn't fall behind in the work at hand. Everyone in the finance department also saw a strange handsome young man walking back and forth in their office and thought he was a new intern.
Well, please give this document to Mr. Lu when you have time. The finance manager asked me to do so. I'm really too busy. Thank you.
A slightly older woman handed a piece of information to Lin Xian, obviously treating him as a new intern.
Okay.
Lin Xian smiled slightly. Currently, only General Manager Lu Wendy and Secretary Zhou Siyue in the company know Lin Xian's identity, so they agreed to help.
Then Lin Xian took the elevator to the administrative office on the 3rd floor of the company.
The staff in the administrative department are also working diligently, harmoniously and orderly, and the entire department is full of positive energy. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction again, then left with a smile and continued to take the elevator to the marketing department on the 4th floor, which was also filled with a vibrant and passionate atmosphere.
Finally, Lin Xian came to the RD department on the 5th floor. As soon as the elevator opened, he met a familiar figure. Yi Zixuan. Chapter 34. What if I don't?
Lin Xian didn't want to have any interaction with Yi Zixuan, but he was a little surprised to see her.
How could it be that enemies meet on such a narrow road? She actually works in this company, and now she has become my subordinate by mistake. If his wife finds out, she run away from home? No. Yi Zixuan was also stunned when she saw Lin Xian. How did he get in? Could it be that he still had some feelings for me? Who had heard that I was in this company and followed me all the way here? Lin Xian walked past Yi Zixuan with an expressionless face. Hey, Lin Xian, what do you mean? Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Yi Zixuan as if she was a fool. It's been so many years, why haven't you given up? I told you I already have a boyfriend, why are you still following me? Or do you want to work in the RD department of Jinwan Technology Company?
To tell you the truth, my boyfriend is the manager of the RD department.
If you beg me now, I might be able to say something good for you later.
Yi Zixuan saw that Lin Xian still looked superior and wanted Lin Xian to bow down to her.
Are you also working in the RD department?
Lin Xian still had no expression on his face.
Yes, Yi Zixuan said proudly with her arms folded across her chest. I remember you can't write code or program.
Lin Xian smiled, having guessed something.
Yi Zixuan majored in finance, but because her boyfriend is the leader of the RD department, she was able to go into the department and slack off.
I can't, but my boyfriend is a leader, and I can do whatever I want in the RD department.
In other words, whether you can join the company's RD department is also decided by me. Yi Zixuan said with a proud look on her face.
Ah, you're still the same vain person as before.
Lin Xian showed his signature smile, then turned around and left, walking into the RD office. Why are you pretending? You are just aloof. Yi Zixuan was very angry.
She picked up her cell phone and called her boyfriend.
Honey, a newcomer in the RD department just bullied me. Yi Zixuan pretended to cry. Damn, how dare someone bully my girlfriend? How dare a newbie be so arrogant? Shenner, don't be angry. Wait for me to come back and deal with him.
Zhang Haoran, who was still outside the company at this time, was very angry and drove back without stopping. When Lin Xian came to the RD office, he clearly felt the difference from other departments. The members of the RD department were all listless, with huge dark circles under their eyes, and looked exhausted. The whole department was filled with a tense and depressing atmosphere. Even Zhong Zisheng, who was full of energy at school, looked shaky. It's obvious at first glance that it's caused by working overtime and staying up late. Lin Xian felt inexplicably distressed. After all, he was now his employee. Lin Xian quietly came behind Zhong Zisheng, patted his shoulder gently, and called out, "Zisheng." "Fuck." Zhong Zisheng shuddered all over and almost jumped up in fright. When he turned around, he found that it was his college roommate Lin Xian. At this time Lin Xian was looking at him with a smile.
"Brother Xian? Why are you here?" "I came to see you." Zhong Zisheng was confused and came to see me? "Have you also joined the RD department of Jinwan Technology Company?"
Lin Xian smiled and said nothing. Zhong Zisheng suddenly stood up and dragged Lin Xian to the lounge next to them, finding a place where no one was.
"Brother Xian, run away quickly. This is not a place for people,"
Zhong Zisheng said in a low voice.
"What's going on?" Lin Xian asked. "This company is pretty good overall. Other departments are very comfortable and the working atmosphere is very harmonious.
It's the RD department that is the most disgusting.
The leader of this department is simply insane.
He has no technical skills at all, but he only knows how to make us work overtime every day and even withholds our overtime pay."
Zhong Zisheng continued to complain. "Is it that serious?" Lin Xian didn't expect that Yi Zishuan's boyfriend didn't treat his employees as human beings. Pearls are not so real. Believe me and run quickly.
Zhong Zisheng urged Lin Xian.
"Why don't you leave?" Lin Xian asked. "I just started working here not long ago.
If I quit right away, it will be very disadvantageous for me to continue looking for a job, so I decided to wait for 3 months." Zhong Zisheng glanced at his phone and continued hurriedly.
"At this time, that stupid leader is coming back.
I'm going back to my workstation first."
"Brother Xian, you should leave quickly and don't look back."
After saying that, Zhong Zisheng ran back to his workstation and continued working. Thinking of his good brother being exploited like this, Lin Xian sighed. It seemed that he had to reorganize the RD department on the first day of taking office. Lin Xian was about to walk out of the RD office when he was stopped by a man wearing glasses, with a barrel waist and slightly bald hair. This person was Zhang Haoren, the RD manager who had hurried back.
"Are you the new one?"
Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, looking indifferent.
"I am." Zhang Haoren was so angry that his hair was smoking.
He had never seen a newcomer who dared to be so arrogant on the first day.
"You just bullied Yi Zishuan from our department? Scum like you, go back to where you came from."
Lin Xian remained indifferent.
"I used to be so arrogant. What if I didn't?"
After saying that, Lin Xian picked up the phone and called Lu Wendy.
"Boss Lu, could you please come to the RD office?"
When Zhang Haoren heard Lin Xian talking about President Lu on the phone, he looked at Lin Xian in front of him carefully again.
He didn't look like someone who knew President Lu.
He was just a child from an ordinary family.
"Stop pretending. What kind of character is this, Mr. Lu? Get out of here right now, or I'll call security."
Zhang Haoren continued to humiliate Lin Xian, but Lin Xian still smiled slightly, not caring at all, as if it was a heavy punch hitting cotton. Zhang Haoren was so angry that he picked up the phone and started shouting. "Security, come up to the RD department on the 5th floor quickly. There's someone causing trouble and refusing to leave.
Someone, get him out."
After saying that, he stared at Lin Xian viciously.
"You little bastard, just wait to be beaten out." "Okay, I'll wait."
Lin Xian found a seat and sat in the chair leisurely.
The employees in the RD department were all talking about it. "Who is this person? He is so bold.
It seems like he's new here.
He's very brave.
This is the first time I see someone being so disrespectful to Zhang Haoren, haha." Only Zhong Zisheng was still worried.
He walked to Lin Xian and whispered, "Brother Xian, you better leave first, otherwise the security will really kick you out." Lin Xian took a look and smiled, "It's okay."
Zhang Haoren became even angrier when he saw Zhong Zisheng whispering to Lin Xian.
"Zhong Zisheng, do you know him? If you don't work hard, I will fine you 1 month's salary. He's my roommate, what's wrong with me talking to him?"
Zhong Zisheng could no longer tolerate such a leader.
"It seems like you two are of the same type. That's even better. Get out of here together."
When Zhang Haoren heard that Lin Xian was Zhong Zixing's college roommate, he became even more certain that this person had no other identity.
Let's go. Who cares about a dog leader like you who can't do anything? Lin Xian, let's go.
After saying that, Zhong Zixing wanted to pull Lin Xian away together. Suddenly, Mr. Liu came to the RD office in a hurry.
Boss Liu, you came at the right time. These two.
Before Zhang Haoren finished speaking, Lu Wendy hurriedly walked up to Lin Xian and said respectfully,
Director Lin, I'm sorry I'm late. What can I do for you?
Lin Xian stood up calmly, took out a document and handed it to Lu Wendy.
This is a document that the finance department prepared for you. I happened to be free, so I helped pass it to you. How can I trouble you, Mr. Lin, with such a small matter? Lu Wendy hurriedly took the information.
Also, please inform CEO Lu that a full staff meeting will be held in the conference room on the 7th floor in 1 hour.
I have something important to announce.
After saying that, Lin Xian left the RD office with his head held high.
Chapter 35 I have other uses. Zixing, come with me.
Lin Xian looked back at Zhong Zixing, then glanced at Zhang Haoren who was standing there in a daze with disdain.
Coming.
Zhong Zixing hadn't recovered from the shock yet, and he was stunned for a while before responding.
Then the two of them took the elevator to the chairman's office on the 6th floor.
Zhang Haoren's face was extremely pale, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his eyes were full of disbelief.
Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, is he really the chairman? Where is Mr. Yi? Lu Wendy's eyes became heavy. He could clearly sense that Director Lin was very angry.
He said to Zhang Haoren without changing his expression.
Zhang Li, don't think you can show off just because Director Yi is here.
Now Director Yi is gone, you have to take care of yourself. Afterwards, Lu Wendy also left the RD office, leaving Zhang Haoren standing there in a daze. Lin Xian and Zhong Zixing returned to the chairman's office.
Brother Xian, what happened just now? Are you really the new chairman? Zhong Zixing couldn't help but ask.
Yes, I just acquired it yesterday and took over the company today. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Lin Xian poured a cup of tea for Zhong Zixing. They were very casual with each other as brothers, so Lin Xian did not act like a leader.
Brother Xian, you hit it very well.
Zhong Zixing said with a smile.
Keep a low profile.
Zixing, don't worry, I will deal with these bad apples later. Lin Xian took a sip of tea carefully, looking like a veteran cadre.
Brother Xian, what are you going to do?
Zhong Zixing was very curious, with stars of admiration in his eyes. He had long wanted to see Zhang Haoren being taught a lesson.
You'll know soon. Lin Xian showed his signature smile.
When Zhong Zixing saw Lin Xian's smile, he knew that Zhang Haoren would be in a miserable state.
Knock, knock. There was a slight knock on the door. Hello, Director Lin, is it convenient for me to come in? Come in.
The person who walked in was General Manager Lu Wendy. Director Lin, the conference room is ready.
Zixing, you go back first. I have something to discuss with Mr. Liu.
Lin Xian said to Zhong Zixing. After Zhong Zixing left the chairman's office, Lin Xian also poured a cup of tea for Lu Wendy.
Mr. Lin, I'll do it. Lu Wendy was a little frightened. Mr. Liu, there's no need to be so nervous. You are my elder, so it's only right for you to pour me a cup of tea.
Lin Xian smiled.
However, I have some questions. How did Zhang Haoren, who doesn't know how to be considerate of his subordinates and doesn't understand RD technology, become the manager of the RD department?
Lin Xian suddenly asked. This was promoted by the previous chairman.
I actually disagreed, but there was nothing I could do. Lu Wendy almost choked and explained. What do you think of Zhong Zixing? Lin Xian smiled and continued to ask.
I personally participated in the interview and recruitment of this young man. He has strong technical skills and is hardworking and capable. If he is trained well, he will be able to take charge of his own business in the future.
Lu Wendy still has a very good impression of Zhong Zixing. Okay, I understand. It's almost time. Let's go to the 7th floor for the meeting.
Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. Lin Xian and Lu Wendy came to the large conference room on the 7th floor and sat on the podium at the front.
Good morning, colleagues. I am sorry to take up your precious time. Due to special reasons, Chairman Yi Tiancheng has stepped down.
From today on, Lin Xian will serve as the new chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited.
Please give him a warm welcome. The more than 200 employees in the audience applauded.
A leader who does not choose to hold meetings after work is a good leader. Only two people were still in shock. One was the RD manager Zhang Haoran, and the other was Yi Zixuan.
The expressions of the two people are even uglier than crying. Good morning, colleagues.
I am honored to serve as the chairman of Jinhuan Technology Company, Limited.
I am new here. If I have done anything wrong, please point it out in time. I am ready to accept your supervision at any time. I believe that as long as we unite as one and work hard, everyone's income will be raised to a higher level. As a company leader, you still have to paint the pie. Besides that, I have one more announcement to make. Lin Shen looked at Zhang Haoran and Yi Zixuan with a smile.
This morning I inspected the various departments and found that Zhang Haoran, the RD manager, took advantage of his position to exploit employees and even hired his girlfriend to work for free.
For people like this, I will reassign them to new positions. Nonsense, what evidence do you have?
Zhang Haoran knew that Lin Xian would not let him go, so he just made it clear.
You want evidence? I can take you down without it. But since you want it so badly, I might as well show it to you.
Lin Xian took out his cell phone and said a few words to Secretary Zhou next to him. Then the entire conference room was filled with the conversation between Lin Xian and Yi Zixuan, as well as the confrontation with Zhang Haoran in the RD department. My boyfriend is the manager of the RD department.
If you beg me now, I might be able to say something good for you later.
I can't, but my boyfriend is a leader, and I can do whatever I want in the RD department.
Scum like you, go back to where you came from. Yes, Lin Xian has been recording since the beginning.
Now that all the employees in the company knew about it, Zhang Haoran and Yi Zixuan showed extremely ugly expressions.
I am just like this. If you have the guts, fire me. Zhang Haoran suddenly became angry and embarrassed.
Lin Xian smiled slightly.
You're thinking big, why should I fire you?
I have other uses for your talents, and our company just happens to be short of a security guard and a cleaner, so you two are perfect for us. Lin Xian did not look down on the professions of security guards and cleaners, but wanted to take this opportunity to force the two to resign voluntarily.
If the company fired them directly, it would have to pay compensation.
Of course, if it is a normal personnel optimization of the company, the compensation should still be paid, and Lin Xian guarantees that he will not pay a penny less, but what these two people did does not deserve the money.
As for the new RD manager, Mr. Liu, do you have any recommendations? Lin Xian turned to Liu Wendy and asked.
I think Zhong Zixing is very good. He has top-notch skills and is hardworking, Liu Wendy responded. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction again.
Then it's decided.
From now on, Zhong Zixing will be the manager of the RD department.
Okay, everyone, thank you for your hard work. Let's adjourn the meeting.
Lin Xian and Liu Wendy left first, and everyone else left as well, discussing the situation.
The new chairman is so young? And he's handsome too.
He's very courageous.
He got rid of the cancer of the company right away.
Yeah, this Zhang Haoran always acts so superior, I've been displeased with him for a long time.
I just asked the chairman to help me pass on the information.
In the end, only Zhang Haoran and Yi Zixuan were left standing there in a daze.
Chapter 36 Congratulations on being pregnant with twins.
Lin Xian returned to the chairman's office again, ready to pack up and go home to cook for his wife.
Knock on the door sounded again. Come in. Brother Xian, are you really going to let me be the RD manager? Zhong Zixing walked into the office and asked in disbelief. Any questions?
Lin Xian trusted Zhong Zixing's technical level. In addition, Jinhuan Technology Company, Limited was technology-oriented, so he felt relieved to let his good brother take charge of the key departments.
I'm worried that I can't do it well.
Zhong Zixing was a little worried.
I believe in you. Just go for it. I'll help you if anything goes wrong. Also, what about Brother Xian?
I've told you so many times, when you're working, you should refer to your job title.
Lin Xian joked, imitating the tone of a TV drama. Okay, Lin.
Zhong Zixing was also amused.
Okay, nothing else, I'll go back first.
Lin Xian missed his wife.
Lin Jiwei, aren't you going to eat with us in the cafeteria?
Zhong Zixing put his hand on Lin Xian's shoulder just like he did in college.
No, I want to go home and cook for my wife.
Lin Xian refused.
Damn, we're in Versailles again, so let's get together in the dormitory when we have time. Can. Zhong Zixing didn't know yet that Zhou Quan was also working for Lin Xian.
Lin Xian drove the Maybach out of the company gate, went to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables, and then returned home.
I'm back. A petite figure rushed into Lin Xian's arms.
Welcome home. Li Mengyao raised her head and looked at Lin Xian with a smile.
Be careful.
Lin Xian lifted Li Mengyao chin and gave her a gentle kiss on her delicate lips.
Have you had breakfast? I ate it. What time do you eat? Why are you just like my mom?
Lin Xian gently scratched Li Mengyao's little nose with his hand.
Husband has to take good care of you too. I'm going to go cook first. Got it.
Li Mengyao obediently returned to the sofa and continued watching the show.
For lunch today, Lin Xian tried the exclusive fish recipe given by the system.
Wow, husband, your cooking skills have improved again.
Li Mengyao exclaimed.
Of course, Lin Xian's 5-star cooking skills plus secret seasonings make it even more delicious.
Then eat more.
Lin Xian continued to pick up food for Li Mengyao.
If I eat any more, I'll get fat.
Li Mengyao pouted her lips slightly and took the meat back from the bowl.
You have to eat more when you're pregnant, and you're not fat at all.
Lin Xian continued to pass the meat to Li Mengyao, who continued to eat happily.
Wife, let's go get the marriage certificate on July 7th. Li Mengyao's little face turned slightly red.
I didn't expect that I would get married and get a marriage certificate right after graduation. After lunch, they returned to their room to take a nap. In the afternoon, after waking up, Lin Xian suddenly remembered that Li Mengyao had been pregnant for more than 3 months and she had to go to the hospital for another pregnancy checkup. I looked at the time, it was past 3 o'clock.
Wife, wake up. Lin Xian shook her gently. What? Don't disturb my sleep.
Li Mengyao rubbed her beautiful eyes with her small hands and muttered.
Wife, let's go for a pregnancy checkup.
Lin Xian gently lifted Li Mengyao up with both hands.
Oh, Li Mengyao's body softened again.
There is no way, I can only pamper my bedridden wife.
Half an hour passed. Hubby, let's go.
Li Mengyao dressed up simply and smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and came to the parking lot. After sitting down, he started the car and drove to Jinghai People's Hospital. Arriving at the hospital, Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao get out of the car. Entering the hospital lobby, Lin Xian was busy registering and paying the fees, while Li Mengyao sat aside and waited quietly. Li Mengyao is already 13 weeks pregnant. This prenatal checkup mainly checks whether the embryo is developing healthily, whether the mother is healthy, and whether the embryo has congenital defects. When it was Li Mengyao's turn to be examined, Lin Xian nervously stayed by her side. I saw a kind middle-aged female doctor examining her carefully, and Lin Xian's eyes never left Li Mengyao.
How many weeks pregnant?
About 13 weeks, Li Mengyao said in a low voice. The female doctor sighed in her heart. He is so young to have a child, and the child is so beautiful, this boy is really blessed. Soon, the inspection was over. The fetus is fine and both little ones are very well behaved.
2. Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Yes, from the ultrasound examination, it is confirmed that there are 2 embryos.
Congratulations, you are pregnant with twins. Before, Lin Xian brought Li Mengyao for a physical examination, but no ultrasound examination was done, so he didn't know that she was pregnant with twins. But you should continue to maintain a balanced diet, exercise appropriately, and pay more attention to rest. The female doctor smiled and advised.
Okay, thank you, doctor.
Lin Xian smiled and thanked her, then took Li Mengyao's hand and left. At this moment, Li Mengyao thought that she was pregnant with twins. The babies were growing up healthily every day, and a happy smile appeared on her face. In fact, male-female twins are a type of twins, fraternal twins. However, domestic law prohibits fetal gender identification without medical needs, so many women who are pregnant with twins will not know whether they are male-female twins until they are born. When they arrived at the hospital parking lot, Lin Xian helped Li Mengyao get into the car, and then drove the Maybach back to Jinwan Mansion.
Wait a minute, honey. I'm going to get a package. Li Mengyao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly shouted. Send me the pickup code and I'll go get it.
Lin Xian parked the car aside, unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to pick up the express delivery. Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes gently, stretched out her little hands to hug Lin Xian, and kissed his lips. Thank you for your hard work, husband.
That's it? Li Mengyao just tapped lightly and Lin Xian didn't feel anything. What else do you want?
Lin Xian simply raised his hand and grabbed her forehead, pulled her over, and continued to seal those seductive lips with a kiss. After a while, Lin Xian let go of Li Mengyao.
Go quickly. A blush appeared on Li Mengyao's delicate face and she glared at him in reproach. Only then did Lin Xian get out of the car contentedly to pick up the express.
Soon, Lin Xian returned to the car with 2 express parcels.
Honey, what did you buy? Humph, I won't tell you. When they returned home, Li Mengyao couldn't wait to open the express box.
Lin Xian walked forward and saw that they were 2 sets of couple outfits.
How is it? It looks good.
Li Mengyao picked up the clothes and measured them against her body, smiling slightly.
Wife, please change it and see.
Li Mengyao picked up her clothes and went back to her room. Lin Xian picked up his suit, took a look at it and decided that he didn't need to try it on, it would definitely fit him, boys were so casual, not to mention that he had such a great figure. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for accompanying the baby for another pregnancy checkup. The reward is 1 million yuan in cash, and it also triggers a 5x critical hit, for a total of 5 million yuan. It has been transferred to your bank card through formal channels, please check it. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the lottery mechanism. You will be rewarded with a chance to draw a prize.
The current prize pool is 113x cash critical hit card 2. Thank you for your patronage. Excuse me, host, would you like to draw a prize? Lottery.
Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a cash 3x critical hit card. I have successfully used it for the host. Please check it. Chapter 37 The day we got our certificate. The system's voice came into Lin Xian's mind again.
What does this cash 3x crit card mean?
Lin Xian was a little confused.
Cash 3x critical attack card means that the host's current amount will be multiplied by 3 times. Then can I keep it for now?
No, it takes effect as soon as you draw it. Lin Xian also wanted to save more cash and use it together later, so that he could exchange it for more cash.
Jinwan Technology Company, Limited still has 50 million in its account.
If it takes it out and uses it 3 times, it will be 150 million.
Alas, what a pity.
Lin Xian opened his mobile phone and saw that there was more than 20 million in his bank card, and he instantly became a multi-millionaire. Just when Lin Xian was feeling smug, Li Mengyao changed her clothes and came out.
Honey, it looks good.
Li Mengyao wore a snow-white shirt and a simple gray miniskirt. What was even more eye-catching was that her clothes were decorated with a cute little bear pattern, which made her look fresh, refined, playful, and cute.
She walked lightly to Lin Xian, like a fairy descending from the earth.
Her long and straight legs swayed slightly, and then she turned lightly like a dancing butterfly, her skirt fluttering in the wind, exuding a charming charm. Lin Xian stared at Li Mengyao and swallowed. Li Mengyao suddenly felt something was wrong and was about to run away, but Lin Xian got there first, reached out his hand and gently pulled the beauty into his arms.
My wife is so beautiful.
Lin Xian left a kiss on the soft pink lips and said with a smile.
Why don't you change?
Li Mengyao gently placed her small hands on Lin Xian's solid chest, her little face slightly flushed.
I'll change it right away.
Lin Xian let go of Li Mengyao and started taking off his clothes.
Ah!
Why do you take off your clothes directly? Li Mengyao covered her eyes with her delicate hands and pretended to be angry.
How can I change without taking off my clothes? Lin Xian laughed.
Then go back to your room and change. Li Mengyao continued to cover her eyes, but secretly left a gap between her fingers, and her fair cheeks turned red instantly.
Wife, you've seen this before, so why are you so shy? Lin Xian continued to tease.
Then a sofa pillow was thrown over, which was so soft that it had no lethality at all.
I'm done. Boys change clothes very quickly, just wear them tightly.
Lin Xian was wearing a snow-white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of slim black trousers. The clothes were also decorated with a cute little bear pattern. His 180 centimeters tall figure was even more eye-catching. His fair skin glowed faintly under the light, his black and shiny hair was slightly curly, and there was a deep light between his sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. His lips were slightly raised under his high nose bridge, and he was looking at Li Mengyao with a smile. Li Mengyao stared at Lin Xian blankly. Her husband was simply a male model.
Are you stunned? You're the one who's stunned.
Li Mengyao came back to her senses and scolded angrily.
Then the two of them came to the mirror.
Li Mengyao straightened Lin Xian's collar, then took his hand and walked him in front of the mirror, looking at him carefully. When he was sleeping at night, Lin Xian suddenly asked,
Why did you buy clothes all of a sudden?
And there's a cartoon pattern on the chest, which makes me look childish.
It's very cute.
We'll wear this when we get our marriage certificate.
Don't object.
Li Mengyao stretched out her index finger and gently touched Lin Xian's lips.
Whatever my wife says is what it is.
Lin Xian took a light bite and said with a smile. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes, then fell asleep holding Lin Xian in her arms.
After a few days, July 7th finally arrived.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, Li Mengyao, who was still asleep, felt something moving on her face, as if something was kissing her face. Then she stretched out her jade hand, patted it lightly, and said softly,
"Stop it. Wife, have you forgotten what day it is today?" Lin Xian continued to breathe into Li Mengyao's ear. "Whatever day it is."
Li Mengyao was still dazed and unwilling to open her eyes. "Today is July 7th, the day we get our marriage certificate."
After hearing this, Li Mengyao opened her eyes instantly and blinked blankly. "What time is it?" "It's 9 o'clock. Why didn't you call me earlier?"
"I called you a long time ago, but even kisses couldn't wake you up." Lin Xian had a speechless expression. Li Mengyao got up quickly, ran to the bathroom and started washing.
Half an hour later,
the two of them changed into the couple's clothes they bought yesterday and walked out of the house and came to the parking lot. Lin Xian started the Maybach and drove straight to the Jinghai Civil Affairs Bureau.
Soon, the two arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and walked to the hall.
At this time, the marriage registration office was already full of people, all of whom were preparing to get married today.
The two waited quietly in the back. An hour later,
Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand tightly and walked out of the hall together. He carefully looked at the bright red marriage certificate, which had his and Li Mengyao's names and photos printed on it. Both of them had happy smiles on their faces. Li Mengyao also stared at the marriage certificate, with a gentle light in her eyes. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a sweet smile.
"Wife, I finally brought you home." Lin Xian looked at her tenderly. "You've been home for a long time."
Li Mengyao gently pinched Lin Xian's face and smiled slightly. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao's extremely high looks attracted envious glances from passers-by.
They are truly a fairy couple. Back in the Maybach, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao shared their marriage certificates on their moments respectively. "Zhang Shulan, my son has made great progress." "Lin Zhengwei, it looks good."
"Huang Shifang, when will you bring it back to show mom?" Smile.
"Zhou Quan, congratulations. I knew I would be abused today." Dog head emoji. "Zhong Zixing, happy wedding, brother Xin." "Chen Jingming, when are we going to have the banquet?" "Hurry up."
"Lu Yusin, congratulations, Yao Yao, my Yao Yao," crying expression. At this time, Lin Cece did not make any comments because her mobile phone was confiscated.
Chapter 38. Your husband's money is your money. The phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Mom."
Lin Xian picked up the phone and answered the call.
"Son, have you got the marriage certificate?" Zhang Shulan's happy laughter came from the other side of the phone. "I just received it and was about to go back. Give my daughter-in-law the phone number."
"Oh, and quickly add her to our loving family group."
"Is he still my biological son?"
"He changes him at the mere word of a word."
Lin Xian complained. "Hurry up. Wife, this is my mother's phone call."
Lin Xian handed the phone to Li Mengyao helplessly.
"Hello, Auntie?"
Li Mengyao was so nervous that she forgot to change the address.
"Why are you still calling me Auntie?" "It's time to change your words, my good daughter-in-law,"
Zhang Shulan said with a smile.
"Mom."
Li Mengyao was still not used to it.
"Why?"
Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Xian could only see Li Mengyao's mouth corners slowly rising, and she would look up at him from time to time.
"Okay, Mom."
Then Li Mengyao smiled slightly and returned the phone to Lin Xian.
"Wife, what did Mom say to you?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "Do you want to know?"
Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes.
Lin Xian nodded. "My mother told me that I should ask my husband to hand over his bank card after we get married." "Oh my God. Mom is trying to trick her son." "Honey, do you think this is right?"
Li Mengyao leaned forward and asked with a smile. It was the familiar scene, the familiar distance, the familiar lips. Lin Xian took advantage of the situation and grabbed Li Mengyao's forehead and kissed her again. After kissing for a while, Lin Xian let go contentedly.
The angry Li Mengyao hit Lin Xian hard. Of course Li Mengyao was joking. She didn't want Lin Xian's bank card. She just wanted to tease him.
Unexpectedly, she still suffered a loss. But just now on the phone, Zhang Shulan also taught her how to control her husband's lifeline, and the most important one is to get her husband to hand over his bank card. At this time, Li Mengyao turned her face away and ignored Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled, silently started the car, and drove out of the Jinghai Civil Affairs Bureau.
After driving for a while, Li Mengyao finally realized something was wrong. This was not the way home. Honey, aren't we going home? Li Mengyao turned around and couldn't help asking. Let's go somewhere first.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
Soon, a dark and slender Maybach drove into the parking lot of a bank in Jinghai City. Why are you in the bank? Honey, don't you want my bank card? I'll transfer the money to you.
Lin Xian unbuckled his seatbelt with a smile, and went over to help Li Mengyao unbuckle hers.
I'm just kidding, I don't want your bank card.
Li Mengyao shook her head cutely.
My husband's money is your money, let's go. Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's little face. Then, I'll keep it for you. Just tell me if you need money. Li Mengyao whispered.
Then the two got out of the car and walked hand in hand to the lobby of Wanha Bank in Jinghai City.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked to the counter.
Lin Xian handed his bank card to the teller and told the teller to transfer all the money in the card to Li Mengyao.
The bank teller picked up Lin Xian's card and swiped it.
He was shocked to find that there was 20 million in it and the other party was so young.
May I ask who this lady is to you?
Because the amount involved is huge, the bank teller still has to ask carefully to prevent Lin Xian from being deceived.
She is my wife.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
Is there anything you can prove?
Sorry, the amount transferred is huge, so we need to verify it clearly. Lin Xian handed the marriage certificate he had just received to the bank teller. After the teller operated for a while, he informed Lin Xian that the transfer had been successful. A few minutes later, Li Mengyao received a message on her mobile phone, saying that 20 million yuan had been deposited into her bank account.
Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Hubby, so many?
Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's face again. Yes, now you hold my lifeline in your hands, you must take good care of me in the future. Li Mengyao glared at Lin Xian coquettishly. I will keep it well for you. Just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to leave the bank, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a middle-aged man, who was as tall as a pine tree, dressed in bright and decent clothes, and his every move revealed a calmness and confidence.
Dear guests, please stay. I am Lu Yong, the branch manager of Wanha Bank in Jinghai City. It is a great honor to meet you two here today. Hello, President Lu, is there anything I can help you with?
Lin Xian shook hands with Lu Yong politely.
It's like this.
Our bank just saw that you two have 20 million yuan in your bank cards, but they are current deposits, so the interest rate is relatively low. I wonder if you two are interested in learning about our bank's latest fixed deposit product. It turned out that he was a salesman, and he was received personally by the branch manager.
Okay, what exactly is it like?
Please follow me, both of you.
Then, Lu Yong led the two people into the luxuriously decorated and quiet VLP room of Wanha Bank with a smile on his face. As soon as they entered the door, someone immediately served them a few cups of fragrant high-end coffee and exquisite and delicious snacks.
Lu Yong took out a brochure and handed it to Lin Xian. The two of you just deposited 20 million in a current account, and the interest rate is a pitiful 0.5%, which means you will only get 100,000 yuan in interest a year. If you do nothing in a year, you can earn 100,000 yuan, which is equivalent to the annual income of many people. But if two people deposit 20 million yuan in a one-year fixed deposit, we can raise the interest rate to 2.3%, which means 460,000 yuan a year, which is more than 4 times the interest rate of a current account. At the same time, our Vanguard Bank will also give away 2 distinguished VLP Black Cards. Cardholders can enjoy the bank's exclusive account manager services, high-end benefits, consumer discounts, and other high-quality services. If you are not in a hurry to use the money, you can seriously consider whether to deposit it for a year.
Lin Xian was a little hesitant. He really had no use for the 20 million given by the system at the moment.
It would be best to deposit it in a bank, but if he deposited it all, it would be very cumbersome to withdraw it in case of emergency. Husband, you can deposit 10 million in a fixed deposit, and the rest in a life deposit. Li Mengyao seemed to see Lin Xian's worries and spoke in a low voice. Lin Xian suddenly realized, quickly kissed Li Mengyao on the face, and said with a smile, "My wife is so smart."
Li Mengyao glared at Lin Xian, her pretty face flushed. There was still someone there. Then can we deposit 10 million in a fixed deposit and the remaining 10 million in a life deposit? Lin Xian asked. Of course, no problem, please follow me.
Lu Yong was very happy, as he had a plan for this month's sales.
He then took the two of them to the VLP exclusive counter.
10 minutes later, the two finally dealt with the 20 million.
The VLP exclusive counter is fast, the ordinary counter has to wait for at least an hour.
Lu Yong bowed slightly, and solemnly handed two luxurious VLP black cards to Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, smiling.
Congratulations to both of you for becoming VIPs of Vanguard Bank. From now on, both of you will enjoy the highest level of treatment of the bank.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took the black card and felt the heavy weight of the card and the exquisite patterns on it.
After saying goodbye to President Lu Yong, the two men walked out of the Vanguard Bank lobby and returned to the Maybach. Honey, are you hungry? I'm hungry. Li Mengyao smiled happily. Then let's go home and eat. Chapter 39 Xianmeng Restaurant.
Lin Xian started the car and drove home. After the two returned to Jinwan Mansion, Lin Xian prepared a sumptuous lunch and Li Mengyao was eating in small bites. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and added Li Mengyao to the group chat of a loving family.
He then took a photo of his wife eating and sent it to the group chat. Zhang Shulan, my daughter-in-law eats so deliciously. Lin Zhengwei, it looks better than what your mom makes. Lin Cici is taking her final exam.
After finishing her meal, Li Mengyao picked up her phone and saw her photo being posted on the group.
Lin Xian. You took a sneak shot of me again.
Li Mengyao glared at him. When she was angry, she would call Lin Xian by his name. After Lin Xian put the dishes into the dishwasher, he heard his wife calling him.
I think it looks pretty.
Lin Xian sat next to Li Mengyao and said with a smile. Li Mengyao still twisted his waist angrily.
Hello, Mom and Dad, I'm Li Mengyao.
Li Mengyao greeted in the group.
Okay, take this money. I wish you a happy wedding.
Afterwards, Zhang Shulan initiated a transfer of 100,001 yuan. After seeing this, Li Mengyao hesitated, not knowing whether she should accept it. Although she and Lin Xian no longer needed the money, it was still a lot for an ordinary family. At the same time, it was also a token of her parents' kindness. If she didn't accept it, it would be disrespectful to her elders.
Wife, keep it.
We'll buy some gifts for them when we go back to Yunhai City to visit them. Lin Xian saw his wife's concerns and smiled.
Okay, Li Mengyao nodded and accepted the money. Li Mengyao, thank you, Mom and Dad. Lin Xian, Mom, where's mine? Zhang Shulan, go play somewhere else. Confirmed to be biologically related without a doubt.
In the afternoon, Lin Xian, who had just woken up, received a message from Zhou Quan.
Zhou Quan, Brother Xian, the restaurant has been renovated. When are you free to come and take a look?
Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. It was really troublesome.
It would be great to be at home with my wife, but now I have to manage a restaurant. Then he kissed Li Mengyao, who was still sleeping, sent a message to report, and left the room.
After washing his face and waking up, Lin Xian picked up his phone and called Zhou Quan.
Quaner, where are you now? Now that everyone has graduated, they no longer live in the dormitory. Brother Xian, I'm here at the rental house. Send me your location and I'll pick you up. We'll go check out the restaurant later. Okay. 20 minutes later, Lin Xian drove a Maybach to Zhou Quan's rental house. Zhou Quan ran down without stopping, opened the car door and got in. Brother Xian, I'm here. Happy wedding.
As he said that, he took out a red envelope and handed it to Lin Xian.
Thank you, Quaner. Let's go.
After Lin Xian accepted it, he started the car and arrived at Jinwan Plaza. After parking the car, Lin Xian and Zhou Quan came to the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza and were attracted by the luxurious and magnificent scene in front of them.
The entire restaurant uses high-end materials and exquisite design.
The walls are covered with gorgeous wallpapers, and the floor is covered with mirror-like marble. A dazzling crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, emitting a soft and warm light, illuminating the entire space. The dining tables and chairs are neatly arranged, the tables are covered with white tablecloths, and matched with exquisite tableware and flowers, creating an elegant and comfortable dining atmosphere.
Lin Xian was slightly shocked. He didn't expect the decoration to be so luxurious. Hee, Brother Xian, this decoration is nice, right?
Zhou Quan said proudly.
Lin Xian walked into the restaurant and looked carefully. It was simply a 5-star restaurant. It's very good. The next step is to start preparing for business.
Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction.
Brother Xian, you are right, but haven't you forgotten something? Zhou Quan smiled. Forgot what? Lin Xian asked puzzledly. Money, Brother Xian, I have no money. How can I recruit soldiers without money? Zhou Quan complained fiercely. Oh, I almost forgot about this. I've been too busy lately. Please send me your bank account number. Yes, I've been busy getting married recently. Just tell me whether you want it or not. Yes. I'll send you the bank card account number. Zhou Quan replied quickly.
Then Lin Xian transferred 1 million yuan to Zhou Quan via his mobile phone.
I'll give you 1 million yuan as startup capital first. Tell me if it's not enough.
You'll be responsible for everything in the restaurant from now on, and we'll split the profit 70% to 30%.
Okay, you are worthy of being Brother Xian. You spend 1 million in one go. Zhou Quan said with a happy smile. Stop flattering me. If you don't do your job well, I will fire you.
Lin Xian said jokingly.
Yes, boss. By the way, should we name the restaurant? Zhou Quan asked. Let's call it Xianmeng Restaurant. The specialty is fish dishes. Of course, you can add some other dishes. Lin Xian touched his chin, thought for a while and said. It feels good to take one name from Lin Xian and Li Mengyao.
Anyway, you are the store manager now, so don't let me down. Lin Xian patted Zhou Quan on the shoulder.
He was still very confident in Zhou Quan.
Although he was silly sometimes, he was very decisive when doing things.
Make sure to complete the mission. Zhou Quan even saluted, he is so old. Okay, Lin Xian took back his thoughts.
After explaining the matters concerning the restaurant, Lin Xian sent Zhou Quan back to the rental house and went to Jinwan Technology Company, Limited.
As Lin Xian walked into the company's gate, the front desk greeted him warmly. Hello, Mr. Lin.
Hello, Lin Xian smiled back politely. After that, every time Lin Xian met an employee, he greeted him enthusiastically, and Lin Xian responded one by one.
Is this what it feels like to be the chairman of a company? It's awesome.
When Lin Xian arrived at the chairman's office, he saw 2 resignation letters and a red envelope on the table. Lin Xian opened the red envelope first, which contained several $100 bills and a small note.
Lin Jiwei, happy wedding.
Lin Xian smiled slightly.
This kid.
Then he picked up 2 resignation letters, which were indeed from Zhang Haoran and Yi Zixuan. Then Lin Xian waved his hand and agreed immediately. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Lin Xian left the company and drove home. In fact, the main affairs of the company are the responsibility of General Manager Lu Wendy. The 2 resignation letters were given to the chairman for personal handling because of special reasons.
Wife, I'm back.
Lin Xian changed his shoes, walked into the hall and hugged Li Mengyao who was jogging towards him.
Honey, why do you go out so often recently? Are you doing something secretly? Li Mengyao pouted cutely. My husband went to check on the restaurant's renovations.
Lin Xian took out his cell phone and handed the photos he took in the restaurant in the afternoon to Li Mengyao.
Wow, this is too luxurious. Li Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes. Honey, have you named the restaurant? Li Mengyao asked. Got it. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to go into the kitchen to cook. What's your name? Li Mengyao hugged Lin Xian and continued to ask. Xianmeng Restaurant, what do you think?
Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's little face and said with a smile.
Chapter 40 You are a big fool.
Xianmeng Restaurant, this poetic name seems to be the fruit of the love between Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, representing Lin Xian's love for Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes as clear as autumn water, and gradually, ripples of emotion appeared on her face. When Lin Xian saw tears in Li Mengyao's eyes, he was instantly at a loss.
What's wrong, honey? Did I hurt you just now? I'm sorry, it's my fault.
Li Mengyao shook her head gently, threw herself into Lin Xian's arms, hugged him tightly, opened her red lips slightly, and said in a dreamy voice, Husband, why are you so good to me?
Lin Xian took a deep breath, gently lifted Li Mengyao's forehead, and said tenderly. Because you are the only one in my life and the one I love most in this life. You are my wife and the mother of my baby. I am willing to use all my strength to protect and cherish you and make you happy forever.
Lin Xian's gaze was firm and blazing, as if burning with a flame that would never go out. Li Mengyao stood on tiptoe, put her arms around Lin Xian's neck, and gave him a sweet kiss.
Husband went to cook.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
Then he turned and went to the kitchen to start cooking dinner. Li Mengyao nodded shyly.
After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao watched a TV show on the big screen in the living room.
Li Mengyao leaned her long legs on Lin Xian's legs, snuggled in Lin Xian's arms, and watched the show with relish.
Lin Xian picked up the tablet and read the company daily report sent by General Manager Lu Wendy. When he is not at the company, he will take time in the evening to read the company's daily report to see what important things the company has done today and how much profit the company has made, instead of completely ignoring it.
What are you looking at, mate?
Li Mengyao leaned forward and saw a series of data reports.
I'm reading the company's daily operations report.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
Company? What company? Li Mengyao blinked confusedly. Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Husband, are you going to work?
Li Mengyao thought that Lin Xian had been taking care of herself in recent months, so he had not looked for a job, so it was normal for him to go to work now.
Hubby, you should focus on your work.
I can take care of myself. Li Mengyao pursed her lips.
What are you thinking about?
Your husband has tens of millions of assets. It's impossible for him to go to work.
Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's pretty nose.
What is your company?
Li Mengyao asked puzzledly. This is my company.
I am the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited, and you are the chairman's wife. Lin Xian smiled. Li Mengyao couldn't help but be slightly stunned, her face full of disbelief.
Then take me to visit next time.
Okay, silly.
You are a fool.
After watching TV series in the living room, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went back to their room to rest together. The next morning, Lin Xian slept until he woke up naturally, then got up and started making breakfast. Lin Xian was still eating breakfast when the phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Zhou Quan.
Brother Xian, have you had breakfast? Hey, I have something I want to discuss with you. Eat and talk. It's about the chef for the restaurant. I already have a candidate. It's my cousin and his wife.
They run a fish restaurant in Jinghai City, but recently they are planning to move because the rent is too expensive. They happen to be good at fish dishes, and they have a good reputation in Jinghai City. They can directly bring customers to Xianmeng Restaurant, so I would like to invite them to be chefs.
Zhou Quan said a lot in one breath. Have they agreed to come to Xianmeng Restaurant to be chefs? Lin Xian asked. Of course, with such a prosperous location and such luxurious decoration, anyone who sees it would be willing to come here. Okay then, ask them to come to the restaurant later. I want to see it myself.
The chef is the soul of a restaurant, so Lin Xian must personally oversee it.
Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian put Li Mengyao's breakfast into the warmer as usual, walked into the room, gave her a kiss, and left. Half an hour later, Lin Xian arrived at Xianmeng Restaurant on the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza. As soon as I walked in, I saw Zhou Quan and a young couple. Brother Xian, you are here. Let me introduce you.
This is my cousin Zhou Yong, and the other one is my cousin Wang Li. Zhou Quan introduced.
Hello, Boss Lin, I'm Zhou Yong, and this is my wife Wang Li.
Lin Xian and Zhou Yong shook hands politely. Zhou Yong was tall, a little fat, and looked honest and simple, while Wang Li was slightly petite, but had a beautiful face and a mature beauty. Both of them were in their early 30s, not much older than Lin Xian.
Hello, I'm Lin Xian, Zhou Quan's college roommate.
I've heard Zhou Quan praise your excellent cooking skills.
No.
Zhou Yong smiled foolishly.
Then can you make me a steamed turbot to try?
Lin Xian said with a smile. Zhou Yong knew very well that Lin Xian was testing his cooking skills, so he walked into the kitchen backstage area without hesitation and started making the dishes. Lin Xian also followed, carefully observing every subtle movement and technique Zhou Yong used. He skillfully picked out a fresh and plump turbot and quickly cleaned it for later use. Then, Zhou Yong lit the stove and skillfully adjusted the heat and time, making the water in the steamer gradually boil.
Soon, an enticing aroma emanated from the kitchen, and a delicious steamed turbot was served.
Lin Xian picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth. It was tender, juicy and melted in his mouth. The special delicious sauce made it even better and made him salivate.
You are worthy of being a great chef. The food is delicious. I very much welcome you to join Xianmeng Restaurant.
Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction.
Thank you, Boss Lin. But, I can take your cooking to the next level. What?
Zhou Yong is still very confident in his cooking skills.
Could this guy, who was several years younger than him, be a master?
After Lin Xian finished speaking, he returned to the kitchen, and everyone followed him. I saw him pick out a fresh and plump turbot with the same skillful technique, clean it even more quickly and set it aside, light the stove, control the heat and time more accurately, and personally prepare the exclusive sauce. After a while, the kitchen exuded an even more tempting aroma than before, which directly whetted everyone's taste buds.
Chapter 41 Baby, remember to eat breakfast.
A portion of steamed turbot with fragrant aroma and attractive color was served, paired with exquisite plating, like a work of art.
Everyone, have a try.
Everyone couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks, pick up a piece of tender fish and put it into their mouths. Before their teeth could chew, the delicate and delicious taste flowed through the entire mouth like a stream of clear spring water, instantly stimulating every taste bud.
This.
Zhou Yong was so surprised that he couldn't speak normally.
Brother Xian, it has to be you. It's so delicious. Zhou Quan couldn't stop eating.
Wang Li was also eating silently on the side, not saying much, but from her expression, one could tell that she was amazed by the deliciousness of the food. Soon, the whole plate of turbot was eaten up.
Zhou Quan even licked the plate. Boss Lin, can I become your disciple? Zhou Yong looked at Lin Xian with admiration. Ahem, there's no need to become my apprentice. As long as you become the head chef in my restaurant, I will teach you for free.
Lin Xian felt more or less embarrassed to be taken as a disciple by someone who was several years older than him.
Really? That's great. Zhou Yong jumped up happily. Boss Lin, can I learn too? Wan Li asked gently. Sure. What about me, Brother Xian?
Zhou Quan shamelessly moved forward.
Go have fun and manage the restaurant well.
Lin Xian looked at Zhou Quan and Wang Li again, and suddenly said seriously.
But I have a condition. What conditions? Zhou Yong asked hurriedly. Add a confidentiality agreement to your employment contract.
I will teach you all my exclusive fish cooking recipes, and I guarantee that your cooking skills will be greatly improved. Lin Xian smiled.
What confidentiality agreement?
The exclusive fish dish recipe must not be leaked to outsiders in any form, otherwise a fine of 5 million renminbi will be imposed. Lin Xian changed the subject and said in a firm tone.
5 million is not a small sum for an ordinary family. Many people cannot earn this much even if they work hard all their lives.
I promise you, I, Zhou Yong, will never be such a treacherous person, Zhou Yong said with a firm look in his eyes.
I promise you too, if my husband can do it, I can do it too, Wang Li said in a firm tone.
Okay, Zhou Quan, go prepare the labor contract and we'll sign it right away. Okay, Zhou Quan ran out happily to prepare the labor contract.
While Zhou Quan was preparing the labor contract, Lin Xian chatted with the couple. Suddenly Lin Xian's phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was his wife. Hey, baby.
When Li Mengyao heard Lin Xian calling her baby, she was slightly stunned.
Why did he suddenly change his taste today? Husband, where are you now? I'm still in the restaurant. My roommates want to come over to my house for dinner later, is that possible? Just now in Li Mengyao's roommate group, Chen Manman and Yang Lin kept clamoring to come and see her, and Lu Yusin was also fanning the flames.
Li Mengyao had no choice but to call Lin Xian for his opinion. Of course, I'll go back and buy some more vegetables later, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Okay.
Baby, remember to eat breakfast, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mengyao hung up the phone shyly. She just called her husband baby and now she's calling him baby.
What's wrong with her husband today?
Li Mengyao patted her face lightly, picked up her phone, clicked on the roommate group, Rich Women 4, come over here.
Chen Man, hey, Yao Yao, I'm here. Yang Lin, where's the address? How can I get there without the address? Li Mengyao shared an address. Chen Man? Yang Lin?
Chen Manman and Yang Lin obviously did not expect that Li Mengyao lived in Jinwan Mansion, the most luxurious area in Jinghai City. On the other side, Zhou Quan finally came to the restaurant with 2 labor contracts.
Brother Xian, I'm ready, take a look.
Lin Xian took the 2 labor contracts and looked at them carefully. When he found no problems, he signed his name and then handed them to Zhou Yong and Wang Li. If there is no problem, please sign this labor contract.
I have a question, is Zhou Quan considered an outsider?
Zhou Yong looked at his cousin with a smile.
Okay, Lin Xian also looked at Zhou Quan with a smile and said jokingly. Brother Xian, don't do this. We have been roommates for 4 years. Okay, I'm just kidding. I've handed the restaurant over to you to manage. Isn't that enough trust in you? Lin Xian laughed.
Hee hee, brother Xian, I will definitely make the restaurant bigger and stronger, Zhou Quan said with a grin.
I'll leave the rest to you. If nothing else, I'll go home.
After saying goodbye to them, Lin Xian drove his Maybach to the supermarket to buy some vegetables and then went home.
Back to Li Mengyao.
Ding dong, the crisp doorbell rang. After hearing the doorbell, Li Mengyao put down what she was doing, went to the front door, and confirmed through the screen of the smart lock that it was her roommates before she opened the door with confidence.
My Yao Yao, happy wedding.
Yang Lin walked up to her, hugged her, and gave her a gift.
And mine, Yao Yao, happy wedding. Chen Manman also walked in and handed the gift to Li Mengyao. Here, this is mine, Yao Yao, happy wedding. Lu Yusin also smiled. Thank you. Li Mengyao smiled happily. Chen Manman sat down on the sofa, looking very happy.
Yang Lin followed closely behind, and only Lu Yusin was helping Li Mengyao prepare drinks and fruits.
Yao Yao, you are feeling so comfortable.
You're like a rich lady.
Chen Manman exclaimed.
Yes, such a big house with a river view, this is the life I have always dreamed of.
Yang Lin also sighed. Come, have some drinks. There are also fruits here.
Li Mengyao brought a plate of fruit and a few drinks and placed them in front of them. Chen Manman, Yang Lin and Lu Yusin sat on the sofa, while Li Mengyao lay on the lazy chair, all gossiping and complaining about recent events.
Yao Yao, you don't know, my internship is so hard now. Do you know that I have to work overtime every day? Chen Manman complained. Everyone is like this. I have to work overtime to correct homework every night. It's really a headache. Yang Lin also complained. Yao Yao, why don't you have to go to work? Chen Manman asked. I will find time to go to work later. Li Mengyao lowered her head and explained hesitantly. Yao Yao, you lied, tell the truth, you can't fool us good sisters. Yang Lin saw through it at a glance. She is a key protected person now. How could Lin Xian let Yao Yao go to work? Lu Yusin said.
Lu Yusin felt that there was no need to hide it from her sisters anymore. After all, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao had already obtained their marriage certificate.
What do you mean? Key protected person? That's weird. Chen Manman stared at Li Mengyao with a smile. Actually, it's because I'm pregnant. Li Mengyao blushed and spoke in a low voice. Chapter 42. I want to hear the baby's voice. What? Yao Yao, you are pregnant?
Yang Lin widened her eyes and said in disbelief.
Oh my god, when did it happen? How could it happen so quickly? Chen Manman couldn't believe it either.
It's been more than 3 months.
A blush appeared on Li Mengyao's delicate face.
Only Lu Yusin remained silent, she had known it for a long time. Yang Lin, 3 months ago, that is, before you graduated. Chen Manman, and she's pregnant before marriage.
Yusin, aren't you surprised? I'm surprised. Didn't you see that? Lu Yusin deliberately put on a surprised expression.
Yang Lin, okay, so you already knew it, but you didn't tell us. Chen Manman, that's right, we are still good sisters. Lin, let's go together.
I'm warning you, don't come over here. If you come over again, I'll scream. Lu Yusin said fearfully, holding a pillow.
Yang Lin and Chen Manman surrounded Lu Yusin together and started tickling her with their hands.
Chen Manman, scream, scream, no one will pay attention to you even if you scream your throat out, ha ha ha. Yao Yao, save me, ha ha ha.
Lu Yusin was tickled so hard that she begged for mercy and laughed until tears came out.
Okay, stop making trouble. It's me who told Xinshan not to say it.
Li Mengyao hurriedly stopped them.
Chen Manman, well, since there's a pregnant woman pleading for you, I won't bother with you. Yang Lin, by the way, Yao Yao, is Lin Xian good to you? Chen Manman, yes, is he good to you?
Lin Xian is very good to me and I love him very much. Li Mengyao said with a blushing face.
Is this still the pure campus beauty from Jinghai University who always maintains a very cold attitude towards boys in our usual impression? Yang Lin, you're married and have a child. Yao Yao, you're really a winner in life. Hey, what do you think? Should senior Dang Junyi give up?
Chen Manman suddenly remembered that there was a senior in school who was obsessed with Li Mengyao and had been pursuing her.
Yang Lin, yes, I heard that he is preparing to return to China. Let him give up on this idea. Yao Yao is already taken. Lu Yusin didn't have a good impression of Deng Junyi. I've rejected him many times. He probably won't come to me again this time.
Li Mengyao pursed her lips. Suddenly, the sound of the door unlocking was heard.
Wife, I'm back.
Lin Xian walked in carrying a big bag of things. Chen Man and the others only saw Li Mengyao quickly get down from the lazy chair, put on her shoes, trot over, and throw herself into Lin Xian's arms.
Welcome home.
Every time Lin Xian returned home, he could always feel a warm breath blowing on his face, and the source of this warmth was Li Mengyao's hug, which made him deeply feel the warmth and happiness of home. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair and asked softly, "Wife, how do you feel today?"
Are you feeling uncomfortable? Li Mengyao shook her head gently. I'm fine. Ahem.
Li Mengyao looked back and saw Chen Man and the others looking at the two of them with excitement. Only then did she let go of Lin Xian, her face as red as a tomato.
Hello, I'm Li Mengyao's husband, Lin Xian. Hello, I'm Chen Man. Chen Man smiled brightly.
Chen Man is tall and slender, with neat short hair, giving people a free and unrestrained feeling.
Hello, I'm Yang Lin. Yang Lin also smiled slightly. Yang Lin is completely the opposite.
She has a petite figure and long, shiny black hair, giving people a quiet and elegant feeling.
As for Lu Yusin,
naturally, there is no need to introduce her in detail. She looks like a domineering queen.
You guys continue chatting, I'll go to the kitchen to cook.
Lin Xian smiled slightly, then walked into the kitchen and started preparing lunch. The four returned to their original positions and continued their discussion.
Yao Yao, your husband is really handsome. Oh my god, how did you hold his lifeline? Please teach me.
At this moment, Li Mengyao could only blush. After a while, Lin Xian brought out the last dish.
It's time for dinner. Everyone came over after smelling the scent. Smells so good.
Today we have stir-fried lamb with green onions, cumin spare ribs, beef ribs with soy sauce, spicy chicken, and a big plate of grilled fish.
Wow, this is so delicious. I have never eaten anything so delicious in my life. Chen Man took a bite and a look of happiness appeared on her face.
Yes, even the chefs in big hotels can't make food so delicious.
Yang Lin also sighed.
Yeah, it's really delicious. Lu Yusin pretended to be calm in her words, so as to avoid being besieged by her two good roommates who found out that she had been there before. Soon, after Chen Man and the others had eaten and drunk their fill, they prepared to go back.
Chen Man, Lin Xian, Yao Yao is now in your hands.
Please take good care of her.
Yang Lin, yes, otherwise we sisters will not let you go. Okay, I will protect Mengyao as the most precious person to me.
Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and said in a firm tone. After Chen Man and the others went back, Lin Xian cleaned up the dishes. Because he had sweated a lot, he went back to the bathroom for a quick shower and then returned to his room. At this time, Li Mengyao was leaning against the head of the bed reading quietly. Lin Xian also climbed onto the bed and lay next to Li Mengyao.
Baby, what are you looking at? Why did you suddenly call me baby? Li Mengyao's face turned red, she was not used to it. Because you are my baby.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
Shameless.
Li Mengyao's face turned red instantly, and she continued to read the book silently, as if she wanted to use the book to cover up her embarrassment and shyness. Seeing that his wife ignored him, Lin Xian's eyes involuntarily fell on Li Mengyao's soft belly. He slowly reached out his hand, quietly lifted Li Mengyao's clothes, and gently put his ear against her soft belly. Accompanied by a burst of fragrance, a wonderful feeling surged in his heart.
Husband, what are you doing?
Li Mengyao was frightened by Lin Xian's sudden action. She tried to stop him, but she was a step too late and her face became even redder. Li Mengyao stretched out her little hand and tried to push him away, but the latter did not move at all. Seeing that she couldn't push him open, Li Mengyao began to rub Lin Xian's handsome face hard.
Wife, I want to hear the baby's voice.
Lin Xian said gently. Even though Li Mengyao was already 13 weeks pregnant and the fetus had developed to a certain stage, Lin Xian still couldn't hear any movement of the baby even though he was holding her belly close to his. Li Mengyao was amused by his innocent and cute appearance, and a warm feeling surged in her heart.
Did you hear that? I heard it, the baby said, Daddy is so handsome. Shameless. Li Mengyao just looked at Lin Xian quietly. At this moment, he was like a baby. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Chapter 43 Brother, just wait for me.
Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Lin Xian reluctantly picked up the phone and found that it was his mother calling, so he quickly answered the call.
Hey, Mom, what's going on? Son, have you eaten yet? Have eaten. It's good to eat. When are you going to bring my daughter-in-law home to see me?
Zhang Shulan said impatiently. Lin Xian put down his phone and turned to look at Li Mengyao.
Wife, can we go back to Yunhai City tomorrow morning? Yeah, Li Mengyao nodded obediently. Mom, we'll go back tomorrow morning.
In the afternoon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao prepared to go to Jinwan shopping mall to buy some gifts to bring back to Yunhai City.
Honey, let's go. Li Mengyao changed into a dark blue denim dress, tied a black belt around her waist, and finally wore a pair of white canvas shoes, showing the girl's freshness and vitality. My wife, you look so beautiful today.
Lin Xian walked up to her and put his arms around her, savoring Li Mengyao's fragrance.
Okay, stop hugging me and let's go. Li Mengyao pushed him away gently.
Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand, came to the parking lot, started the Maybach and headed for Jinwan Plaza. The two went to the second floor of Jinwan shopping mall, found a jewelry store and walked in.
Hello, both of you. Welcome. Hello, may I ask if there are any bracelets you would like to recommend for gifting to elders? Yes, please wait. The clerk took out several bracelets with a smile and showed them to Lin Xian and Li Mengyao and introduced their features. Honey, how about this, will Mom like it?
Li Mengyao took a fancy to a jade bracelet, which was crystal clear and had a smooth texture, just like emerald green lake water. She should like everything my daughter-in-law gives her. Lin Xian said with a smile.
His biological son is becoming less and less important. Hello, how much is this? Li Mengyao asked politely. Beautiful lady, you have a good taste. This is the one most loved by the elders.
The material used is all icy jadeite, so the price will be slightly higher, 100,000 yuan. Li Mengyao turned her head and looked at Lin Xian, as if asking for Lin Xian's opinion.
Wife, the money in the house is in your hands, you decide.
Lin Xian saw what she was thinking and smiled slightly.
Hello, I want this one. Li Mengyao smiled. Okay, I'll pack it right away. Please pay here. The clerk was so happy that he sold a large order as soon as he started working in the afternoon. These two young people are really rich. Beautiful lady, please keep it and welcome to visit us next time. After Li Mengyao got the bracelet, she returned to Lin Xian, took his arm, and walked out of the jewelry store. Let's go and see if there's a gift that Daddy likes. Lin Xian gently snatched the packaging bag. My dad doesn't have any other hobbies, except fishing. Sometimes he even stays up all night, so let's buy him a fishing rod. Do all boys like fishing when they reach middle age?
But there seems to be no fishing tool store nearby. Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes.
Look, there seems to be one there.
Li Mengyao followed Lin Xian's gaze and found one in a corner of Jinwan shopping mall.
Let's go then. Li Mengyao happily pulled Lin Xian towards the store. The two walked into the store, and since Li Mengyao didn't know how to choose a fishing rod, she handed it over to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed a fishing rod used specifically for fishing competitions, and looked at it carefully. The fishing rod is pitch black, with a faint light flickering on it, as if it contains endless power. Lin Xian gently gripped the handle, feeling the texture of the fishing rod, and tried swinging it a few times. It felt pretty good. This is really good. Dad will probably like it very much. Lin Xian smiled. Then let's go with this one. Li Mengyao smiled. The two men came to the front desk to check out. The boss was a middle-aged man who was preparing fishing bait for the evening. It was obvious that he was a veteran fishing enthusiast. Hello, boss. How much is this? Li Mengyao smiled slightly. This one costs 60,000 yuan. Because it's a competition fishing rod, the materials used are top-notch. The owner of the fishing shop didn't expect that two such young people would come to buy fishing rods. A fishing rod costs 60,000 yuan? Boss, can you give me a discount? Li Mengyao looked at the fat middle-aged man with pitiful eyes. Do you like fishing? The boss looked at the two and asked. Yeah, we love fishing the most. Li Mengyao blurted out. Only Lin Xian looked at his wife in shock. Is this how his wife bargained? Well, since you two are young people who love fishing, I'll sell it to you at a lower price, 50,000 yuan. It really can't be any cheaper. Thank you, boss. Li Mengyao was so happy that she almost jumped up after hearing this. After walking out of the store, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Hubby, what are you laughing at? Li Mengyao pouted. I'm laughing. Honey, you are so virtuous. Do you really know how to fish? Ha ha ha. Li Mengyao's pretty face flushed red. She raised her jade hand and twisted it towards a familiar place. Okay, honey, I was wrong. By the way, honey, what does your sister like? Li Mengyao suddenly remembered that Lin Xian had a younger sister. See? You don't have to buy anything for her. If you really want to buy something, I think you can buy 5 years of college entrance examinations and 3 years of simulations. Lin Xian showed his signature smile. Lin Cece, brother, just wait for me. Be serious. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and suddenly saw an Apple mobile phone store upstairs. I know what to buy, let's go. Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand and walked upstairs. The two soon arrived at the door of the mobile phone store. Wife, do you want to buy a mobile phone for Cece? Lin Xian asked. Yes, Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Her cell phone was just confiscated at school, ha. Lin Xian laughed heartily. It's okay, just let her play at home. Li Mengyao feels that she shouldn't be so strict with her children and that she should relax. Lin Cece, sister-in-law. My dear sister-in-law. I love you. Then the two of them walked in. Hello, both of you. How can I help you? A clerk came forward. Hello, do you have the latest model of Apple phone? Li Mengyao asked politely. Yes, this is our latest Apple 15 version. It is not only equipped with the most advanced chip technology, but also an ultra-high-definition camera, which allows you to easily take high-quality, clear and delicate photos and videos. The appearance is stylish and simple, and a variety of colors are available to show your personal charm. The clerk explained in detail. How much is this top model? The top configuration costs 18,999 yuan. Li Mengyao was a little hesitant. She bought 50,000 or 100,000 yuan for her parents, but only bought 10,000 yuan for her sister Lin Xian. Would she be considered a bad sister-in-law? Chapter 44, a bit like selling insurance. The clerk saw Li Mengyao frowning and suddenly remembered that they were both students and probably couldn't afford such expensive things. If you think the top version is too expensive, you can take a look at the standard version. No need. Do you have the latest laptop? Li Mengyao had an idea. Yes, or do you want the top configuration? The clerk asked in shock. Yes, the top-notch one. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. Okay, wait a moment. Soon, the clerk brought a notebook and placed it in front of Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. This is our latest top-of-the-line Apple laptop. It has an amazing running speed, a massive amount of memory, and is incredibly light, as if it were dancing as lightly as a feather. The price is also a little more expensive, at 22,399 yuan. Honey, what do you think? Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xian. I think Cece is laughing so hard now. Lin Xian nodded helplessly. We want these too. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Okay, wait a moment. The clerk left and immediately came back. Hello, beautiful lady. If you want these two items, you might as well try our latest full gift package, which includes a mobile phone, iPad, laptop, and wireless headphones. They are all top-notch. The original price is 77,888 yuan, and now the discounted price is 67,888 yuan. It's better to just buy the whole set, which is more cost-effective, the clerk introduced. Li Mengyao pursed her lips and looked at Lin Xian hesitantly again. Buy it. You have money anyway, my dear. It can be considered a big gift for Cece. Lin Xian smiled. Okay, let's buy the whole set. Li Mengyao smiled again. Okay, wait a moment. The clerk packed up excitedly and completed another big order. Alas, even Lin Cece's gift is more valuable than her father's. It turns out that family status determines value. Lin Xian glanced at Li Mengyao, who was playing with her mobile phone, and suddenly realized that his wife was still using the old mobile phone. It's just that Li Mengyao loves cleanliness and always wipes her phone clean, making it look like new. In fact, she bought it during her freshman year in college. Hello, could you please add another latest model of Apple 15 top and mobile phone? Lin Xian said to the clerk, who was still packing. Okay, it'll be there right away. The clerk smiled even more happily. Husband, why do you want to buy another mobile phone?
Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xian's hand.
Wife, how many years have you been using this cell phone?
Lin Xian looked at her gently.
It won't take long, it can still be used. Li Mengyao blushed slightly and said in a low voice.
It's my fault that I just realized it now, wife. You don't have to worry about how to save money in the future.
Just spend it boldly.
Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mengyao. No, we need to be frugal and manage our household well.
Li Mengyao murmured. This girl is really so lovable. Be obedient.
Lin Xian said gently.
Oh.
Soon, Lin Xian walked out of the store carrying a lot of bags. Li Mengyao took his arm and continued to look left and right to see if there was anything else he needed to buy.
Honey, don't buy any more. I can't carry them anymore. It's okay, I can still get it.
Li Mengyao was unmoved, and then she discovered a men's clothing store. Let's go over there and take a look. Li Mengyao happily stretched out her little finger and pointed.
Clothes? I don't like clothes. Lin Xian said.
I'm tired of seeing you wearing the same few pieces of clothes over and over again.
Be obedient. Li Mengyao grabbed Lin Xian's hand and walked into the store. Don't boys change clothes back and forth?
Lin Xian didn't understand, but he still listened to his wife and walked in.
The two walked into the store.
Li Mengyao took a look, then walked forward, picked up a few pieces of clothing, and tried them on Lin Xian.
This style is not good looking.
Li Mengyao shook her head slightly.
The color of this piece is too eye-catching. Li Mengyao continued to choose.
This polo shirt and that short-sleeved t-shirt are both pretty good.
Honey, you should try them.
Li Mengyao nodded with satisfaction.
Good.
Lin Xian picked up 2 pieces of clothing and went to the locker room to change.
After Lin Xian tried on 2 pieces of clothing, Li Mengyao smiled and nodded, saying that these were the 2 she wanted.
She turned her head and glanced at the suit beside her. She had never seen Lin Xian wearing a suit before, so how could she miss this opportunity today? Then he picked one and handed it to Lin Xian again.
Hubby, try again. Li Mengyao's mouth corners slightly raised. Ah. Come again.
Lin Xian picked up his clothes helplessly and went back to the locker room again, while Li Mengyao waited quietly outside. Not long after, Lin Xian walked out of the locker room wearing a clean white suit, a classic black jacket, an exquisite black belt, and long black trousers. He looked particularly energetic and dignified.
Wife, how is it? Ha ha ha, it looks good. It's really good looking. It's a bit like selling insurance, ha ha ha. Li Mengyao's eyes were curved with joy. Wife, you are kidding me.
Lin Xian's face turned red with embarrassment, and he hurried back to the locker room to change back. Li Mengyao is really happy, her husband is also sometimes dull.
Hello, please help me pack these 2 in the suit he just wore. Okay, wait a moment.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of the store, finally finishing their shopping in the mall.
Wife, let's go back and eat. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and prepared to leave, but the latter did not move, staring at a barbecue restaurant upstairs. Honey, I want to eat barbecue.
No, there's a strong smell of cooking fumes there, and I'm afraid you'll have morning sickness again. Lin Xian refused. This barbecue restaurant has a smoker at every table, so there's no smell of oil smoke.
That won't work either. Who knows if the meat here is fresh?
Lin Xian refused again.
This barbecue restaurant ranks first in Jinghai City, and the meat is very fresh, isn't it?
Li Mengyao pouted her lips and said coquettishly. The 2 of them walked around for the whole afternoon, and Li Mengyao didn't want Lin Xian to go home and work hard to cook. Besides, the barbecue was really delicious. Under Li Mengyao's soft and hard persuasion and cute attacks, Lin Xian had no choice but to agree.
But there is a prerequisite.
Lin Xian will first taste it to see if it is fresh. If he finds that the meat is not fresh, he will immediately take his wife home for dinner.
Afterwards, the 2 of them happily walked into the barbecue restaurant. After a while, the waiter brought all the ingredients that needed to be grilled. Lin Xian picked up a piece of beef, put it on the baking tray and slowly roasted it. After it was cooked, he put it into his mouth and tasted it carefully. How is it? Not bad. Li Mengyao almost drooled when she saw it. After all, she was really hungry. Well, the meat is pretty good and quite fresh. After saying that, Lin Xian picked up another piece of beef and put it on the baking tray. After it was thoroughly cooked, he gently blew away the heat on the surface and then brought it to Li Mengyao's lips. Honey, be careful of the heat. Li Mengyao opened her mouth slightly and took a bite of the beef.
Suddenly, a satisfied smile appeared on her face.
At this moment, in a corner, a figure was looking towards Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. Isn't this our school's most beautiful girl, Li? Chapter 45. What are you? A follower?
Zhang Hua is Deng Junyi's friend, and he happened to be eating at this barbecue restaurant at that time. Then he slowly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, turned on the camera, and pointed the lens at Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. When Lin Xian gently put the food to Li Mengyao's mouth, he pressed the shutter button and sent it to Deng Junyi.
An hour later, Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's arm and left the barbecue restaurant contentedly. Wife, let's grill at home next time. Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao gently. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled sweetly.
Just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to leave Jinwan shopping mall, an uninvited guest suddenly stood in front of them.
This person was Deng Junyi. Deng Junyi is 180 centimeters tall, about the same height as Lin Xian. He has a good appearance, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a handsome face, but he is still a little inferior to Lin Xian. At this moment, he is looking at Lin Xian with an arrogant expression. Long time no see, junior sister Mengyao. Deng Junyi looked at Li Mengyao gently.
Long time no see, senior Deng. Li Mengyao responded politely.
This is a gift I brought you from abroad. Do you like it?
Deng Junyi completely ignored Lin Xian and handed the exquisite high-end perfume in his hand to Li Mengyao.
I'm sorry, I don't like using this perfume. Senior Deng, you should keep it for yourself. Li Mengyao said calmly. It doesn't matter if you don't like this. I'll buy you what you like. Deng Junyi continued. No need, Senior Deng, you don't have to give me anything.
Li Mengyao said in a cold tone.
Don't you understand my feelings? I've liked you for 4 years. Who is that person next to you?
Deng Junyi clenched his fists and said angrily when he saw a shining diamond ring on Li Mengyao's left hand.
I know, but I said it a long time ago that we are not suitable. The man next to me is my husband.
Li Mengyao held Lin Xian's hand tightly.
Why? Why did you get married after I was gone for only a year? He's nothing but a gigolo. Mengyao, don't be deceived by him. Deng Junyi said angrily.
People who randomly and maliciously comment on others are often dark-skinned.
It is not your turn to comment on my husband. Please do not harass me again in the future. Hubby, let's go. Li Mengyao's eyes suddenly turned cold and she said angrily. Li Mengyao doesn't like Deng Junyi, so she calls him Senior Deng out of politeness. But he slandered Lin Xian, and Li Mengyao certainly couldn't agree to it. If I'm a gigolo, what are you? A follower?
Lin Xian looked at Deng Junyi and smiled disdainfully. Then, Li Mengyao held Lin Xian's hand tightly, walked around Deng Junyi without hesitation, and walked forward with big strides. At this moment, Deng Junyi's face became extremely ugly.
He clenched his fists tightly, with anger and unwillingness flashing in his eyes.
Suddenly, Deng Junyi turned around, as if he had lost his mind. He waved his fists like crazy and rushed straight towards Lin Xian. Facing this sudden attack, Lin Xian remained extremely calm. He seemed to have already noticed the movement behind him, and quickly let go of Li Mengyao's hand and turned around at lightning speed. Lin Xian accurately caught Deng Junyi's fist, then pushed him hard, followed by a beautiful shoulder throw, knocking Deng Junyi to the ground.
Ah!
Deng Junyi screamed and lay on the ground, unable to move for a while.
A sneak attack from behind, you are really a follower. There are surveillance cameras here. I'm warning you. If you do anything wrong again, we will call the police.
Lin Xian said coldly.
Honey, are you okay?
Li Mengyao was frightened and hurried back to Lin Xian, looking carefully to see if he was injured anywhere.
It's okay. He's just a desperate man. He can't hurt me at all.
Lin Xian smiled slightly.
Let's go.
Li Mengyao saw that everyone around her was looking at her strangely, so she took Lin Xian's hand and left. After returning home in the evening, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao began to pack their luggage. After packing her luggage, Li Mengyao went into the bathroom to take a shower, while Lin Xian lay on the sofa reading the daily corporate newspaper of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited.
Honey, go get me some pajamas.
Li Mengyao opened the bathroom door a crack, poking her little head out with a shy look on her face.
Okay, where did you put your pajamas?
Lin Xian said with a smile.
I forgot, please help me find it.
Li Mengyao said nervously. Lin Xian first went to the closet but didn't find it, then he went to the huge balcony and saw a cute pajamas hanging there at a glance.
Soon, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao cute pajamas and came to the bathroom door.
At this time, Li Mengyao quickly retracted her cute little head into the bathroom, leaving only one white and delicate arm exposed, exuding a charming luster. Lin Xian was stunned.
Okay, are you okay? Li Mengyao asked in a low voice.
Here. Lin Xian came back to his senses and handed the pajamas to Li Mengyao.
Thank you, husband.
Li Mengyao was about to take back her pajamas, but found that she couldn't pull them off no matter how hard she tried.
Lin Xian. Let go.
Li Mengyao said angrily.
Wife, why don't we take a shower together? Lin Xian showed his signature smile. No. You big rascal. Okay, honey, I was just teasing you.
Lin Xian gently let go of his hand.
Big bad guy.
After Li Mengyao withdrew her hand, she quickly closed the door and did not forget to scold Lin Xian. Lin Xian returned to the living room with a smile. Half an hour later, Li Mengyao finally came out of the bathroom, glared at Lin Xian who was still smiling on the sofa, and went back to her room to rest.
My wife is so cute when she is angry.
Then, Lin Xian also walked into the bathroom and started to take a shower. Halfway through, he suddenly found.
Where's my towel?
Where's it? After searching in the bathroom for a long time, Lin Xian had no choice but to open the bathroom door slightly.
Wife, my towel is missing, can you help me find it? I can't hear you. Wife, I was wrong. What's wrong?
You should not tease your wife.
I will never dare to do that again. I don't dare. There was no response from Li Mengyao.
Just as Lin Xian was still admitting his mistake, he suddenly heard light footsteps slowly approaching the bathroom. Suddenly, a blue light flashed before Lin Xian's eyes. He looked closely and saw that it was Li Mengyao holding a blue towel and standing at the bathroom door. She moved very quickly, like a guilty thief, and hung the towel on the bathroom door handle, then turned around and ran back to the room, with a hint of laughter.
Chapter 46. This is my home now.
After taking a shower, Lin Xian returned to the room and saw Li Mengyao pretending to read a book seriously with an unconcealable smile on her face. From time to time, she glanced at Lin Xian who was standing in front of the window. Lin Xian had roughly guessed the reason.
Wife, where did you find the towel?
Lin Xian was lying on the bed, next to Li Mengyao.
Well, on the balcony. Li Mengyao said calmly. That's strange.
I found your pajamas on the balcony, but I didn't notice my towel hanging there at that time, Lin Xian said with a smile.
You're seeing things.
Li Mengyao continued to pretend to be calm.
Then is there a possibility that my wife secretly took my towel and then pretended not to know? Lin Xian once again showed his signature smile. That's not possible. Honey, I'm sleepy. Good night.
Li Mengyao put the book beside the bed as quickly as possible, and then climbed onto the bed as lightly as a cat. She lay quietly with her eyes closed and her breathing became smooth, as if she had really fallen asleep.
However, the slightly raised corners of her mouth betrayed her.
After seeing this, Lin Xian didn't tolerate it and leaned over to kiss those tempting lips.
I'm ignoring you.
Li Mengyao turned around, leaving Lin Xian with only the back of her head looking pretty. In the end, she was the one who suffered. Li Mengyao couldn't figure it out, and suddenly she thought of something. Li Mengyao turned around again and looked at Lin Xian with worry in her eyes.
Hubby, will Cici dislike me as her sister-in-law? Of course not. My wife is so gentle and pretty, as beautiful as a fairy.
Everyone who sees her will like her. Lin Xian took the opportunity to stroke Li Mengyao's hair with one hand, emitting a charming fragrance.
Stop kidding, I'm serious.
Li Mengyao said with some embarrassment.
Cici is a lively person. The more lively the scene, the happier she is. Don't worry, my wife. Okay, it's getting late, the babies need to go to bed.
Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao tightly and comforted her. Then they both fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao didn't get ready to get up until the sun was shining on their butts. After they finished washing up, Lin Xian went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, and Li Mengyao counted the luggage to see if she had missed anything.
Soon, after finishing breakfast, the two came to the parking lot downstairs of Jinwan Mansion. Just as Lin Xian was about to walk towards his Maybach, Li Mengyao suddenly grabbed him.
Honey, let's drive the Xiaomi SU7 this time, Li Mengyao smiled slightly.
Why? Lin Xian asked puzzledly. Because you dote on Xiaohei too much, don't you think it's too serious?
This Xiaomi has only been driven a few times. Li Mangyao blinked her elegant eyes slightly. Lin Xian thought about it and realized that it had indeed not been opened very often.
Okay, I'll listen to my wife.
Lin Xian took Li Mangyao to the Xiaomi SU7. After she sat firmly in the back seat, he returned to the driver's seat and started the car. Ding, it is detected that the host needs to drive the Xiaomi smart car for a long journey. For the safety of the babies, the system will help you upgrade the Xiaomi SU7's smart driving system and battery for free.
1 minute later.
Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the Xiaomi SU7. The intelligent driving system has been upgraded to the top level in the future. The host does not need manual driving.
The battery has also been successfully upgraded.
The host only needs to charge it once to run for a year.
There is such a good thing.
Originally, Lin Xian was planning to drive manually, but the system upgraded for free. Xiao AI, turn on the smart driving mode. Lin Xian said with some anticipation.
Then, a gentle response sounded, okay, where do you need to go, master?
Go to Yunhai City, Lin Xian replied.
Okay. Okay, the destination has been set as Yunhai City. We are about to depart. Please fasten your seatbelt and relax.
After the Xiaomi SU7's intelligence system sounded a prompt, the vehicle started slowly and drove smoothly towards Yunhai City. Lin Xian sat quietly in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel lightly with both hands. At first, he was still a little worried, fearing that an accident might occur, so he was ready to take over the vehicle at any time. Soon, Lin Xian witnessed the power of the system, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. The system is so powerful that the upgraded intelligent driving is already very advanced, and its reaction speed is even much faster than that of humans. Along the way, Lin Xian looked at the scenery while talking to Li Mangyao about his hometown, Yunhai City.
It is a beautiful coastal city with a stunning coastline and unique charm. Can I go see the sea then? Li Mangyao asked expectantly. Li Mangyao has never seen the sea since she was a child.
Of course. Lin Xian said with a smile. While chatting, Li Mangyao fell asleep again.
Soon, 3 hours passed.
Lin Xian drove out of the Yunhai City toll station and came to a place he was familiar with.
Wife, wake up, we have arrived in Yunhai City. Lin Xian patted Li Mangyao gently. Are we there yet?
Li Mangyao rubbed her eyes with her little hands, then looked out the window with a look of surprise.
The city is located on the shore of the Blue Sea. The edge of the city is connected to the sea.
The blue sea and the sky merge into one, forming a beautiful picture.
Wow, it's so beautiful. We can go to the beach in the evening. Let's go home now.
Lin Xian smiled slightly.
Okay, a hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face.
Xiaomi SU7 started again and drove slowly towards Lin Xian's hometown. After a while, the two came to a community that looked very warm, with good greenery and beautiful environment. Although this neighborhood has been lived in for several years, it still maintains a brand new appearance. Lin Xian parked the car in the parking lot, then took Li Mengyao's hand and walked towards the elevator door. When they walked into the elevator, Lin Xian could clearly feel that Li Mengyao's little hands were slightly sweaty, which made him laugh.
Still nervous? It's okay. Haven't we seen this before at home? Relax. My mother should be the only one at home at this time.
Lin Xian smiled slightly.
I'm still nervous,
Li Mengyao said in a low voice. At this time, the two had arrived at Lin Xian's house. He took out the key, opened the door and walked in.
Mom, I'm back, Lin Xian said happily. Ah, my daughter-in-law is here. You must have had a hard time on the journey.
Zhang Shulan came up to greet him warmly and bypassed Lin Xian directly.
Come on, this is your home now, don't be polite. Okay, Mom. Li Mengyao said a little nervously. After Li Mengyao sat down, Zhang Shulan looked back at her son and said, What are you still standing there for? Bring in all the luggage. I know.
Lin Xian said helplessly. After Lin Xian brought the luggage in, Li Mengyao took out the jade bracelet from inside and handed it to Zhang Shulan with a smile.
Mom, this is a gift for you. Zhang Shulan smiled happily. Why buy a gift? You are the best gift.
Zhang Shulan picked up the crystal clear jade bracelet and could tell at a glance that it was not cheap.
Mom likes it very much, but you are not allowed to buy it next time, understand? Lin Xian and Li Mengyao just kept smiling and pretended not to hear. Of course, they would continue to buy. Daughter-in-law, have you been to the hospital for a checkup recently? How is the baby? Zhang Shulan asked impatiently. The baby is developing very healthily, the doctor also said. Li Mengyao lowered her eyes nervously. What else did you say? Zhang Shulan asked anxiously. The doctor said it was twins. Zhang Shulan was stunned for a moment. Chapter 47. Lin Xian is very kind to me. What? Twins? Zhang Shulan jumped up from the sofa as if there was a spring under her, but then quickly walked to Li Mengyao and sat down, holding her little hand tightly, her face full of joy, her mouth almost grinning from ear to ear. Mengyao, are they really twins? Zhang Shulan asked excitedly again. Yes, it's true. Li Mengyao was frightened by her mother-in-law's series of abnormal behaviors. Here, this is the pregnancy test report. Lin Xian quickly handed Li Mengyao's most recent pregnancy test report to his mother. Zhang Shulan took the report and saw the words twins clearly written on it. She was so excited that her hands began to tremble. That's great, son, you are really good. Lin Xian smiled slightly, and Li Mengyao's face turned slightly red after hearing it. Zhang Shulan read the pregnancy test report again and kept repeating, twins are good, twins are good. Suddenly, Zhang Shulan thought of another thing. Son, did you bring your and Yao Yao's marriage certificate? Show it to Mom. Here it is. Lin Xian continued to hand the little red book to his mother. Zhang Shulan looked at it left and right, with a happy smile on her face. My silly son finally got married, and my daughter-in-law is so beautiful. She is as beautiful as a fairy, stunning. What's even more surprising is that my daughter-in-law is pregnant with twins. Maybe they are twins. Li Mengyao blinked in confusion. She had never expected her mother-in-law to be so excited. How can I not be excited? I have 2 kids at once and will be grandparents soon. After a while, Zhang Shulan realized that she had lost her composure, so she sat back next to Li Mengyao and said with a smile, Mom is just too happy, don't be surprised. Li Mengyao was still a little nervous and said, Mom, I understand. She herself was also very shocked when she found out they were twins. Zhang Shulan looked at Li Mengyao's belly. She was 14 weeks pregnant and carrying twins, so why wasn't she showing yet? You little brat, didn't you provide my daughter-in-law with enough nutrition? Why isn't her belly showing yet? Zhang Shulan glared at Lin Xian. Mom, some pregnant women show their pregnancy later in life. Lin Xian explained helplessly. Mom, Lin Xian is very nice to me. Li Mengyao said in a low voice. Mom is too anxious. Zhang Shulan immediately changed her expression to a gentle one and smiled at Li Mengyao. Son, go to the kitchen and make lunch. Also, remember to stew some old hen soup for Mengyao to supplement her nutrition. Zhang Shulan had a different expression towards Lin Xian. Why do I have to cook when I get home? Lin Xian complained. You are such a stinky boy, you have always disliked my cooking since you were a kid. Go now. Lin Xian had no choice but to walk into the kitchen and start to get busy. Li Mengyao clenched her hands tightly together. She became even more nervous after Lin Xian left. Zhang Shulan saw the diamond ring on Li Mengyao's left hand and the bracelet she gave to her daughter-in-law for the first time, and her heart was filled with joy. Mengyao, don't be so nervous, just treat this as your own home. Yeah, Li Mengyao nodded slightly. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened, and it was Comrade Lin Zhenghua who came back. Wife, I'm back. He walked in with a sad face because of the pressure of working in a state-owned enterprise. Then Zhang Shulan glared at him fiercely, which made him feel uneasy and tremble all over. Then he discovered that his daughter-in-law Li Mengyao was sitting on the sofa in a dignified and quiet manner, looking a little restrained and nervous. Dad. Li Mengyao lowered her head slightly and called softly. Mengyao, you're here, ha ha ha. Lin Zhenghua came back to his senses, immediately put on a friendly smile, and responded enthusiastically. Did that kid Lin Xian bully you? Tell Dad and I'll teach him a lesson. Lin Zhenghua sat down on the sofa opposite and said with a smile. No, Lin Xian is really good to me. Li Mengyao's pretty face is red, kissing shouldn't be considered bullying. Dad, this is the gift I brought you from Jinghai City. Li Mengyao handed Lin Zhenghua the competition-specific fishing rod she had bought at the mall. Lin Zhenghua could tell at a glance that this fishing rod was worth a lot of money. He held it in his hand and kept stroking it. What a good rod.
He had wanted to buy a fishing rod like this a long time ago, but unfortunately the financial power was in the hands of Zhang Shulan, who felt that it was not worth spending tens of thousands of dollars on a broken fishing rod.
Thank you, Mengyao, I like it very much,
Lin Zhenghua said happily. By the way, Lao Lin, take a look at this. Zhang Shulan pointed to the small red book and a pregnancy test report on the table. Lin Zhenghua picked up the marriage certificate and looked at it, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Then he picked up the pregnancy test report and was stunned for a moment. A few seconds later, a smile broke out on his face.
Where is Lin Shen? Lin Zhenghua asked impatiently. Cooking in the kitchen,
Zhang Shulan replied. Then I'll go help, you guys continue chatting. After saying that, he walked into the kitchen happily like a little child.
Zhang Shulan couldn't help but feel a little surprised.
Lao Lin usually gave people an impression of being calm and reserved, but this time he simply disregarded his image.
Come to the kitchen.
Lin Zhenghua slapped his son Lin Xian hard.
That's great, little brat.
You let me be the grandfather of 2 children at once. Lin Zhenghua said happily.
Dad, be gentle.
Lin Xian looked at his father speechlessly.
If there's anything else you need to cook, Dad will help you. Dad, aren't you tired after get off work?
In Lin Xian's impression, Lin Zhenghua was always very tired after get off work.
Why are you tired? I'm full of energy now.
I'll help you and add a few more dishes for the babies. Then Lin Zhenghua picked up the kitchen knife and started to get busy.
After a while, the father and son prepared a table full of dishes. It's time to eat.
At the dinner table, Zhang Shulan kept picking up food for Li Mengyao, and her bowl was never empty. But Li Mengyao really couldn't eat so much, so she had to look up at Lin Xian and raised her eyebrows.
Lin Xian understood what Li Mengyao meant and finished everything she couldn't eat. Mengyao, can we go back to Lin Xian's hometown together in a few days? His grandparents have always wanted to see you, Zhang Shulan asked. Okay, Li Mengyao nodded slightly.
After lunch, it was Zhang Shulan who cleaned up the dishes. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and returned to his room. After entering, Li Mengyao looked around carefully. It was a spacious and tidy room with a bed that looked quite comfortable. Opposite the bed was a wardrobe that was simple and practical. There was also a desk next to the bed with a notebook on it. The bookshelf was filled with various books and some Gundam mecha models. Honey, you're still playing with this. Li Mengyao picked up one of the models and smiled slightly. Those are all things we played with when we were little. Okay, time to take a nap. Then the two hugged each other and fell into a sweet dream together. Chapter 48, Number 1 Scholar. The time came, 3:30 in the afternoon. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman in his arms who was still sleeping soundly. He carefully tried to get up quietly. Just as Lin Xian was changing clothes, Li Mengyao's sensitive little hands noticed Lin Xian's departure, and she opened her eyes in a daze. Honey, where are you going? Li Mengyao propped herself up with one hand, rubbed her eyes gently with the other hand, and asked in a soft voice. I'm going to pick up Cece and take her home. Her summer vacation is about to start. You can continue to sleep, honey. Lin Xian responded gently. I want to go too. Li Mengyao quickly sat up and hugged Lin Xian. Li Mengyao wanted to leave a good impression on Lin Cece. Okay, let's go together. Lin Xian rubbed Li Mengyao's pretty head. Another half hour passed. Hubby, let's go. Li Mengyao changed into a simple white shirt, paired with an elegant black skirt, and put on light makeup, giving people a fresh and natural temperament, highlighting her purity and charming charm. Lin Xian stared at her again. Don't kiss me, I finally got the new one. Li Mengyao stretched out her little hand and gently pressed against Lin Xian to prevent him from succeeding. But Miss Li Mengyao's strength was no match for Lin Xian. Lin Xian lightly touched Li Mengyao's alluring lips with lightning speed. Just a kiss. Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, let's go. Li Mengyao's face turned red, and she quickly broke free from Lin Xian's arms, holding his hand and walked out. The two came to the parking lot and got on the Xiaomi SU7. Student Xiao AI, please go to Yunhai City No. 1 Middle School. Lin Xian said. Yes, master. Xiaomi SU7 started slowly and drove towards Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. More than 20 minutes later, the Xiaomi SU7 parked steadily in the parking lot of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon, and Lin Cece still had half an hour to finish studying for the last subject of the final exam. Lin Xian originally wanted to stay in the car and wait for his sister to finish the exam.
Honey, can we go for a walk inside the school?
Li Mengyao pulled Lin Xian's hand and smiled slightly.
Okay, let's go.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got out of the car and walked hand in hand to the security room at the school gate.
Uncle, do you remember me?
Lin Xian greeted the security guard with a smile.
Hey, isn't this Xiaoxian? How come you have time to come back?
The security guard responded with a smile. I brought my wife back to visit my alma mater and to pick up my sister for the holiday.
Can I go in and take a look?
Lin Xian smiled heartily.
Xiaoxian is a celebrity in the school. Of course you can come in.
The security guard pressed the button in his hand, and the school gates slowly opened.
What a talented man and a beautiful woman. Xiaoxian, I didn't expect you to get married so soon.
The security guard looked at the two of them with a kind eye.
Uncle, are you ready to retire too? Lin Xian asked.
Yes, I will retire after I finish my work this year.
Okay, you can go in.
The security guard said with a smile.
Thank you, sir.
Li Mengyao responded politely.
No, ha ha ha.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao came to Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, which is the top institution of higher learning in Yunhai City and gathers outstanding students from all over the city. The campus is shaded by green trees and blooming flowers.
The modern teaching buildings are neatly arranged and the environment is clean. Every corner exudes rigor and order.
The two walked side by side on the greenway, their steps slow, as if they were afraid of breaking the tranquility. Li Mengyao raised her head slightly, quietly feeling the unique atmosphere of the campus. The breeze gently brushed her face, bringing a hint of grass fragrance. She imagined every day that Lin Xian spent in high school, his focused expression in class, and the way he laughed and played with his classmates after class. A feeling of joy involuntarily welled up in her heart. On both sides of the greenway, every 10 or so meters there stand display boards depicting the glorious deeds of college entrance examinations over the years. Li Mengyao strolled among them, her eyes inadvertently sweeping across the display boards. Suddenly, her eyes stopped at a certain display board, and she walked closer to take a closer look.
Wasn't it her current husband, Lin Xian?
It was clearly written on the glorious deeds board. Lin Xian won the top spot in Yunhai City's science subject with an astonishing score of 687 in 2020, and was successfully admitted to Jinghai University. Li Mengyao was stunned. She knew that Lin Xian was very smart and had a strong learning ability, but she didn't expect that he was the top scorer in science.
No wonder the security guard just said that Lin Xian is a celebrity in the school. Honey, why didn't you tell me these things?
Li Mengyao raised her head slightly and asked with a smile.
Your husband is very low-key. Besides, you didn't ask.
Lin Xian smiled proudly. Lin Xian wanted to reach out and pinch Li Mengyao's little face, but she easily dodged him.
You should be more restrained in high school. Lin Xian then gave up. Isn't this Lin Xian? Why are you back?
A middle-aged woman walked slowly towards him. She was wearing a light blue dress and a pair of white high heels. Her steps were light and graceful.
This person was Lin Xian's senior class teacher, Ms. Chiu. Teacher Chiu, long time no see.
You are still as beautiful as ever, and look younger and younger. Lin Xian smiled with surprise.
You are different after going to college. You even start making jokes about your teachers. Xiu Ruixue couldn't help laughing out loud.
Lin Xian chuckled and introduced the woman next to him to Teacher Chiu. This is my wife, Li Mengyao. Then he turned to Li Mengyao and said, Wife, this is my senior year class teacher, Teacher Chiu.
Hello, Teacher Chiu. Li Mengyao greeted politely. Hello, you are such a beautiful girl. You two are a perfect match. I didn't expect Xiaoxian to get married so soon. Xiu Ruixue smiled with satisfaction. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly after hearing Xiu Ruixue's compliment.
You may not know that because Lin Xian is handsome, many girls approached him in high school, including some who were very pretty. However, Lin Xian was unmoved and only cared about studying, so in the end they all said he was a nerd. But those girls are not as pretty as you.
Our Xiaoxian has a really good taste.
Xiu Ruixue said with a smile as she recalled Lin Xian's high school days. Li Mengyao was a little confused after hearing this.
A nerd? Would a nerd hug her and kiss her every night? Chapter 49 Sister-in-Law. You are my savior.
Ding-ling-ling, the exam time is up, please stop answering questions. The bell indicating the end of the exam time rang. Teacher still has things to do, please come back to visit your alma mater often when you have time. Xiao Ruishua said goodbye with a smile. Then Lin Xian and Li Mengyao came to Lin Cici's teaching building and waited. Not long after, a girl with skin as white as snow, delicate features, a high-nose bridge, and eyes as deep and bright as Lin Xian's was the first to run out of the teaching building. Her high ponytail bounced up and down as she ran, highlighting her innocence and cuteness, and the clever information revealed between her eyebrows made people's eyes light up. Elder brother. Lin Cici immediately saw Lin Xian, who came to pick her up, and waved her hands excitedly and shouted loudly. At the same time, she also saw the elegant and beautiful woman next to Lin Xian. That should be her sister-in-law. Lin Cici trotted over excitedly, took Lin Xian's hand, and said happily, "Brother, you came to pick me up?" Lin Xian reached out and touched Lin Cici's little head, and said with a smile, "Yes, let me introduce you, this is your sister-in-law, Li Mengyao." Lin Cici then said to Li Mengyao happily, "Hello sister-in-law, I am Lin Xian's sister, Lin Cici." Li Mengyao smiled slightly, "Hello Cici. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. I knew she was a beauty from the photos I saw in the group chat. I didn't expect her to be even prettier in person. She is like a fairy descending to earth." Then Lin Cici looked at Lin Xian with a questioning look. Lin Cici couldn't figure out how her silly brother managed to marry such a beautiful sister-in-law. Lin Xian immediately saw through his sister's thoughts and gave her a light slap. "What are you thinking about? Go back to the dormitory and move your luggage out. Brother, won't you help me move?" Lin Cici covered her forehead and complained with a frown. "It's not convenient for me to enter your girls' dormitory. I'll drive the car to the downstairs of your dormitory later and you can just move down," Lin Xian explained. Oh. After all, Lin Xian had just graduated from college, not much older than the high school students. It would be bad for him to enter the girls' dormitory in the name of a parent. "Cici, let me help you move your luggage," Li Mengyao said to Lin Cici in a soft tone. "Ah? Sister-in-law? This is absolutely not possible. You are pregnant. If my mother knew about it, she would beat me to death." Lin Cici waved her hands hurriedly to refuse. "It's okay, I'll just help you get some light things." Li Mengyao smiled slightly. "No, the school is getting ready for the holidays, and the dormitory corridors are full of people. What if we bump into each other?" Lin Xian quickly spoke up to stop Li Mengyao. "Okay then," Li Mengyao said in a low voice. "Cici, go back and pack your things. We'll be waiting for you downstairs in the dormitory," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Yeah," Lin Cici responded, and then ran towards her dormitory building like a little rabbit. "Cici is so cute," Li Mengyao said with a smile. "She is just a lively little girl, with a very cheerful personality. Okay, let's get back to the car." Not long after, the two returned to the car, started the Xiaomi Su7, and drove to the downstairs of Lin Cici's dormitory. Half an hour later, Lin Cici was carrying a small and exquisite school bag, dragging a large suitcase with one hand, and drinking an iced drink leisurely with the other hand. Lin Cici stood on the side of the road, looking around, but she didn't see her father's car. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart, why is this old man so slow? Beep. Lin Xian pressed the horn. Lin Cici looked in the direction of the voice and found her brother sitting in a brand new Xiaomi Su7. Lin Cici's eyes lit up and she immediately trotted over, dragging the suitcase. At the same time, Lin Xian pushed open the car door and got out. He walked quickly towards Lin Cici and took the large suitcase from her hand. "Wow, brother, when did you buy a new car? It's so cool," Lin Cici exclaimed with surprise. "I just bought it recently," Lin Xian said as he deftly stuffed Lin Cici's luggage into the trunk. "Then could you please stop? You don't even have a driver's license, don't even think about it. Get in the car and sit still." Before Lin Cici could finish her words, she was ruthlessly interrupted by Lin Xian. Lin Cici had no choice but to shut her mouth in disappointment and got into the car silently. After Lin Xian put his luggage away, he closed the trunk and got into the car. When he turned around, he saw his sister sitting in the back seat with an aggrieved look on her face. "After you graduate from high school and pass the driving test, I will buy you a new car. How about it?" Lin Xian said gently. "Really?" Lin Cici instantly broke into a bright smile. "When have I ever lied to you? Lin Xian smiled heartily.
Isn't it you who swindled all the New Year's money I received every year?
Lin Cece pouted mischievously.
Hee hee, how can it be called cheating between us siblings? It's just a temporary loan.
Lin Xian explained without changing his expression. His shamelessness was shocking.
Li Mengyao on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. I don't care.
You have to charge interest. When I get my driver's license, you have to buy me a brand new car. Lin Cece said coquettishly.
I know. I will buy it for you as a high school graduation gift.
Lin Xian said with a smile. Speaking of gifts, Li Mengyao suddenly remembered, and then took out the full set of Apple gift packs she had bought at the mall and handed it to Lin Cece, smiling slightly. Cece, this is a meeting gift from your sister-in-law.
Wow, sister-in-law. You are my savior. Thank you, sister-in-law.
Lin Cece took out the Apple gift package, which contained all the things she had been thinking about: mobile phone, computer, iPad, headphones.
Don't be happy too soon. You can only play with these during the holidays and can't bring them to school.
Lin Xian reminded with a smile while starting the car and turning on the advanced smart driving mode. The Xiaomi SU7 slowly drove towards home.
Ah. Why? My academic performance has not been affected by playing with my phone. I have always been in the top 10 in the grade.
Lin Cece pouted in dissatisfaction and protested. I have to admit that Lin Cece's grades in Yunhai City No. 1 Middle School have always been among the best. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely go to Jinghai University. If he works a little harder, maybe he can get the top score in the city like his brother.
Being in the top 10 now doesn't mean you'll be in the top 10 in the future. I have to add another condition.
If I find out that you secretly bring your phone to school, I won't buy you a car. Although Lin Xian's tone was gentle, the firmness contained in it was unquestionable.
Chapter 50, Take a Walk on the Beach. I understand. Lin Cece could only agree. Brother, don't you need to hold the steering wheel tightly? No need, this is intelligent driving now.
Lin Xian responded with a smile.
Wow. This is amazing.
Lin Cece looked expectant, hoping that she would be able to drive a smart car in the future. Not long after, the Xiaomi SU7 parked steadily in the community parking lot, and then the three of them returned home together.
Ah. It's still so comfortable at home.
Lin Cece sat down heavily on the soft sofa with an expression of great enjoyment. Li Mengyao also looked a little tired, and she sat down gently beside Lin Cece. Brother, I want to eat braised beef, boiled pork slices, pickled fish, and grilled lamb chops tonight. Lin Cece likes the food cooked by her brother the most and she hasn't eaten it for a long time. You're just greedy. Lin Xian rubbed Lin Cece's little head hard, then turned and walked into the kitchen and began to prepare dinner for tonight. A man who knows how to cook cannot escape the fate of cooking no matter where he is. After seeing her brother enter the kitchen, Lin Cece turned to look at her sister-in-law Li Mengyao, with curiosity flashing in her eyes. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful and elegant. How did you and my brother know each other, and how did my brother pursue you? Lin Cece couldn't help but ask softly. Well, we met in the library, and then, it was love at first sight. Yeah, that's it. Li Mengyao smiled slightly, and a blush appeared on her delicate face. After hearing this, Lin Cece's eyes lit up and she said with a smile, I knew my brother was a nerd. But sister-in-law, although my brother sometimes seems silly, he is a really good person. Then, she stretched out a cute little hand and began to count. He can not only cook, but also is good at doing housework. He has excellent academic performance and is very caring to his family. Every time she counted an item, Lin Cece's face was filled with pride. You may have some misunderstanding about your brother. He is just a kissing maniac. What was Li Mengyao thinking at this moment? Mengyao? Cece? You guys are back? At this time, there was the sound of a door opening. It was Zhang Shulan who came back and saw her daughter and daughter-in-law sitting on the sofa chatting. Mom, you're back. Lin Cece quickly stepped forward and took a large bag from her mother's hand. Well, how did you do in the final exam? Zhang Shulan asked with a smile. Are you still not clear about your daughter's level? Don't worry, there will be no problem. Lin Cece showed a confident expression. Mom, welcome back. Li Mengyao, who looked a little tired at this time, hurried forward to greet Zhang Shulan. Mengyao, are you feeling unwell? Did that brat bully you? Zhang Shulan asked anxiously when she saw Li Mengyao's tired look. No, I'm just a little sleepy, Li Mengyao responded softly. Li Mengyao was a bit attached to her bed, so she didn't sleep much in Lin Xian's room in the afternoon, otherwise she wouldn't have noticed that her husband had gotten up.
Then go back to your room and have some rest. I'll call you when dinner is ready. After saying that, Zhang Shulan took Li Mengyao's hand and went back to the room.
Li Mengyao nodded obediently and lay down quietly. Only then did Zhang Shulan walk out of the room with peace of mind. Li Mengyao was indeed too sleepy and fell asleep quickly.
What time is it?
Li Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes drowsily, sat on the bed, and stretched gently.
Wife, it's already 8 o'clock, a gentle voice came. Ah! Husband, you are scaring me to death.
Li Mengyao was startled and suddenly found Lin Xian lying next to her.
She was half asleep and didn't notice it. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't mean to scare you.
Lin Xian quickly stood up and hugged Li Mengyao, comforting her softly.
I know.
Li Mengyao also reached out and hugged Lin Xian, feeling his body temperature and the sense of security brought by his embrace. Her heartbeat gradually calmed down and her mood became cheerful.
Have you had dinner?
Li Mengyao raised her head and looked into Lin Xian's eyes and asked.
I've already eaten it. We specially left a portion for you.
Lin Xian said gently.
Why didn't you wake me up?
Li Mengyao scolded, which made her seem very rude. I see you are sleeping so soundly that I don't have the heart to wake you up.
Let's go eat now. The babies are all hungry.
Lin Xian gently touched Li Mengyao's hair, his eyes full of pampering. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's little hand and came to the dining table. After Li Mengyao sat down steadily, Lin Xian took out a dinner from the warming cabinet and gently placed it in front of her. They were all her favorite dishes. At this time, Li Mengyao was very hungry and began to eat her rice in small bites, while Lin Xian watched quietly at the side.
Where are my parents and Cici?
Li Mengyao looked up and found that she and Lin Xian were the only ones left at home. Mom and Dad went out for a walk after eating, and Cici went out to play with her classmates. Lin Xian said with a smile.
Oh.
Li Mengyao continued to eat. Soon, Li Mengyao was full and burped with satisfaction.
Wife, let's take a break and go for a walk. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled happily.
After eating, Li Mengyao rested for more than 10 minutes, and then the two walked out of the house. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and came to a small electric scooter.
Honey, aren't we going for a walk?
Li Mengyao asked, looking at the cute electric car in confusion.
Yes, let's go for a walk on the beach.
It's quite a distance from here, so we'll ride an electric bike. Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mengyao's eyes were curved with joy when she heard that she could go to the beach to play.
Wife, get in the car.
Lin Xian sat on the electric scooter, handed a small pink helmet to Li Mengyao, and said with a smile.
This is Lin Cc's little helmet.
Lin Xian used to take her out for a ride often. Li Mengyao put on her helmet, held Lin Xian's shoulders, and gently crossed her long legs. With graceful and neat movements, she sat steadily behind Lin Xian, wrapped her hands tightly around his waist, and smiled happily. Honey, I'm ready.
Then let's go.
Lin Xian started the car and slowly drove towards the beach. As the electric scooter moved forward, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were getting closer and closer to the beach. The sea breeze blew over with a salty taste, making people feel relaxed and happy. Li Mengyao closed her eyes, feeling the embrace of the breeze, and felt particularly relaxed. Finally, they reached the seaside. The seaside at night is quiet and mysterious, and the moonlight sprinkles on the sea like water, making the waves sparkle.
After Lin Xian parked the electric scooter, Li Mengyao couldn't wait to get off.
She opened her arms, welcomed the baptism of the sea breeze, and enjoyed the tranquility and freedom brought by the sea. Lin Xian stood quietly aside, admiring Li Mengyao's beautiful figure, his heart full of love.
Chapter 51, Kissing more often will make you more skilled. It's so beautiful here. Li Mengyao said in amazement and took out her mobile phone.
She smiled slightly and with a click, she successfully captured the intoxicating beauty in front of her. At this moment, Lin Xian quietly walked behind her, gently stretched out his arms, gently hugged Li Mengyao, and enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the seaside at night with his wife. Lin Xian has lived here since he was a child and often comes to the beach.
He is very familiar with this beach. How come he didn't realize that it is so beautiful before?
After Li Mengyao finished taking the spectacular photo of the sea waves hitting the shore, she lightly touched the screen with her small fingers, and the phone instantly switched to selfie mode. Two faces with happy smiles immediately appeared in front of the camera, and the beautiful moment was frozen.
Wife, let's take a walk along the beach.
Lin Xian asked softly, his tone full of tenderness.
Yeah. Li Mengyao nodded slightly.
So they walked along the beach hand in hand, at a slow and leisurely pace.
The waves occasionally rushed onto the beach, gently brushing Li Mengyao's little feet, bringing waves of cool touch.
Li Mengyao recalled that her father often carried her everywhere. Whenever he met an acquaintance, he would happily introduce her.
Look, this is my daughter, ha ha ha.
At that time, Li Mengyao was still young and only knew how to play on her father's back. She felt that her father's shoulders were particularly strong. Ever since her father passed away suddenly, Li Mengyao has never been carried on anyone's back again. The two continued to walk forward leisurely, and suddenly Li Mengyao stopped moving, as if she was frozen.
What's wrong? Lin Xian turned around and asked gently. Honey, I can't walk anymore.
Li Mengyao's watery eyes blinked as she looked straight at Lin Xian.
What should we do? How about we go back?
Lin Xian certainly knew his wife's little thoughts, but he still pretended to be ignorant.
I can't walk even if I go back. Li Mengyao puffed up her cheeks and said angrily. Then, can I carry you on my back?
Lin Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a doting smile, then turned around and squatted down.
Husband, I'm going up.
Li Mengyao was as happy as a child. She took a small step back, then quickly quickened her pace and jogged. Finally, she jumped up lightly, lay steadily on Lin Xian's broad back, and hugged his neck tightly.
Be careful. Lin Xian quickly grabbed Li Mengyao's long legs with both hands. Honey, let's go.
Li Mengyao shouted excitedly.
Yes, my dear wife. Lin Xian turned around and headed back. Husband, why are you going back? I haven't seen enough. Li Mengyao pulled Lin Xian's clothes and said anxiously. Didn't your wife say she couldn't walk anymore? So I'm carrying you back now.
Lin Xian smiled heartily. Li Mengyao quickly realized that Lin Xian did it on purpose, then lowered her head and kissed Lin Xian's shoulder lightly.
Hiss. Wife, I was wrong. I'll change it back now.
Lin Xian hurriedly changed direction again. After Li Mengyao's words, Lin Xian became a little more obedient. Li Mengyao smiled happily when she saw the small teeth mark she left on Lin Xian's shoulder.
Honey, am I heavy? Not heavy.
Lin Xian felt a surge of crisis. But I weighed myself yesterday and I've gained 2 kilograms.
Li Mengyao pouted.
It's normal to gain weight during pregnancy, and you're pregnant with 2 babies. Lin Xian explained patiently.
What if I can't lose weight after giving birth to the baby?
Li Mengyao asked, resting her little face on Lin Xian's shoulder. No, my wife will definitely lose weight again. Lin Xian said in a firm tone.
I mean, what if?
Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Then I'll eat myself fat too, and we'll get fat together. Lin Xian said gently.
After saying that, Li Mengyao kissed Lin Xian hard on the right cheek. Wife, why are you kissing me secretly?
Lin Xian tried to turn his head to look, but Li Mengyao turned to the other side. When Lin Xian turned to the other side, Li Mengyao hid back to this side, just to prevent Lin Xian from seeing her.
How dare you say that? He used to kiss me secretly all the time, and every time I couldn't breathe.
Li Mengyao said with a slight blush on her face.
I'm doing this to train you. You'll become more skilled if you kiss more.
Lin Xian said shamelessly.
Still talking.
Li Mengyao stretched out her little hand and hit him lightly.
Lin Xian continued to walk forward with Li Mengyao on his back.
The two of them felt the refreshing sea breeze and listened to the sound of the waves.
Honey, you can put me down now.
Li Mengyao patted Lin Xian's back and said softly.
Good. Lin Xian nodded slightly and carefully put Li Mengyao back to the ground. After Li Mengyao landed, she moved her body a little and was about to turn around and walk back.
However, a gentle hand gently grabbed her and pulled her back into Lin Xian's warm arms.
Husband, what are you going to do? Li Mengyao's gaze fell on Lin Xian's deep eyes and she instantly understood his intention. My wife just kissed me secretly. Should I kiss her back? Lin Xian whispered.
Before he finished speaking, Lin Xian did not give Li Mengyao any chance to resist. He gently lifted her chin, and then kissed those seductive lips without hesitation. At this moment, there was only each other in their world, and everything around them became blurry. From afar, the two figures hugging each other tightly, like a beautiful painting, and together with the sea and the moon, they formed a charming scenery. After returning home, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took a shower and lay down on the bed. Li Mengyao nestled in Lin Xian's arms, her mind still recalling the scene of her passionate kiss with Lin Xian on the beach, and her little face blushed again. "Wife, why do you like the sea?" Lin Xian asked gently, looking at his wife in his arms. Lin Xian could see that Li Mengyao longed for the sea. "Because my father promised me before he died that he would take me to see the sea," Li Mengyao said with her head down. "Wife, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing." Lin Xian hurriedly hugged Li Mengyao, stroked her hair, and comforted her. "It's okay, I'm very satisfied now." Li Mengyao raised her head slightly, looked at Lin Xian and smiled slightly. "How about we take our wedding photos at the beach?" Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. "Okay." Chapter 52. I haven't gotten in the car yet. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up first, tiptoed out of the room, went to the kitchen and started preparing breakfast for the family. I don't know why, but since I got the 5-star chef from the system, Lin Xian actually likes cooking. He likes his family to eat the delicious food he makes, likes his family to praise his superb cooking skills, and likes the happy smiles on his family's faces. Soon, a big pot of fragrant shrimp porridge was served, along with steaming pumpkin pancakes and fresh and smooth egg custard. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan had already gotten up and were sitting on the sofa waiting for dinner. Lin Shen first came to the door of his sister Lin Cici's room, gently pushed the door open, and saw the little girl sleeping soundly on the bed. She was sleeping in a big human shape, with the quilt kicked aside, her mouth slightly open, and she snored from time to time. "Sister, get up and have breakfast." Lin Shen shook Lin Cici and called softly. "Oh, I finally have a day off, what's wrong with letting me sleep for a while?" Lin Cici complained while tucking her little head into the quilt and continuing to immerse herself in her sweet dream. Lin Shen had no way to deal with this sleepy sister, so he had to turn around and leave the room. As for his wife Li Mengyao, Lin Xian has always been very doting on her and usually waits for her to wake up naturally. "Lin Cici?" Lin Xian returned to the dining table and could only enjoy breakfast with his parents first, and put the rest in the warming cabinet. An hour later, Li Mengyao felt that the baby in her belly was hungry. She gently rubbed her charming eyes and then struggled to sit up from the bed. Due to her pregnancy, her movements seemed a little clumsy and laborious, but she still tried to get out of bed and slowly walked to the bathroom to wash up. When she finished washing up and came to the hall. "Mengyao, you're awake. Are you hungry?" Zhang Shulan saw her daughter-in-law get up and hurried over, taking her hand and leading her to the dining table. "Mom, good morning." Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Zhang Shulan took out a breakfast from the thermal cabinet and placed it in front of Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao began to enjoy her breakfast in small sips and suddenly realized that her husband seemed not to be at home. "Mom, where is Lin Xian?" Li Mengyao asked. "I asked him to go to the rooftop to dry clothes, and he hasn't come back yet." "Okay." Li Mengyao nodded slightly and continued eating breakfast. Soon, the sound of the door opening was heard. It was Lin Xian who came back. "Wife, are you awake?" Lin Xian came back and sat next to Li Mengyao and asked softly. "Yeah." Li Mengyao smiled and nodded. Zhang Shulan looked at the two of them and Lin Zhenghua, who was watching TV in the living room, and suddenly realized that there seemed to be one person missing, Lin Cici. This lazy little bug was still sleeping. "Mengyao, take your time eating. I'll go wake up Cici." After saying that, Zhang Shulan stood up and walked towards Lin Cici's room. 10 minutes later, Lin Cici was forced to go to the restaurant to have breakfast with a resentful look on her face. Fortunately, her brother's cooking skills were good and the delicious food made her feel better. Lin Xian glanced at the time. It was only 9:30. "Wife, shall we go visit the aquarium later?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "Great, I haven't been there yet." Li Mengyao's eyes lit up and a happy smile appeared on her face. "Then, Cici, are you going?" Lin Xian turned to look at his sister and asked with a smile. "I'm not going. If I go, I don't know how much dog food I'll have to eat from you. I want to take a nap." Lin Cici seemed still a little sleepy, and muttered with a little grumpiness. After having breakfast, Li Mengyao went back to her room, dressed up carefully, and went out with Lin Xian. The two came to the parking lot and got into the Xiaomi SU7. Just as Lin Xian was about to start the car, he heard a familiar voice calling from behind. "Brother! Brother! Wait for me, I haven't gotten on the car yet. I haven't gotten on the car yet."
Lin Cece shouted anxiously from behind.
Lin Cece sat in the back seat, panting.
Cece, didn't you say you wouldn't go? Lin Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter and teased.
If I don't go, my mom will make me read and do homework.
I might as well eat your dog food.
Lin Cece pouted and complained reluctantly.
Then let's go together. You can have fun when we get there.
Lin Xian then started the car and asked Xiaomi to locate the Yunhai City Oceanarium.
The Xiaomi SU-7 slowly drove towards its destination.
After a while, the Xiaomi SU-7 parked steadily in the parking lot of Yunhai City Oceanarium. The three of them got out of the car immediately. Li Mengyao stared in amazement at the amazing sight before her. The Yunhai City Ocean Museum has a magnificent building. The museum has cleverly used advanced high-tech means to create a three-dimensional whale on the surface of the building. The huge whale is vividly presented on the surface of the building, as if it is swimming freely. The whale is so lifelike that it seems to be able to jump out of the surface of the building at any time, giving people an incomparable shocking feeling. Walking into the aquarium, the interior is like a dreamlike underwater palace, magnificently decorated, with many marine animals swimming around, making you feel like you are in the underwater world. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao first came to the Marine Biology Museum, which had all kinds of marine life, a dazzling array of fish, colorful corals, ancient and solemn turtles, etc., which vividly demonstrated the diversity of marine life. Lin Cece was also watching by herself.
Wow, it's so spectacular. This turtle is so cute.
As Li Mengyao spoke, she excitedly pointed with her little hand at a little turtle that was swimming slowly past her, a happy smile on her face. Lin Xian quietly recorded his wife's surprise moment with his mobile phone. Then the three of them came to the Jellyfish Museum. The jellyfish here, illuminated by special lights, looked like elves, emitting a mysterious and charming glow. The elegance and agility of the jellyfish made the entire Jellyfish Museum full of poetic and romantic atmosphere. These jellyfish are so beautiful. Li Mengyao was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling.
Wife, let's take a photo here as a souvenir.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
Okay, Li Mengyao's face was filled with a happy smile. Cece, come and take a picture for me.
Lin Xian smiled and shouted to his sister not far away.
I knew it.
Lin Cece curled her lips. Lin Cece reluctantly took out her cell phone and carefully took a few photos of Lin Xian and her sister-in-law Li Mengyao.
At this time, Li Mengyao noticed Lin Cece's little mood and asked gently, Cece, do you want to take a photo together? Okay. Lin Cece immediately smiled brightly.
She hadn't taken a photo with her brother for a long time. Then she ran to stand between Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. Lin Xian randomly found a passerby to help take pictures.
He walked up and said politely, Hello, could you take a picture for us? Sure. Thanks.
Then, the passerby took the phone that Lin Xian handed over and pointed the camera at the three people.
Get ready, 1, 2, 3.
Click, the three people in the photo are smiling and full of happiness.
Chapter 53, Mom is cooking lunch today.
After visiting the Jellyfish Museum, Lin Xian and the other two came to the underwater tunnel, feeling as if they were in a magical underwater world. The blue light falls softly on you, and you are surrounded by sparkling water with fish swimming freely in it. The huge glass curtain wall closely connects people with marine life. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and walked slowly along the tunnel, while Lin Cece still followed behind. Li Mengyao was looking at the beautiful scenery in front of her with great interest. Suddenly, a shark whizzed past overhead, and Li Mengyao was so scared that she hugged Lin Xian's arm tightly.
Honey, why don't sharks eat other marine creatures? Li Mengyao blinked confusedly and asked curiously.
Because the sharks here have adapted to artificial breeding. They have no shortage of food and naturally will not prey on other marine life. Lin Xian explained patiently.
Oh, then let's go to the Shark Museum. Li Mengyao smiled happily. Aren't you afraid?
Lin Xian said with a smile.
What's so scary about this?
Li Mengyao said proudly. Then the three of them walked out of the underwater tunnel and headed towards the shark pavilion. Walking into the shark hall, you feel like you are in the shark's territory.
Sharks are swimming under the huge glass screen, including the ferocious great white shark, the petite lemon shark, the gentle nurse shark and the extremely fast mako shark.
It was the first time that Li Mengyao saw these giant marine creatures up close. She hugged Lin Xian's arm tightly. Although she said that she was not afraid, her body's reaction honestly revealed her inner fear.
Lin Xian noticed it quickly and said with a smile, Okay, we have seen enough, we should go back. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. There is indeed a feeling of deep-sea fear.
The three of them left the Yunhai City Oceanarium together and returned to the Xiaomi SU7. Lin Xian started the car and the Xiaomi SU7 slowly drove out of the parking lot. On the way home, Li Mengyao suddenly saw a BMW 4S store and thought of something.
Husband, wait a minute.
Li Mengyao shouted hurriedly.
What's wrong?
Lin Xian quickly took over the Xiaomi SU7 and parked it by the side of the road.
Let's go to the BMW 4S store and have a look.
Li Mengyao pointed with her little finger.
Wife, do you want to buy a new car?
Lin Xian asked with a smile.
No, I want to buy one for my dad. Didn't you say that he likes the BMW series the best?
Li Mengyao shook her head slightly and smiled. When Li Mengyao went out in the morning, she saw Lin Jinggua's old BMW, which he had been driving for almost 10 years.
Okay, let's go and take a look.
Lin Xian smiled slightly. Lin Xian was moved when he heard this. He knew that his father had always loved BMW cars, but for various reasons he had never changed his car. Now that Lin Xian is not short of money, it is time to upgrade the family car.
Brother, can you buy me one? Lin Cece asked expectantly. If you want beauty, you can take a look at it now.
I will buy it for you after you graduate and get your driver's license.
Lin Xian turned around and said to his sister.
Then Lin Xian drove the car into the parking lot of the BMW 4S store. The three got out of the car and walked into the BMW 4S store together.
Welcome, everyone. Are you here to buy a car?
A young female salesperson with a graceful figure, dressed in a well-fitting professional suit and sexy black stockings, came forward lightly.
As people say, the more expensive the product, the younger and prettier the salesperson. Yes, we are here to buy a car. Do you have any recommendations for BMW models?
Lin Xian asked with a smile.
Excuse me, sir, what is your budget? Asked the saleswoman. Wife, how much do you think is appropriate to buy?
Lin Xian turned to Li Mengyao and asked gently.
You decide this, I don't understand this. Li Mengyao lowered her eyes slightly and spoke in a low voice. About 1 million to 1.5 million.
After getting the authorization from his wife, Lin Xian answered without hesitation. Li Mengyao was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but she quickly came to her senses. After all, they now have tens of millions of assets. However, the female salesperson and Lin Cece were stunned by what they heard. The female salesperson thought that since there were three young people coming, one of whom looked like a high school student, they would probably choose the cheapest BMW series. She didn't expect that the price would suddenly reach the million-level range. Lin Cece was also shocked.
When did her brother become so rich? If it's in this price range, we highly recommend the BMW 8 Series.
It has a stylish and dynamic exterior, exquisite interior, and the ultimate driving experience. It's the perfect combination of luxury and sport.
The female salesperson led Lin Xian and the other two to a BMW 8 Series and introduced it.
Lin Xian walked forward, carefully looked at the cool car in front of him, then sat in the driver's seat to experience it personally.
He was very satisfied.
He thought his father should like this model very much.
Is this the top-of-the-line version of the BMW 8 Series?
Lin Xian raised his head and continued to ask. The saleswoman smiled and shook her head, and replied, No, sir, if you want the top-of-the-line version, you can come with me to have a look at the car over here. After that, she led everyone to another BMW parked not far away.
This is the BMW 8 Series i840 version, the top model of the BMW 8 Series.
As the female salesperson spoke, she opened the car door and invited Lin Xian to get in and experience it. Lin Xian got into the car and felt the comfort and texture of the top luxury car, and felt very satisfied. The female salesperson then gave a detailed introduction to the BMW 8 Series i840, from its cool exterior design to its exquisite and luxurious interior details, and to its high-end and advanced configuration.
I want this one.
Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction.
Thank you very much for your choice, sir.
However, since there is only one top-of-the-line BMW 8 Series in stock in our store, the car you ordered may not be delivered to you until 3 days later.
The female salesperson handed Lin Xian a contract. Okay, thanks.
Lin Xian glanced at the contract and paid the deposit after finding no problem. After the transaction was completed, Lin Xian and the other two left the BMW 4S store and returned to the Xiaomi SU7. Lin Xian started the car and the Xiaomi SU7 drove towards home.
Cece, which car have you taken a fancy to? Li Mengyao looked back at Lin Sisi and asked gently. Not yet, sister-in-law.
Lin Sisi showed a sly smile. At first, Lin Sisi thought that even if her brother bought her a new car, it would not be too expensive, perhaps tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands at most. I didn't expect that my brother is so rich now, he can buy $1 million car whenever he wants, so she has to think about it carefully.
How can I give my brother a good beating?
Soon, the Xiaomi SU7 parked steadily in the community parking lot, and the three of them took the elevator to their doorstep.
We're back.
Lin Xian shouted as he opened the door. Zhang Shulan heard the sound and came out of the kitchen with a smile on her face. Hey, you guys are back.
Was the aquarium fun? Li Mengyao smiled slightly. That's good, wash your hands and get ready for dinner.
Zhang Shulan said, turning and walking into the kitchen. Lin Xian and Lin Sisi looked at each other.
My mother cooked lunch today? Chapter 54, maybe they are twins, a boy and a girl.
Lin Xian and Lin Sisi, a brother and sister, have always been skeptical about their mother's cooking skills, so they secretly went to the kitchen to take a look.
It turned out that it was Dad Lin Zhenghua who was instructing Zhang Shulan on how to cook.
Zhang Shulan's cooking is not that bad if she works hard, but in order to let her daughter-in-law Li Mengyao taste more delicious food, she asked Lin Zhenghua to give her some guidance. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Lin Sisi finally felt relieved. Before long, 4 exquisite dishes and a bowl of delicious soup were neatly placed on the table.
Dinner is ready.
Zhang Shulan shouted loudly.
The family sat around the dining table.
Lin Xian first picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in his mouth to taste it. Although it was not as delicious as the one he cooked, it tasted really good.
What do you think?
Don't think that I, your mother, really can't cook. Zhang Shulan said when she saw her son's shocked look. Mengyao, come and try this piece of pork ribs. Zhang Shulan picked up a piece of fragrant pork ribs and gently placed it in Li Mengyao's bowl. As Mengyao's mother-in-law, she naturally had to cook a sumptuous meal for her daughter-in-law herself.
Delicious. After taking a bite, Li Mengyao showed a satisfied and happy smile. Mom, just do this next time. I like it.
Lin Sisi said contentedly, taking a bite of beef.
Okay, I'll make it for you next time. Zhang Shulan was also very happy. The whole family happily enjoyed this warm lunch.
After lunch, the family returned to their rooms and began packing their luggage, preparing to return to Lin Xian's hometown in the afternoon to visit his grandparents. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finished cleaning up, they lay down on the bed together and prepared to take a nap. At this time, Li Mengyao was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Lin Xian noticed something strange and reached out to gently hug Li Mengyao.
Wife, are you nervous? Lin Xian asked gently. Li Mengyao tucked her little head into Lin Xian's arms and spoke in a soft voice. Don't be nervous. My grandparents are very easy to talk to.
Besides, you're going to give them great-grandchildren soon.
The old people are very happy and are clamoring to see you.
Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair, lowered his head slightly, and kissed her forehead lightly.
Then, will your grandparents favor boys over girls?
What if I give birth to 2 girls? Li Mengyao raised her head slightly, with a hint of worry in her eyes.
My grandfather may be a little bit like that, but my grandmother is not. She especially likes children. Look at Sisi. Comparatively, my grandmother loves Sisi more.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
After all, they are from the older generation, so it is impossible to say that they don't favor boys over girls. But in fact, in Lin Xian's view, it doesn't matter whether you have a boy or a girl. Besides, maybe they are twins, a boy and a girl.
Lin Xian continued with a smile.
How can it be such a coincidence? Li Mengyao laughed softly. After hearing what Lin Xian said, she was not so nervous anymore. Anyway, whether the baby is a boy or a girl depends on the husband and has nothing to do with her.
Li Mengyao nestled in Lin Xian's arms, feeling the warmth he brought, and soon fell asleep.
Time quickly came to the afternoon. After lunch, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao prepared to go to their hometown, Yunshan Town. Hubby, let's go.
Li Mengyao put on light makeup and changed into a snow-white dress. The dress was well cut and had a cute bow knot neckline design, perfectly presenting the gentle and fresh feeling unique to summer. She looked elegant and agile. Lin Xian stared at it intently, and it took him a while to come back to his senses.
He murmured 2 words, "It looks good." Then let's go.
Li Mengyao chuckled, reached out and grabbed Lin Xian, who was still in a daze, and walked out of the room together. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan were also ready, and Lin Cece followed closely behind her parents.
A group of people came to the community parking lot. Cece, whose car are you going to take?
Lin Zhenghua asked as he opened the door of his slightly old BMW. Of course, I'll take my brother's car. Lin Cece sat in the back seat of Xiaomi SU7, the new car is still comfortable. Lin Zhenghua looked at his old BMW and thought, it's time to buy a new one as his daughter already dislikes it. Then Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan got in the car together and started driving towards Yunshan town. At the same time, Lin Xian carefully arranged Li Mengyao to sit in the back seat and quickly started the car, followed closely by Xiaomi SU7. At first in Yunhai City, Lin Xian's Xiaomi SU7 was still following closely behind his father, but once on the highway, Lin Xian sped up without hesitation and instantly left his father's car far behind.
Why are you driving so fast, little brat?
Zhang Shulan said angrily. Wife, it's not that my son is driving fast, it's that we are driving too slowly.
Lin Zhenghua explained. Is that so? Then you should find time to buy a new one. Zhang Shulan looked at the old BMW and thought it was time to replace it.
She had always been thinking about saving money for Lin Xian to get married, fearing that he, with his stupid head, would not be able to find a wife. Unexpectedly, she didn't have to spend any money and now had a wife and children. Thinking of this, Zhang Shulan felt that her son was still very capable.
Okay. Lin Zhenghua smiled.
He finally got his wife's permission to buy a new car.
An hour and a half later, Lin Xian was the first to arrive at the Yunshan Town highway exit and parked the car on the side of the road waiting for his father. 15 minutes later, Lin Zhenghua finally drove off the highway and headed back to his hometown. Lin Xian followed closely behind him, just like he did in the city. Soon, two cars slowly drove into a small independent villa. Lin Xian's grandparents had already been waiting at the door. Grandpa and Grandma.
Lin Cece opened the car door first and ran forward happily.
Hey! Cece, are you doing well in school recently? Grandma asked kindly.
Very good. Lin Cece smiled happily. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan also got out of the car and came to their grandparents.
Mom and Dad, we're back. Lin Zhenghua greeted. I'm glad you're back. By the way, where is my granddaughter-in-law? Grandma asked impatiently.
At this time, she could vaguely see a petite figure in Xiaomi's car. It turned out that Li Mengyao had fallen asleep in the car.
Wife, we're here.
Lin Xian called Li Mengyao softly.
Well, are we there yet?
Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes and responded sleepily.
Chapter 55, Pretty.
What caught Li Mengyao's eyes was a mountain villa, towering into the clouds, with 5 floors. The whole villa covers a wide area, with a deep courtyard, green grass, and clouds and mist, as if she was in a fairyland, showing a luxurious atmosphere. Li Mengyao didn't expect that Lin Xian's hometown had such a luxurious villa.
Lin Xian took the still-dazed Li Mengyao out of the car.
As soon as they got out of the car, their grandparents came up to greet them warmly.
Xianer, you've gained weight recently, ha. Grandpa said with a big laugh. Xianer, is this our granddaughter-in-law? Grandma asked with a smile on her face.
Lin Xian's grandfather had his white hair combed neatly, and looked like an upright old man, very similar to Lin Zhenghua. Although he was slightly hunched, his straight posture and firm gaze revealed his calmness and determination. Lin Xian's grandmother has a kind and peaceful face, always with a warm smile on her face, and her voice is soft and gentle, as soothing as a spring breeze.
Hello, Grandpa and Grandma, my name is Li Mengyao, and I am Lin Xian's wife.
Li Mengyao introduced herself politely.
Okay, my granddaughter-in-law is so beautiful. Grandma couldn't stop smiling. Grandpa also smiled with satisfaction. Grandpa and Grandma, wait a moment.
After saying hello, Li Mengyao turned back to the trunk of the Xiaomi SU7 and asked Lin Xian to pick up 2 boxes of beautifully packaged health products together.
Grandpa and Grandma, this is a small token of my appreciation for our first meeting. Li Mengyao handed the health products to her grandparents. Child, you're here, so why bring any gifts? Let's go in and sit down. Grandma said gently. Then, she carefully took Li Mengyao's hand and slowly walked into the villa. As soon as she entered the villa, Li Mengyao was shocked by the luxurious scene in front of her. The decoration of the villa was extremely exquisite, and every detail showed the owner's taste and wealth. Various precious mahogany furniture were placed in an orderly manner. Everyone sat down in the spacious and bright hall. Child, from now on, this will be your home, so don't be so reserved. Grandma said kindly. Well, thank you, Grandma.
Li Mengyao nodded slightly and answered softly, but still a little nervous.
That, child, how many weeks pregnant are you now? Grandma stared at Li Mengyao's belly and asked impatiently.
The two old people have been very happy since they heard that their granddaughter-in-law was pregnant.
It's already 14 weeks.
Li Mengyao said in a low voice with a little shyness.
How is the baby developing? Have you gone to the hospital? Grandma continued to ask.
Grandma, the babies are developing well, and the doctor said they are twins. At this time, Lin Xian walked to Li Mengyao, gently took her hand, trying to ease her nervousness. Then he smiled and said to his grandmother.
Xianer, you didn't make us old people happy, did you? Are they really twins? Grandma was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. It's true. Look, I've got the pregnancy test report for you.
After saying that, Lin Xian handed a pregnancy test report to his grandmother.
Old man, go get my reading glasses.
Grandma hurriedly said to Grandpa beside her.
Grandpa was obviously shocked by the news.
He stood up in a panic and hurried back to the room to get 2 pairs of glasses. After putting on their glasses, the two old people stared intently at the pregnancy test report, on which the words twins were clearly written. Grandma's eyes were moist with excitement, and there was a gleam of joy in them. Grandpa, who was always steady and composed, couldn't help but show his joy at this moment, his mouth corners raised, and his face was filled with a happy smile.
That's great, old man. Grandma said excitedly, grabbing Grandpa's arm. Yes, old lady, go and prepare dinner, everyone is hungry. Grandpa responded excitedly. Oh yeah, now is the time to replenish nutrition. The babies must be hungry. You see, I was so happy that I forgot about it. Granddaughter-in-law, I'll prepare dinner right away. It will be ready soon.
Grandma said to Li Mengyao with a smile, and then quickly walked into the kitchen. Wife, I'm going to the kitchen to help Grandma cook. Lin Xian said with a smile.
Well, go ahead. Li Mengyao nodded.
With Lin Xian's help, the table was soon filled with delicious food.
Grandma kept picking food for Li Mengyao, as if she was afraid that she would be hungry.
This scene reminded Li Mengyao of when she first came to Lin Xian's house. Zhang Shulan also picked food for her so enthusiastically. Lin Xian finished all the food that Li Mengyao couldn't finish. Of course, Grandma would also pick up food for Lin Xian and Lin Sisi, and the family would have a great time at the dining table. After dinner, everyone sat together in the spacious and bright hall to watch TV. Li Mengyao leaned gently against Lin Xian's side.
Lin Xian's family was very kind to her and she felt extremely happy.
As the night fell, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lay together on the soft and comfortable big bed.
Honey, I didn't expect that you have such a luxurious villa in your hometown. Li Mengyao couldn't help but ask curiously. My grandfather used to be a businessman, so he saved some money.
Lin Xian explained with a smile.
So grandma only gave birth to one child? Li Mengyao has not met Lin Xian's other relatives yet. Of course not.
Grandma gave birth to 2 sons and 2 daughters, and my father is the youngest.
Lin Xian said.
In the 1970s and 1980s, many families had several children.
So they haven't come back yet? Li Mengyao continued to ask. They are all in other cities. One of my aunts is still in another province.
They usually come back during the Chinese New Year. Lin Xian said with a smile.
Okay, it's getting late, let's go to bed early and I'll take you around town tomorrow.
Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mengyao and soothed her to sleep. Li Mengyao felt Lin Xian's warmth and soon fell asleep. The next morning, the sun shone through the clouds, dyeing the earth golden. After breakfast, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and strolled around Yunshan town. They walked hand in hand through the streets of Yunshan town.
Yunshan town is surrounded by mountains with lush greenery and shaded by trees, like an isolated paradise. The streets of the town are filled with a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere.
Residents greet each other with bright smiles on their faces, making people feel a strong sense of warmth.
Xiao Xian? Are you back?
Suddenly, a voice came. Lin Xian turned his head and saw a middle-aged woman walking towards him.
Yes, Aunt Wu, I just arrived last night.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
Hey, who is this?
Aunt Wu's eyes fell on Lin Xian and Li Mengyao's clasped hands, and a kind anti-smile appeared on her face.
She is my wife.
Lin Xian introduced with a smile.
Hello, Auntie. Li Mengyao greeted politely. Hello, you are such a pretty girl, very cute. Aunt Wu praised.
After hearing this, Li Mengyao blushed and lowered her head shyly.
Chapter 56 Little Crying Pavilion. Little girl, you don't know, when Xiaoxian was a child.
Aunt Wu saw that Li Mengyao was a little shy and was about to tell her about the embarrassing things that happened in Lin Xian's childhood, but was interrupted in a hurry by Lin Xian.
Ah, alas, Aunt Wu, could you please stop mentioning my childhood in front of my wife? Let Aunt Wu continue.
Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes blinked gently, revealing a hint of curiosity.
Look, even your wife wants to hear it.
Aunt Wu chuckled and continued, don't be fooled by Xiaoxuan's tall, handsome appearance now. He was a crybaby when he was young. If he was not satisfied or was touched lightly, he would burst into tears.
He was really arrogant at that time, so we all called him Little Crying Xian, ha. Li Mengyao burst out laughing.
It turned out that her husband was a crybaby.
Aunt Wu, aren't you going to the street to buy something? Go quickly, and we'll walk around a bit.
Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly, trying to change the subject.
Ha, then I won't disturb you too. Aunt Wu left with a smile.
Looking at Aunt Wu's receding back, Li Mengyao's mouth corners slightly raised, staring at Lin Xian with a smile. Husband, it turns out that you loved to cry so much when you were a child, how come I never noticed it? A hero never brags about his past achievements. Lin Xian blushed slightly.
Li Mengyao uttered a tsk.
Afterwards, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao came to a shop that sold local specialties of Yunshan town.
Uncle Yi!
Lin Xian shouted.
Hey, isn't this Xiaoxian? When did you come back?
A middle-aged man with a slightly plump figure and a big smile on his face turned around and spoke in a friendly tone. He was wearing a white chef's uniform with a little flower on it and holding a spoon in his hand. Obviously he was busy making pastries.
I just came back last night, and here I come to see you early in the morning.
Lin Xian smiled slightly. You are just a sweet talker.
You want to eat Yunshan pastries again, right? Ha ha ha.
Uncle Yi laughed, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes squeezed into a ball. Lin Xian scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Hee, Uncle Yi still understands me, but this time it's not just me. As he said that, he stepped aside, and a beautiful woman appeared in front of Uncle Yi.
This is my wife.
Bring her here to try the Yunshan pastries you made. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and introduced her to Uncle Yi.
Hello, Uncle Yi. Li Mengyao greeted politely. Hello, hello. Your wife is so beautiful.
I didn't expect Xiaoxian to get married at such a young age.
Wait, Uncle Yi will personally make 2 Yunshan cakes for you and wish you a happy wedding.
After saying that, Uncle Yi turned back to the workbench and began to work skillfully. He first kneaded the prepared dough into a ball, then flattened it with a rolling pin, put in various fillings, and finally kneaded it into a delicate shape. Every movement seemed so skillful and confident, as if he was creating a work of art.
Soon, the sweet aroma of pastries filled the air. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao couldn't help but move closer, sniffing the tempting smell, waiting with full anticipation.
A moment later, Uncle Yi handed them 2 carefully crafted Yunshan pastries.
These pastries are brightly colored, small and exquisite, and dotted with a few crystal-clear preserved fruits, just like exquisite works of handicraft.
Wow, so beautiful! Li Mengyao exclaimed, with surprise shining in her eyes.
Try it and see how it tastes.
Uncle Yi looked at his work with pride.
Li Mengyao carefully picked up a piece of cake, put it in her mouth and took a bite.
Suddenly, a strong sweet taste spread in her mouth. The outer layer was crispy, the inner layer was soft, and it was very memorable.
Delicious. Li Mengyao's eyes were curved with joy.
Seeing his wife eating so happily, Lin Xian also picked up a piece of cake and took a bite.
Uncle Yi, your craftsmanship is getting better and better.
Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction.
As long as you like it, how long are you planning to stay? When you leave, I'll make some for you to take back. Uncle Yi said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Yi.
Lin Xian thanked him.
Ha ha, Xiaoxian, when did you become so polite?
When you were a kid, you often came to my place to eat and drink, but you never thanked me.
Uncle Yi laughed. Isn't it grown up now?
Lin Xian scratched his head embarrassedly.
Then let's continue to wander around. Goodbye, Uncle Yi. Okay, come again next time. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's little hand and continued walking in the town. Soon, the two came to an ancient bridge.
There was a river under the bridge, and small boats passed by from time to time. The two continued walking forward and came to a small stream. There were a few houses around the stream, giving the feeling of a family with a small bridge and flowing water.
The stream here is so clear that you can clearly see the shrimp swimming in it.
Li Mengyao walked to the stream and put her little hand in to feel it.
The water here is icy cold, so refreshing. I used to take a bath here when it was very hot in the summer.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
How shameless.
Li Mengyao responded coquettishly with a smile on her face.
Wife, it's almost time for us to go back.
Lin Xian said after looking at the time.
Li Mengyao nodded slightly.
The two returned home quickly.
We are back.
Lin Xian shouted loudly.
Mengyao must be tired, come here and rest for a while. Grandma pulled Li Mengyao and asked her to sit down beside her. Brother! Did you bring me some pastries?
At this time, Lin Sisi rushed out of the house and asked anxiously.
Nua, your sister-in-law knows you like it, so she bought it for you.
Lin Xian took out a Yunshan pastry from behind and handed it to his sister. The pastry exuded an enticing aroma, making people salivate. It turned out that when Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were returning home just now, Lin Xian casually mentioned that his sister also liked to eat Yunshan pastries. Li Mengyao turned around without saying a word and immediately returned to the pastry shop to buy another one.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Lin Sisi also sat next to Li Mengyao with a happy smile on her face. Lin Xian then went straight into the kitchen and started preparing today's lunch.
After a hearty lunch, everyone went back to their rooms to rest.
After waking up in the afternoon, Lin Xian received a message from his father Lin Zhenggui.
Son, do you want to go fishing? Lin Xian looked back at Li Mengyao, who was still sleeping, leaned over slightly, and whispered in her ear, Wife, I'm going to go fishing with Dad, okay?
Well, go ahead, Li Mengyao muttered subconsciously, and then fell asleep again. In the afternoon, Lin Xian went out to fish with Lin Zhenggui and his grandfather. After waking up, Li Mengyao felt a little bored, so she sat in the hall and played with her mobile phone quietly to pass the time. At this moment, Grandma came over with a staggering step, holding a thick photo album in her hand, and came to Li Mengyao's side.
Grandma, what is this? Li Mengyao asked curiously. This is Lin Xian's childhood photo album. Grandma replied with a smile. Chapter 57. They must have a good relationship.
Li Mengyao flipped through the album, and what caught her eyes were pictures of Lin Xian as a child. There were cute pictures of him when he was 1 month old, with his round eyes curiously looking at the world, his mouth slightly open, revealing an innocent smile. There were pictures of him when he was over 1 year old, holding a colorful ball and smiling silly. There were also pictures of him when he started to walk independently at the age of 2, wobbling. She looked at each photo carefully and felt the happy times of Lin Xian's childhood.
Grandma, was Lin Xian very naughty when he was a child? Li Mengyao asked.
Yes, he was very naughty when he was a child and often wet the bed, Grandma recalled with a smile. Li Mengyao continued to turn to another page, which showed Lin Xian and a little girl holding hands and smiling happily.
This is Lin Xian and his childhood playmates. Grandma said, pointing at the little girl in the painting. Oh. It's a girl. Li Mengyao couldn't help but feel a little curious.
She continued to flip through the pages and found many more photos with the little girl.
They must have a very good relationship,
Li Mengyao said to herself. At the same time, Lin Xian, his father Lin Zhenggui and his grandfather came to the reservoir near Yunshan town to start their fishing time. The three of them prepared their fishing tools, adjusted their fishing rods, hung the prepared bait on the hooks, swung them hard, started fishing, and waited for the fish to bite.
As usual, whoever catches the most fish will be weighed by kilogram,
Lin Zhenggui said confidently.
Dad, have you forgotten how badly we lost last time?
Lin Xian said with a smile.
I was just unlucky last time, so it doesn't count, Lin Zhenggui explained.
Lin Zhenggui now has a new fishing rod given by his daughter-in-law, which can at least change his fate.
Okay, then let's race again, until sunset.
The grandfather at the side also laughed. About half an hour later, Lin Xian's bell rang first, and the fishing rod was shaking violently.
It's hooked. It's hooked. It looks like a big fish.
Lin Xian excitedly grabbed the fishing rod, quickly tightened the fishing line, and began to play games with the big fish. After a while, the big fish's strength was gradually exhausted. Lin Xian slowly reeled in the fishing line, and then pulled it hard, and saw a huge bass was successfully pulled ashore. Lin Xian quickly reached out and grabbed the fish, weighed it carefully, and a delighted smile appeared on his face. Hey, it weighs more than 3 kilograms.
TSK, the one I catch later will definitely be bigger than yours. Lin Zhenggui looked on with envy, but still showed a disdainful attitude. Time passed minute by minute.
10 minutes later, Grandpa's bell rang and the fishing rod was shaking, but it was obviously not as violent as Lin Xian's just now.
As an old friend of fishing, my grandfather was calmly reeling in the fishing line with skillful and steady movements. Not long after, a grass carp jumped out of the water. It looked to be weighing more than 1 kilogram.
"Zhenghua, you are the only one who hasn't opened yet," Grandpa said to his son with a smile. "The big fish are all behind, just wait." Lin Zhenghua continued to stare at his fishing rod intently, not daring to relax at all, as if he was afraid of missing any chance of catching the fish. At this moment, beside him, Lin Xian and his grandfather were leisurely tasting the finest tiguanyin, feeling particularly happy.
"Hey, another one!"
Lin Xian shouted excitedly. His bell rang again, and the fishing rod began to shake.
"I have a situation here too." Almost at the same moment, Grandpa's bell also made a pleasant sound.
The sun was about to set, and there were already 4 fish in Lin Xian's fish bucket. Except for the 3 jin catch that he caught the first time, the rest were around 1 jin, which together weighed 6 jin. The grandfather next to him also caught 3 fish, each weighing more than 1 kilogram, which together weighed almost 4 kilograms. I looked into Lin Jingwa's fish bucket and found that there was nothing else in it except water, not even a small fish. At this time, Lin Zhenghua looked incredulous.
How come he couldn't catch any fish?
"Dad, the sun is about to set, so let's just forget it." Lin Xian walked up to his father and comforted him.
"Isn't it just a little bit short? Wait a little longer."
Lin Zhenghua still had a glimmer of hope.
"Or, I'll give you one, you can pick any one you want. I have to go back to cook for my wife."
Lin Xian continued.
Yes, Lin Xian misses his wife. "No need."
Lin Zhenghua sighed slightly, and then said, "Forget it, let's go." Just as Lin Zhenghua was about to pack up his fishing rod and go back, suddenly, the bell began to ring and the fishing rod began to shake violently, the intensity of which was no less than the situation that Lin Xian had just encountered for the first time. Obviously, there was a big guy.
"Here it comes. The fish is hooked,"
Lin Zhenghua shouted in surprise. Lin Zhenghua rushed forward at lightning speed and held the fishing rod tightly, but the big fish was so powerful that even if he tried his best, he could only barely maintain the situation and was unable to reel in the fishing line.
"Son, come and help me."
Lin Zhenghua hurriedly called his son to come and help.
"Here it comes."
Then Lin Xian joined the battle. As the father and son slowly exerted their strength together, the big fish gradually lost the strength to struggle and was pulled closer to the shore little by little. Just as it was about to surface, the big fish suddenly dived to the bottom of the water with all its might. In the end, it was the experienced grandfather who took out a long net and successfully caught the big fish ashore. This fish was obviously a whole circle larger than the 3 jin grass carp that Lin Xian had caught before.
It was actually a big carp weighing more than 8 jin. What a big one!
Haha, I said I could catch a big fish.
So what, I won this time.
Lin Zhenghua said proudly.
Yes, Dad, you win.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
Dad is rarely this happy.
Lin Zhenghua stretched out his hand with difficulty, trying to pick up the carp, but because the fish was so big and slippery, it took a lot of effort to finally succeed in picking it up. With a smile on his face, he said to his son Lin Xian, "Son, come and take a photo of Dad and this big fish as a souvenir."
Okay.
Lin Xian quickly took out his cell phone and was about to take a picture of Lin Zhenghua's happy smile.
Something unexpected happened.
The fish in Lin Zhenghua's hand suddenly began to shake violently, and at this time Lin Zhenghua was completely immersed in joy. He was not careful, and the big carp slipped from his hand and fell into the water with a splash. Lin Zhenghua watched the big carp escape from his hands, feeling very aggrieved for a moment. Lin Xian was also very embarrassed as he held his mobile phone aside.
Should he take a picture or not? Let us shoot. With a click.
Lin Xian took a photo of Lin Zhenghua looking aggrieved.
Chapter 58. My wife is jealous. Did you catch any big fish? Without.
Lin Zhenghua wants to cry but has no tears.
7 o'clock in the evening. We are back.
Lin Xian, Lin Zhenghua, and Grandpa returned home together.
Are you back? How was it? Did you gain anything? Grandma asked with a smile.
Yes, Xianer caught a 3-pound perch.
Grandpa said happily. Really? Xianer is so amazing. Grandma praised.
However, when Grandma looked at the 3 fish buckets, she discovered that only Lin Zhenghua's bucket had the least fish, only 1. It turned out that on the way back, Lin Shan saw his father in the co-pilot seat with a sad face, and he couldn't bear it, so he gave him one of his fish.
Zhenghua, why is there only one fish in your bucket? Grandma asked curiously.
Yeah, Dad, why did you only catch so little? At this time, Lin Cece also ran up to take a look. Alas, I originally caught a big carp weighing 8 kilograms, but who knew that my hand slipped and I couldn't hold it firmly, so it ran away.
Lin Zhenghua became more and more frustrated as he spoke. You're just bragging here. If you didn't catch anything, you didn't catch anything.
Zhang Shulan happened to walk over and curled her lips in disdain when she heard this.
Lin Zhenghua was in agony but couldn't express it in words. What could he do?
It was his fault that he didn't hold it firmly and didn't take the photo. He could only silently endure his wife's ridicule.
Where's Meng Yao?
Lin Shen looked left and right, but did not see his wife coming out to greet him. She finished looking at your childhood photo album in the afternoon and went back to her room to rest. She was probably sleeping, so I didn't disturb her, Grandma replied.
I'll go and take a look.
Before he finished speaking, Lin Xian came to the door of the room, pushed it open quietly and walked in. The room was pitch black and the lights were off. There was a petite person lying on the bed. Li Mengyao was sleeping. Lin Xian walked carefully to the bed, sat down slowly, then leaned over and carefully looked at Li Mengyao who was sleeping. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly discovered that a few tears were flowing from the corners of Li Mengyao's eyes. It turned out that Li Mengyao dreamed of a terrible scene. The girl in the photo came back and found Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian chose to leave her without hesitation and turned around and left with his childhood sweetheart.
Hubby, don't leave me. Li Mengyao suddenly woke up from a nightmare.
Her eyes were slightly red and tears were streaming down her face. She looked extremely pitiful and helpless. Lin Xian was extremely anxious, and quickly reached out to gently hug Li Mengyao, gently stroking her silky soft hair.
Wife, did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Your husband is here and will never leave you.
Lin Xian comforted her softly. At this time, Li Mengyao realized that she had just had a nightmare. Seeing Lin Xian coming back, the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground.
Honey, you're back? I'm sorry for scaring you. I just had a nightmare.
Li Mengyao raised her head slightly, her lips slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and stared quietly at the man in front of her who made her feel at ease.
What kind of nightmare did it have that scared you to tears? Lin Xian's face was full of heartache.
He reached out and picked up a tissue from the table, gently and delicately wiping Li Mengyao's fair and delicate cheek.
Nothing, I just had a terrible nightmare. Husband, don't worry, I'm fine now. Li Mengyao smiled slightly.
After Lin Xian came back, Li Mengyao felt much more at ease.
Are you really okay? Lin Xian vaguely felt something was wrong.
Although Li Mengyao said that everything was fine, he could feel the uneasiness in her heart, but he didn't know how to ask her. At this moment, Li Mengyao took the initiative to stretch out her arms, hugged Lin Xian's neck, and then gently left a kiss on his face.
Really? Honey, let's go eat.
At this time, Li Mengyao's eyes were still slightly red, and the traces of tears on her face were still obvious. If Lin Xian was seen taking Li Mengyao out for dinner at this time, he would definitely be beaten up.
No, absolutely not. Wife, you are not fit to go out in this state. I caught a 3-pound sea bass today. I'll make a sea bass stew for you later.
You should have a good rest here. Lin Xian said hurriedly.
Li Mengyao nodded slightly.
Then Lin Xian lowered his head, gently kissed Li Mengyao on the forehead, and walked out of the room. After Lin Xian walked out of the room, he went to the kitchen and started preparing dinner. At this time, Zhang Shulan also came in and asked Lin Xian.
Son, where is my daughter-in-law? Is she still asleep?
No, I'll cook the meal and serve it to her later.
You guys can eat at the dining table first. Lin Xian responded while chopping fish with a knife. Okay then. Then you just keep an eye on it. Zhang Shulan instructed.
After a while, Lin Xian made 2 delicious sea bass burgers, put one on the dining table for everyone to enjoy, and the other was brought upstairs separately.
Wife, it's time for dinner.
Lin Xian put the food on the table, including potted sea bass, braised spare ribs, and a plate of vegetables. Among them, the sea bass stew is made by cutting the sea bass into pieces, stewing it with vegetables, tofu, and other ingredients, and then adding the secret seasoning given by the system, which is very fragrant.
Wow, they smell so good.
Li Mengyao took a look and found that they were all her favorite foods. Come, let your husband feed you. Lin Xian picked up a piece of tender and juicy fish and stuffed it into Li Mingyao's little mouth.
It's delicious. Li Mingyao's eyes were curved with joy.
After a pleasant dinner, Lin Xian cleaned up the dishes and returned to the kitchen.
Let Grandma wash the dishes.
Grandma took the bowl from Lin Xian's hand with a smile and said softly.
Grandma, what photo album did you show Mengyao this afternoon?
Lin Xian handed over the bowl and chopsticks and asked curiously.
It's the one you had when you were a child. Look, it's still on the table in the living room. Grandma pointed with a smile.
After hearing this, Lin Xian walked into the living room.
Sure enough, a photo album was quietly lying on the table.
He opened the album and found all his childhood photos.
There didn't seem to be anything special about it.
Lin Xian continued to flip through the pages, and suddenly, his eyes stopped on a photo. It was a photo of him and a little girl, the two holding hands, looking particularly intimate.
I see. My wife is jealous.
Lin Xian returned to the door of the room, pushed it open, and saw Li Mengyao sitting in front of the dressing table, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with a cotton pad.
Honey, it's not obvious now.
Li Mengyao turned her head and gave Lin Xian a charming smile.
Well, I can't tell anymore.
Lin Xian looked at her with heartache, walked up to her, gently stroked her cheek, and said softly.
Wife, let's go to the roof to watch the moon. The starry sky in the small town is so beautiful.
Lin Xian continued.
Okay, Li Mengyao smiled brightly. Chapter 59. So my wife, don't be jealous. The two walked to the roof hand in hand, and the night breeze gently brushed their faces, bringing a hint of coolness. The starry sky above is dazzling, and a bright moon hangs in the sky, casting silver light. Lin Xian brought in a double lazy chair, which he bought when he was in college. Every night when he returned to his hometown, he would lie on it comfortably, playing with his mobile phone while admiring the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Lin Xian carefully supported Li Mengyao, letting her lie safely on the lazy chair, then he lay down next to her gently and held her gently in his arms. The moon is so beautiful tonight.
Li Mengyao looked up at the starry sky and whispered to Lin Xian.
Yes, but my wife is more beautiful.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
You just know how to talk nonsense.
Li Mengyao rolled her eyes coquettishly.
Wife, are you having a nightmare because of this photo?
Lin Xian took out the photo he had just found in the album.
How did you know? Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed and she responded with some stammering. From here, can you see the villa opposite?
Lin Xian stretched out his hand and pointed opposite. Li Mengyao looked in the direction of his finger and indeed found a villa similar to Lin Xian's. She was my good friend when I was little.
We were childhood sweethearts, so to speak. Oh.
Li Mengyao's mood instantly became depressed when she heard the words childhood sweetheart.
I haven't finished yet.
Lin Xian gently held Li Mengyao's face, looked into her eyes, and said with a smile.
We have been friends since we were little.
She sees me as her younger brother, and I see her as my older sister.
It's not like what you think. I understand.
Li Mengyao only now realized that she was overthinking, but she had always lacked a sense of security since she was a child, and because of her pregnancy, she would unconsciously have wild thoughts.
So, my wife, don't be jealous.
Lin Xian lowered his head slightly, and his forehead gently touched Li Mengyao's.
I'm not jealous.
Li Mengyao wanted to defend herself, but Lin Xian sealed her lips.
There is nothing that can't be resolved with a passionate kiss. If not, then another kiss. We're still at home. What if we're seen?
Li Mengyao angrily pinched Lin Xian's waist hard.
It's okay, I just locked the door on the rooftop, they can't come up.
Lin Xian was not afraid of the pain and let his wife pinch him.
Li Mengyao has no way to deal with this shameless husband. Don't keep any thoughts in your mind in the future. You must discuss them with your husband, okay?
Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao tightly and said softly. Yeah, Li Mengyao nodded slightly and showed a sweet smile. When their eyes met, they both had ideas at the same time. Their faces moved closer and closer, and they were about to kiss.
Boom, boom, boom.
Suddenly there was a rapid knock on the door.
Brother, sister-in-law, are you guys up there?
Lin Xian, you naughty sister, you're ruining my business.
We are here.
Li Mengyao seemed to have just woken up from a dream. She pushed Lin Xian away in panic and then stood up.
Lin Xian also walked to the door helplessly and reluctantly opened the door on the rooftop.
Lin Sisi was standing outside the door, her eyes fell on her sister-in-law Li Mengyao's flushed face, and she asked curiously.
Brother, sister-in-law, Grandma asked me to ask you to come down and eat some fruit.
Then, she winked mischievously and smiled slyly. Obviously, she was not a 3-year-old child, but a high school student, and of course she knew something about the relationship between men and women.
Sister-in-law, why is your face so red? Lin Cece asked with a smile. The weather is a bit hot. Li Mengyao explained hesitantly. No, it's quite cool on the roof, and there's a breeze blowing. Lin Cece felt it and said. Okay, kids shouldn't ask about adult matters. Go downstairs quickly, we'll be there soon.
Lin Xian quickly sent his sister away.
Lin Cece then skipped downstairs. Humph, it's all your fault. Li Mengyao glared at him in reproach. Yes, it's all my fault.
Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's soft little hand and carefully helped her down the stairs. As soon as the grandmother saw her granddaughter-in-law coming, she greeted her with a smile on her face.
Mengyao is here. Do you feel any discomfort? Grandma asked with concern.
No, I was just a little sleepy just now.
Li Mengyao explained gently. That's good, come and have some fruit. Grandma gently placed the colorful, exquisite, and beautiful fruit platter in front of Li Mengyao and said with a smile. Aha!
Li Mengyao first picked up a small piece of cantaloupe and quickly stuffed it into Lin Xian's mouth, and then continued to pick up the fruit and eat it in small bites. When everyone saw this scene, they all smiled. Then everyone happily stayed together in the warm, spacious, and bright living room to watch TV. After watching TV, everyone went back to their rooms to rest and sleep.
Time quickly came to the next day, morning. After breakfast, everyone received a visit from their neighbor Lin Yaowen and his family.
Lin Zhenghua and Lin Yaowen grew up in Yunhai Town and are good brothers who have been playing together since childhood. Lin Yaowen had been doing business abroad, but when he heard that his good brother Lin Zhenghua was about to become a grandfather, he decided to come back to congratulate him no matter what. Lin Yaowen was accompanied by his wife Li Yanxia and their daughter Lin Wanqing.
It is worth mentioning that this Lin Wanqing is the cute girl holding hands with Lin Xian in the photo.
Comrade Zhenghua, I didn't expect that you would get there first, ha ha ha.
Lin Yaowen walked into Lin Zhenghua's villa with an exquisite gift in his hand. Of course not. I have been one step ahead of you since I was a child. Ha ha ha.
Lin Zhenghua responded happily. The two smiled at each other and began to chat happily.
Don't stand at the door, come in and sit down. It's more lively when there are more people around. You must stay for dinner today. Grandma greeted everyone with a smile on her face. Hey! Brat! How have you been lately?
A tall woman with a delicate face rushed forward impatiently and patted Lin Xian's shoulder heavily. This person is Lin Wanqing, who is a typical domineering queen.
Sister Qing, be gentle, it won't hurt.
Lin Xian touched his shoulder and there was already a red mark. Li Mengyao, who was standing by, was even more stunned.
Chapter 60 He is afraid of ghosts. I accidentally used too much force.
Of course, my dear little brother. I didn't expect that you got married after just a few months of not seeing you.
Where is my sister-in-law? Lin Wanqing laughed. Here.
Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao beside him into his arms, with a happy smile on his face.
This is my wife, Li Mengyao.
Lin Xian introduced her to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing narrowed her eyes and looked Li Mengyao up and down. The woman in front of me was tall and slender, with a beautiful face, especially a pair of charming eyes that seemed to be able to captivate people. How on earth did this stupid little brother catch such a beautiful girl?
It's incredible. Hello, Sister Qing.
Li Mengyao felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, so she took the initiative to say hello.
Hello, Mengyao, our sister-in-law is so beautiful.
Lin Wanqing came back to her senses and quickly reached out to hold Li Mengyao's hand, praising her with a smile.
Sister Qing, you are also very beautiful.
Li Mengyao responded softly with a red face.
You two are such a perfect match. Here, I wish you a happy wedding.
Lin Wanqing took out a thick red envelope from her bag and stuffed it into Li Mengyao's hand.
Sister Qing, where is mine?
Lin Xian asked shamelessly upon seeing this. Now women are in charge of financial power, so give your share to Mengyao.
Lin Wanqing winked mischievously and replied with a smile. Lin Xian.
Afterwards, everyone chatted and laughed in the spacious and bright living room.
Time passed quickly and it was noon in the blink of an eye. Brother, go cook quickly, I'm hungry.
Lin Wanqing shouted to Lin Xian.
Lin Wanqing is an absolute foodie and she has always liked the food cooked by Lin Xian. I know. Lin Xian walked into the kitchen helplessly. Who can blame him for making the best meals in the house?
Soon, 40 minutes passed, and Lin Xian filled the dining table with delicious dishes.
Let's eat.
Lin Xian shouted to everyone. Everyone sat down at the dining table and began to enjoy the delicious food.
Wow, this tastes absolutely amazing.
Brother, your cooking skills are really getting better and better.
Lin Wanqing praised vaguely while chewing the beef in her mouth. She seemed to be completely immersed in the world of food and couldn't stop eating. This is even more delicious than what I had in a 5-star hotel.
Xianer, you are amazing.
Lin Yaowen also praised generously. Yes, can Xianer teach Auntie how to do it someday? Li Yanxia also echoed.
Of course. Lin Xian responded with a smile. Amidst laughter and joy, everyone ended this rich and enjoyable lunch with great satisfaction.
After lunch, Lin Yaowen and his family went back home.
Before leaving, Lin Wanqing invited Li Mengyao to come to her house after waking up from her afternoon nap, and Li Mengyao agreed. Lin Xian and his father Lin Zhenghua continued to go to the reservoir for another battle as they had yesterday, and Lin Yaowen also joined in. In the afternoon, after waking up, Lin Xian drove his Xiaomi SU7 and took his father and uncle Lin Yaowen to the reservoir where they had been yesterday. After getting off the car, Lin Zhenghua went to the familiar spot he was at yesterday and started fishing.
Dad, why did you choose the same place as yesterday? Lin Xian said. If you can catch fish here once, you will get a second time. Wait, son, I will definitely be the winner today.
Lin Zhenghua stared at the water intently and answered without turning his head.
Come on, you're just boasting. And you caught a big carp weighing 8 kilograms.
Lin Yaowen heard Lin Zhenghua say in the car that he caught a big carp weighing 8 kilograms yesterday, and immediately raised questions. Lin Zhenghua did not take a photo of the big carp as evidence, so he ignored Lin Yaowen's questions and just talked to himself about how big the carp was. Time passed by, and 3 hours passed in a flash.
Here comes another one.
Lin Yaowen happily showed off to Lin Zhenghua that there were already 5 fish in his bucket, although none of them were very big. At the same time, Lin Xian also successfully caught a fish. His luck was a bit bad today, but he still caught 3 small fish. On the other hand, Lin Zhenghua has still not gained anything. Just when Lin Zhenghua felt that he was not suitable for fishing, his bell began to make a crisp sound and the fishing rod began to shake violently.
Here it comes.
Lin Zhenghua excitedly grabbed the fishing rod and fought fiercely with the big fish with all his strength. Lin Xian immediately joined the battle and assisted his father in slowly tightening the fishing line.
This must be a big one. Lin Yaowen was equally excited.
He picked up the long fishing net and was ready to finish at any time. Before long, with the concerted efforts of the father and son, the big fish gradually lost its strength and slowly surfaced.
Lin Yaowen was quick-witted and scooped it up, successfully ending this thrilling battle.
The 3 of them could not wait to go over and check, and found that it was actually a big carp, and it was the one that escaped yesterday.
Hurry, put it in the bucket.
Lin Zhenghua was afraid that it would run away again, so he urged hurriedly. After the big carp was thrown into the fish bucket, Lin Zhenghua finally breathed a sigh of relief.
This is the fish I caught yesterday. I accidentally let it run away. I didn't expect to catch it again today. He said happily. You're great. You really weigh 8 kilograms. Lin Yaowen exclaimed. On the other side, Li Mengyao came to Lin Wanqing's house after waking up from an afternoon nap.
The decoration style of Lin Wanqing's home is similar to that of Lin Xian, both are single-family villas. Sister-in-law is here, come in quickly. Lin Wanqing was wearing pajamas and had sleepy eyes, obviously having just woken up. She warmly invited Li Mengyao to sit on Ruren's sofa, then took out drinks and fruits from the refrigerator and put them on the table.
Mengyao, I heard that you are pregnant? Lin Wanqing asked curiously.
Yes, that's right.
Li Mengyao nodded with a smile.
You've just graduated not long ago, Lin Xian is too unkind to women. Lin Wanqing said with a hint of blame in her tone.
Mengyao, don't worry.
If Lin Xian bullies you, tell me, and I will help you deal with him.
Lin Wanqing continued.
No need, Lin Xian is very good to me.
Li Mengyao took a sip of her drink and responded gently.
Lin Wanqing liked her sister-in-law more and more as she looked at her.
Mengyao, let me tell you, although Lin Xian is a bit thick-skinned, he has a weakness, he is afraid of ghosts.
Lin Wanqing smiled mysteriously.
Afraid of ghosts? Li Mengyao asked puzzledly.
She thinks boys shouldn't be afraid of ghosts, especially since her husband is so handsome.